26. Student. Extension 775813462 To listen, press 0. To delete, press star B. To skip, press pound.
Hey, Catherine, it's Laurelyn. My cell number is 775-813.
Go. So if you guys need the recording, I'll send that out to you. We have fixed all of the other recordings, so I'll send you out after next class an entire set of the ones that we have in person. And then again, if you guys need anything past this, beyond this, please email me or call me. Right now, I am only in the office as the director's office permits. So please call me on my cell phone or text me on my cell phone if it's urgent or you need it right away for any class-related needs. I think we're going to go ahead and get started. Again, guys, go ahead and unmute as you need to. If you need to ask any questions, you can raise your hand or you can use the chat box. I'm going to quickly email this out to you as Taylor is presenting so you guys have this agenda available to you. And then we have Taylor Gardner here today with us, and she is presenting from the Garden Foundation, and I'll let her introduce herself, her role, and do her presentation. Awesome. And I think all you have to do, Taylor, is at the bottom of this screen, it should say share screen.
Oh, perfect. Okay. Awesome.
Just let me know that.
Yeah, I will just go ahead and let's see. I won't start sharing. I will just I will change that over later. Okay. Can everybody see me? Can everybody hear me?
For the most part, everyone can see you and hear you.
Okay.
As a reminder, we have a visually impaired student as well. So any pictures or anything, please describe.
Sure. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you so much for joining me here on a Saturday morning. I'm really grateful to be here. I'm not sure how many of you already know anything about the Garden Foundation, so I am excited to share more if you don't know much about us. But essentially, my name is Taylor Gardner. I'm the founder and CEO of the Garden Foundation. We are a nonprofit organization located in Las Vegas that serves adults 18 and older within our in-person program. And so I would love to just share a little video with you that just kind of shares my story as to why I started the Garden Foundation, and then I will go ahead and share more about our programs and services and allow you guys to ask any questions that you might have. So I now will go ahead and share my screen and show you a little video here. Lindsay was born on February 17th, 1989 with Down syndrome. We're only 16 months apart, so I don't really know life without Lindsay. My parents didn't know that Lindsay was going to be born with Down syndrome, and with all of her health complications and heart surgeries, the first few years were tough on them. But Lindsay is a tough cookie. She can handle doctor's appointments and getting her blood drawn like a champ. I, on the other hand, am a family wuss, and I faint at the smell of a hospital. What I loved most about Lindsay is her spunk, her laugh, her tight hugs.
I love jamming out in the car with Lindsay. She absolutely loves music and loves it loud. Lindsay's two favorite things are music and food. She loves to eat, and her favorite is gummy bears and ice cream. So if we go to an ice cream shop, she always likes the extra whipped cream and the chocolate. You definitely have to tell her to slow it on down. She would eat ice cream all day if you would let her. From the time she was 6 years old to 22, Lindsay went to a special education school. After that, she graduated from the school system, so my parents found her a day program. She did really well there, and she attended for almost 10 years. Unfortunately, that day program started to have a lot of internal changes. Lindsay is a little bit lower functioning. She doesn't have speech skills, and she needs help feeding herself and going to the bathroom and getting dressed and doing day-to-day life. She'll always need assistance. They told my parents they couldn't provide the consistency and care that Lindsay needed every day, and they let her go from the program. It was heartbreaking. I just cried. I was angry. Lindsay didn't understand, but I did. She didn't know why she wouldn't get to go back the next day to see her friends. Lindsay is 28 years old. She has so much life to live. I knew if my family was having a hard time finding care, that a lot of other families were probably struggling with the same things. When you have a sibling with special needs, you instantly just become this advocate, this voice. You want everyone to see the love and the goodness that you see in them. That's why I created the Garden Foundation. The Garden Foundation is a place for people with disabilities to come and learn, grow, work, make new friends, and have fun. Every parent has hopes and dreams for their child to grow up and be successful, maybe to be a doctor or a professional basketball player. But universally, I think parents just want their children to be happy, to reach their full potential. If the Garden Foundation can make a difference for one person, 10 people, 100 people, it would be worth it. Please help us reach our goal and help those with special needs bloom where they are planted. You say please? Please.
So that is just a little video that shares with all of you why I started the foundation, and it truly has been built from my heart. I'm sorry, I still get emotional just watching it. It really has been built from my heart. So I do want to share more about our programs and services that we offer. Our main program is called our Grow program. And so that is our daily program that is Monday through Friday. It is 12:30 to 4:30. And essentially it is a day program, but what we've kind of done is branded it as our Grow program. And so I am going to, let's see, share my screen once again here, if I can find it. And the Grow program is based on kind of our pillars of focus. So Grow stands for, here we go. Okay. So Grow stands for, again, our pillars of focus, because truly, you know, people have a connotation in their head as to what a day program is. And essentially the organization, you know, that why the Garden Foundation was created was because I found a real gap in services, in personalized services, where people like my sister were just tending to fall through the cracks. And I really wanted something that was more than a daycare and more than just a place for her to go, but I really wanted a place for her and for all of her peers, truly, to be able to continue learning and to reach their full potential and to still be challenged in certain ways and build relationships and friendships and social skills rather than just a daycare. And so that's kind of why we branded our GROW program. And so GROW, so the G is for giving back. And that is because I believe really strongly in the power of community service and doing good for the community. And so our GROW program crew is really involved in giving back as well. We are a nonprofit and people do really wonderful, kind things for us. And so we just like to take that full circle and say, how can we give back? And so within the program, we have monthly service projects where we might be working on blankets that we make the tie fleece blankets or kindness kits, or we've made sunshine boxes for the hospital cancer unit. And so different projects that we come up with monthly, we work on those within the program. And then we have, previous to COVID, we had Service Saturday, which we hope to get those back soon, where we go out on a Saturday once a month and we are involved in the actual giving back. And so they get to be a part of Full Circle, seeing where their work kind of went and the goodness that they can do in the community as well. The R stands for recreation. So we offer different recreational classes where we have different instructors come in and they teach different classes. So you'll see over here some of the classes that are offered within our GROW program. We have dance, science, technology. Engineering for kids actually comes in and teaches our engineering STEAM technology classes, so robotics and some really cool stuff. Taekwondo, Thompson's Taekwondo comes in and teaches our Taekwondo class, and actually his dojo is right upstairs. So they get to be in a full-on dojo with uniforms and earn belts, which is really cool. Yoga, gardening, music. So we have School of Rock that comes in and teaches our piano and guitar lessons. And so each student, if they would like to be participating and get a piano lesson or get a guitar lesson, they do have individual time to be able to do that. Singing class, we have a choir teacher that comes in and teaches those. Fitness, cooking, art, and then we have some different fun pop-up classes. So we've had a cookie decorating class, we've had various people come in for a photography class and some different fun stuff, depending on people's interests. So we like to keep that really fun. And then occupation. So the O stands for occupation because we are serving the 18 and older population that obviously work skills and life skills are really important. And so we have found some fun ways of doing that. And we do have an e-commerce store on our website where we make and sell greeting cards. We have boxes of sunshine, which are essentially gift boxes that bring happiness to people. We also have Dig It Coffee. So I'm going to show you a one sheet now on our coffee program, which is our main vocational training program. Right here. So Dig It Coffee is, again, just our way of teaching vocational work and life skills. And so we have a mobile coffee cart that we're able to take around, or we set up our coffee stand and we work different events. So we get hired for from schools. We work a lot of schools. Teachers will have us in the teachers lounge or different 5Ks or different events that we go out and work. And so it's a training program for our individuals to work on communication skills or money handling skills, teamwork, responsibility. It's just a really beautiful way of teaching these skills where our students absolutely love it. They're always asking when is the next event, when can they be working, and that kind of thing, which is just a really beautiful thing. They do get their health cards through this program as well. The health district has put together a special class for us where we're able to go in. They get to do some hands-on training with a black light and washing hands and things like that. And they get their health cards, which is also a really great value to set them up for success if they want to be working in the food service industry or whatever that might look like. So, and Dig It Coffee has some really exciting things coming down the pipeline this year. We're launching Dig It University, which is a formal training program, because we will be opening a coffee shop where we will be able to employ people and give them a real paycheck, which is the goal, and something that we're all very excited for. So that is occupation and kind of how we teach those work and life skills. And then the W within our GROW program is truly just wellness. And that is because so one of the main differences I feel that we have within our program versus some other programs is that truly we're smaller by design. That was something that I thought was really missing. We're able to be much more individually focused. And so we're really focused on the wellness, the mental wellness, the physical wellness, the social wellness of the individual. And that looks very different for everyone. And so truly we want to help people kind of reach their full potential in whatever capacity that might be. And so everyone does, within our GROW program, does have an IPP. You guys might be very familiar with IEPs. It's certainly not that complex and scary and intense, but it is a plan to say, what do you hope your loved one, and they're very involved in the process as well, and so they may advocate for themselves to say, here's what I want for my goals in life, or here's what I want to get out of the program, and their family is involved saying, this is what I would love for them to be getting out of the program. So it might be smaller measurable goals to say, I would love for them to be at this reading level, or have math skills so that they would be able to work at a job where money handling is a part of that job, or it could be not a measurable goal. It truly could be fulfillment. For my sister, that is her goal. It's truly fulfillment every day to come to a place where everyone knows her and knows her name, and you're not a number, and where her goals might be, just making friendships and being fulfilled in that way. And so whatever someone's hopes for them to get out of that program, we really do sit down and make a concerted effort to focus on the individual. So that is our GROW program. We also have our community internship program. And so unfortunately, due to COVID, this program is on hold, but I thought that I would kind of share more about it because we're hoping that is ending soon and we can open this back up. So our community internship program is obviously for people who might be more independent and looking to kind of start a career path. And you're probably very well aware of typical careers and job placement that are out there for people with disabilities. And it might look like janitorial work. It might look like rolling silverware and things like that. And so we just try to take a different approach. And again, our program as a whole, our organization is just very personalized and very focused on the individual. And so our approach to job training and work training is to sit down with the individual, sit down with their family and say, what are your interests? What are your hobbies? What are your strengths? What do you like to do? And we kind of gather that information from them. And then we go to work on the back end to say, okay, how can we find a business partner within the community that is open to being a mentor and taking on an intern where they can teach the foundational skills of whatever that interest might be. So I'll give you some examples. We had a young man named Grant, and he graduated from high school. and he was working at Subway, which is a great job. He was just not super passionate about Subway. He actually was really interested in videography. And so he was within our community internship program, and on the back end, we found a videographer, Mohica Media, who is the media company that works on some of our things, and took on Grant as a mentor for a year to kind of teach him those foundational skills of videography, which was a really self-maturing process for Grant. We do have some videos on our YouTube, and one of those is Grant and his mom kind of sharing their experience with our internship program, which was really incredible. Another example is we have a young woman, her name is actually Taylor as well, and she is within our GROW program as well. Obviously, our GROW program is more of a social program, social interaction. There's recreational classes, and there's skill building within there. Our GROW program is educationally based, so you are still getting reading and math and journal writing and social skills within the GROW program. And so a lot of people choose to do the GROW program also while they're doing the internship program, because the internship program just fulfills another need. And so that need is just more on the vocational track, but it's more of an independent program. So Taylor, who was also within our GROW program, wanted to be working, and she loves children and she loves to read, and a very compassionate and very well-spoken young woman. And she was hoping to be in a classroom. And so we facilitated an internship with Taylor and an elementary school here in Las Vegas for her to be in a kindergarten classroom assisting. And so that was also just a really beautiful partnership. And truly, these community internships, I feel, are just as beneficial to the student as they are to that community partner and their business. They get to work with other people who are different and see more so that we're more alike than we are different, and that having people and this diversity within their workforce, it brings a lot of goodness to their business and to their people. And so we've really found that it's a mutually beneficial program for businesses as well to have our community interns, which has been really great. So we're crossing our fingers that things with COVID get a little bit better, so that our community internship program can continue. So that is, and then obviously, yes, To Get Coffee is kind of its own program, but it is housed within our GROW program. But stay tuned for some fun development on that. But I do want to take you through our newest program now, which is our online program. Let me see if I can find it here. Here we go. Okay. So our online program was actually developed due to COVID. And so COVID happened. Obviously, we had to close our doors to the foundation, which personally so hard, obviously, but even more so on our clients and on our families. Our kids, and they're not kids, but I call them my kids, but you know, they're losing routines and they're losing consistency and losing their connection with friends. And so I racked my brain really quickly and said, how can we help? How can we still serve in this capacity? And so that's kind of where I came up with Tribe. So Tribe is an online program. It is online classes for those of all abilities. And so I'm just going to take you, this is the website here. I will hopefully send all of these links and everything to Catherine, so that if you like to go on your own time and kind of explore, that you're more than welcome to. But so this is our website that just kind of shares more about Tribe. But again, online classes, and truly Tribe was developed from our GROW program and kind of taken online to provide those same things. So it's providing those recreational classes, it's providing connection and socialization and all those things. So I'm just going to, social distancing doesn't have to stink. And so we're just kind of sharing that, we're providing a really safe, positive, encouraging online space for young adults. And so I should mention our online program is 15 and older. And so yes, we are just offering daily live classes. I encourage you to come here on the website. These families' stories and our young adult stories are truly, I think, could share more with you than I could talk all day. Obviously, I just love this, but I think hearing it from them is even more important. So if you'd like to take a look on the site here, I think they share some really great things. But essentially the classes are daily live classes. So theater and fitness, yoga, cooking, materials are sent out a week ahead of time and they get the schedule a week ahead of time, movie trivia, some really fun things. And the really, really cool thing about Tribe is we are national. And so it has been a really amazing, out of all of the horrible things that have come out of COVID, I would say that this has just been kind of the bright spot for myself and our team to see the impact that we're making across the nation, because now daily we get to see people from Connecticut and Florida and Texas and Colorado, and it has just been really beautiful. And you realize that we're all looking for the same things. We're all looking for connection and something to bring us together and something positive to occupy our time. And so, we're taking dance classes together and art classes together. And it's just a really beautiful place to kind of connect. And so, I just encourage you to come on here and kind of learn a little bit more. I did want to take you just quickly on the back end as well and show you kind of all of the resources that you are able to see. So it's a secure platform. When you log into Tribe, you log in every day, and here's kind of what you see when you log in. And you can see here that we put the week's worth of classes up here. And then, oh, yes.
This is Catherine. We're only seeing your GROW program flyer.
Oh no, really?
Yeah, and then we did have one quick question while you're switching over to that.
Yes.
One of the students would like to know, are the clients paid interns in the community internship?
Currently, they are not paid.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yes. Can you see this now?
No, all we're seeing is your GROW flyer.
Oh my goodness. Okay, let me just try this again. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for letting me know. Can you see this?
Yes.
Okay, so you didn't see any of the Tribe website at all?
No.
Oh goodness, I'm so sorry. Okay, well here is our...
I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, so guys, I'm so sorry. So here is our, this is our online class, our Tribe website. Again, I'll send these links out so you can kind of go on your own time and take a look at this stuff. But kind of where I was sharing, this is just a really cool thing. It's the map of kind of everywhere where we are, which is just really awesome. So we're able to kind of connect with people, and this even needs to be updated. We now have Michigan and some other states, which is just really exciting. So this is the website where you can learn more about Tribe, but I did just want to take you through the back end so you can see kind of the resources that you receive when you are a part of the online program. And so you log in, it's a secure site with your email and password, so you log in daily. And then this is the week's worth of classes here. So you would come in here and it's Monday. And so it is through Zoom, so we all can see each other. And then here is the schedule for the day. So we were making no-bake Oreo truffles on Monday. What a fun Monday, right? And then we had Disney trivia. And so you come here and we do have visual guides that our students receive. So they receive the recipes and the directions on how to do everything, but we kind of walk through this with the class. And then you also get kind of a library of materials, of activities, I guess I should say. So down here, you'll see all the resources. So all of the cooking recipes that you receive. So we have a sign language class, which is really awesome. So all of these are videos taking you through all of the science experiments. We have art activities, workouts. So the workouts are videos, magic tricks, just some really fun stuff. So this is the online program, which right now I feel like has just been a really incredible way for us to remain an option for families who may not be comfortable coming in person yet, or you may not live in Las Vegas, or people have friends in other states who have been able to join us. And so this has just been a really incredible development that has come out of something not so great. So that is Tribe. I know I just threw a ton of information at you, but I would love to see if anyone has questions on things.
Guys, you can unmute yourself or you can use the chat.
Oh, I should look at the chat. I cannot see that right now.
Oh, no, that's okay. I can monitor that.
Oh, great. Okay, great. Thank you.
Absolutely. I don't think anybody has questions currently.
Hello, this is Dora. Can you guys hear me?
Yes. Hi, Dora.
Okay, sorry, I'm out of breath. I'm at the gym.
No,
Almost forgot
okay.
we had the class. So, quick question. You know, during the COVID times where a lot of parents can't travel, and what are you guys' solution when parents can't, or you know, your consumers can't come to your building and they do not have internet or devices to access Tribe? Do you guys have resources for that? Because I know here in Northern Nevada, the Center for Independent Living, and I know there's one in the South, they have a program from the CARES Act that they can assist with food assistance, technology, and access bus tickets. Just want to throw that out there. And I was wondering if you guys are aware of that and what are your solution, and thank you. I'm going to be mute now.
Yeah, thank you for your question, Dora. To be honest with you, we don't have a solution for that. So that has been a really big challenge and hurdle for us during COVID when you know, our families are not riding paratransit anymore or even comfortable coming in person. And so Tribe is our way of still providing programming because most programs are closed. And so fortunately in person, we just have smaller numbers. We've had to take back capacity, but Tribe is just our way of providing a solution for people who are not able to come in person. But unfortunately, I truly don't have a solution for people at this time who don't have internet and don't have a device. We hope to be able to, you know, find a partner that might be able to offer internet or donations of devices and things like that. But truly, I don't have an answer or a solution for that at this time.
Well, I don't know if you heard me, but the Center for Independent Living in the South does have the program to provide those devices if an individual has a disability. So you may want to give them a call because they get the CARES Act money.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
Thank you. I just thought of that because the Clark County and Washoe County, they had the same situation when distance learning came up. So I thought I'd just throw that out there. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Dora.
I have a question. This is Stacy. Thank you so much for presenting this amazing work that you're doing.
Yeah.
What are your qualifications for the internship program?
Yeah, and so our qualifications truly are, for the internship program is that someone is capable of working independently. Because our staff is not always there with the internship throughout the entirety, they have to be capable of working independently in another environment. So that is really our only qualification as far as the internship program goes, and the age requirement as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Stacey.
I have one more question. This is Dora. Are you guys getting affected with all the budget cuts? And what are the qualifications for your staff are they certified in some way? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Dora, can you repeat that question one more time? I'm sorry.
Are you guys getting affected by during the budget cuts? And also, what are the qualifications for your staff to become a staff? Are they certified? Thank you.
Sure. Good question. So I should also mention too, our GROW program is we do serve a wide range of people of all different abilities. So my sister is nonverbal, needs some assistance using the restroom. We have people who are very independent, who are looking for, you know, more of career type avenues and working on social skills and money handling. So we are able to serve a very wide range of people within our programs because, again, we're very personalized. And so people might be working on the same activity, but they might be working very differently in modified ways, or they might be working on completely different activities. And I did that on purpose because I think inclusion is important. And I think that it's important even within the realm of people with disabilities, because in the real world, you work with people that are different than you. And I thought it was important to not separate by ability, but to learn how to communicate with or work with or help people who work differently. And now it's just been a really great thing to see, you know, some of our more independent students who are modeling our staff and now assisting the students who might need more assistance. It's just been a really beautiful thing to watch. However, our program is not a fit for people who have aggressive behaviors and people who are medically fragile. We don't have a nurse on staff and we do not have restraint training. And so those would just not be a fit for our program. I should also mention we are not government funded at all. So our program is private pay. Both Tribe is private pay as well as our GROW program and internship program. Both programs do take respite, but our staff is not trained in those specific things.
Great questions, guys. Do you have anything else? Taylor, I have questions for you. Do you have any plans to grow to the north?
I would love to. And actually, I went to UNR. I'm from Las Vegas, but I went to UNR, and so I have a really, really special place in my heart for Northern Nevada. Tribe is actually is something that is very easily accessible to anyone, and so that certainly can be in Northern Nevada if people are looking for that type of resource. However, absolutely, I would love to. My goal is to truly expand with other places that are smaller by design, because even here in Las Vegas, I don't necessarily want to grow to one large space, but other smaller places so that we can meet individual needs wherever we are. And so that would kind of be the goal for Northern Nevada as well. But yes, absolutely, it's coming down the road. I can't tell you when, but it's definitely, it's a goal, absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, guys? Awesome. Well, thank you, Taylor. I so appreciate you being here today. I know that things have been kind of funky for this world, so we appreciate the flexibility and your ability to be here, even though we can't be in person.
I know. I'm just very grateful to be here and for the opportunity and to just share more about the Garden Foundation. We are newer. We just turned 2 years old, and so a lot of development within that 2 years. But we have a lot that is in development, and so I'm very excited to share more just about what we're doing. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thanks for sharing your Saturday morning with me.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Taylor.
Yeah,
I will, if you want to email me any of those documents, I can send them out to the class.
Awesome. Will do.
Thanks. Okay,
Thanks
guys.
so much.
So we have a little bit of a break before our next presenters start. I'm going to quickly switch over here. Of course, this is taking a while to switch over here. So actually, I'm going to quickly show you guys some new things on our website. Carrie asked me to show you. Please continue to share your resources with other advocates and reach out to us if we can be a resource. So on our website, if you guys go to nevadaddcouncil.org, it is a fully accessible website and is compatible with screen readers. However, Dora, if you have any issues, please always let us know. We want to continue to make this the best we can. So you have information here at the top, a lot of information about us, the projects we do, events we have, information and resources, legislative information, grant and funding information for council members, and then information in Spanish. I want to take you through this because I have never been able to show you guys this information. We have grants that we run within our office. This year, currently, until September 30th, we have 3 grants. The Kenny Gwynn Center, Justin Hope Foundation, and then the Self-Determination Law Project. They each have 3 different grants within our office here. Kenny Gwynn Center is working on information for employment. They are gathering a lot of information this year on how to, how do I get back to there? Sorry, guys. They're gathering a lot of information this year and creating a report for us. Their main goal, though, is to strengthen collaboration and coordination between agencies in school districts and state agencies, employment services, all that. The Justin Hope Foundation is putting on trainings for first responders to be trained in how to identify people with a disability and how to assist them in an emergency or in a high-stress situation. The Self-Determination Law Project is working on, I'm drawing a blank right now. Sorry, they are working on educating people on supported decision-making and primarily alternatives to guardianships. Like this year, we are obviously pushing supported decision-making as a primary source before you choose guardianship. And I talk about this because we currently have our grant applications open. So if you have an agency that would like to apply for a grant, please reach out to me. We have information on the coronavirus, lots of information, anything that's updated, we add here. We add updates weekly, so you can see all the information that we provide in here. Anything that has to do with Nevada, any changes that are happening within Nevada will be here, as well as national. We do work on other things besides grants and partners in policymaking. We have a transportation work group. We highly stress accessibility this year and a universal access. We love self-advocacy and we support self-advocacy organizations. Typically, we have meetings at least once a month, always quarterly, and we highly suggest you guys attend them. Stacy within your class now has actually been appointed to our council, so she is a new council member and is going to be attending all of our council meetings. We have 4 different committees: a transportation committee, a executive committee, evaluation committee, and a legislative committee, policy committee. And those are, again, open to anyone to attend, and I suggest you guys do if you are interested in any sort of change. We have a lot of resources. If there's anything missing from here that you would like us to add to this resource list, please email me. We will add that. If you, your organization, anything like that would like to be added to this resource list, we absolutely will do so. During the legislative year, typically we update this with all of the upcoming meetings. We link things to Nellis, bills that we're watching, etc. Because we're an interim session, that is not as updated. However, we are in special session, and this is the one thing I wanted to really highlight to you guys. We are in special session right now. A lot of legislative changes are happening without anybody really noticing. There are major budget cuts, not only to our state agencies, you know, the smaller places, but large agencies are happening to get large budget cuts as well. Medicaid, welfare, the whole 9 yards. So please attend these special sessions if you can. They don't allow in-person attendee right now, but again, you can join by video on your computer, on your phone, wherever you are. If you go to their website here, you can find any of the information for the special session and inside of Nellis. So please make sure that you are checking this and watching for the different sessions that are coming up. We send out information on it, but again, I will continue to stress to keep an eye on this. You can also watch both sides of the Assembly and Senate on their YouTube page. So keep an eye on that. It's recorded. You can go back and watch it. But again, if you would like to provide public comment or be a part of it, you do need to attend these sessions and provide your input. And again, we provide information on who your representative is, but if you need help, if you need to find out who it is, you would like to connect with them, please reach out to our office and we will make sure that that happens. But please put your input in for the current special session. We have more information on our grants and funding like I spoke about here. We currently have our notice of funds available out and have grants available for you guys to apply if you or your organization is interested in doing so. And then the last thing that I wanted to show you on here, let's see which one it's on. This is about our council. So each one of you guys have now been trained in so many different topics. You have a plethora of information, a really large, diverse background. And while I'm speaking to most of you on this phone call, Stacy, not you, because you're already a council member, I highly suggest you guys apply to be council members in the future. Even if your life is a little busy right now and it doesn't permit you to have this type of extra time, I urge you to think about it. It is really only in attendance once a quarter. So once every 3 months we have a meeting, and if you cannot attend that meeting, it's okay. We usually have quorum. We would like you to please be there in most of your meetings that we host, but if you cannot be there, we understand. So please keep in mind that this council works hard on a lot of different advocacy and change measures. We have a lot of diverse council memberships. We have a lot of different agencies that sit on our council, and you can really work well with these agencies to make change happen. So I urge you to please think about becoming a council member, and if you would like to be a council member, we have an application to do so. You can speak to me and any of my other staff members or any of my other council members, and they would be more than happy to provide you information on what it's really like to be a council member. But I really would like you guys to think about it. It's something that's near and dear to my heart as well. And I cannot see the chat because I'm screen sharing, so I don't know what anyone is saying. So let me stop my share now.
Somebody's asking Catherine if they're on Zoom and something about council meetings.
Yes, Allison, I see that. Thank you, Dora. Thank you. Yes, we do meetings right now via Zoom. So Corona kind of changed a lot of things for us. In the past, we always had an in-person location, and a teleconference ability on there. Right now, we don't have any in-person locations. The Attorney General has asked that all in-person locations be stopped right now, at least for our council. So we do not have any in-person. You can always call our toll-free teleconference line. That number is on every single agenda. Right now, every other committee meeting or full council meeting is via Zoom. So you can attend them via Zoom if you'd like. The next one is September 3rd. And I can email you guys when the information comes out. If you're interested, you can pop on and just listen. There's always public comment available in the beginning and the end of the meeting as well. But every single one of you will be.
Catherine, I have a question. It's me, Dora. I looked at you guys' website for open on the council meeting, and there was only one available, and now they say there's I guess it was filled by Stacy. Congratulations, Stacy. But now it says no longer,
So that's
so I don't know if that's accurate.
Yeah, that's a really good point. So we currently have 20, I think 22. I'd have to check our current council membership and see when people have dropped off. I think we have 22 council members. However, it takes several months to get appointed. So if you're interested, please apply. The other part of it is the terms end, and people are constantly ending and dropping off the council. And when we know that there's going to be an ending in a non-COVID time period, we try to get an appointment right around the same time that somebody drops off the council. So please apply. There's always openings coming up. We will be having an opening at the end of, actually, I think 3 or 4 openings at the end of this year, because I know for sure there are people that are dropping off the council, not because they want to, but because they are terming out. So you can do 3 3-year terms. So if you've already been there for 9 years, they're likely going to be dropping off the council. We need new advocates, new parents. We will absolutely have a parent opening. The thing is we need 60% people with intellectual or developmental disabilities and or parents of somebody with an intellectual or developmental disability. And then the rest are state agencies that serve people with disabilities. The main thing is we want that that voice to be from advocates that are within their community. And I think each one of you would be great. So Dora, to answer your question, currently I believe there's no openings. In a few months, actually in about 6 weeks, there will be. So I highly encourage you to apply if you're interested. Any questions about what our council does, or where, what we do during the day, or where we spend our time? Well, if you guys are ever interested, I could spend hours talking about what we do. So I see that we had Yasadara join us. I'm gonna give you guys just about a 5-minute break. I need to go get a drink of water, and then I will be back and we can get started. Let's try to be back here. Actually, it's 8:51, so let's try to be back here by about 8:58 so we can get started on time. Thanks, guys. right, guys, I see you back in here. I'm going to go ahead and just wait for Yasadara to return, and we can go ahead and get started. Okay, I see you, Yasadara, but I think you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
I can, yay.
Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. For those that I didn't have the pleasure to meet when I was there in January, Yasodora Cabrera, the rights advocate from one of the rights advocates from Nevada Disability Advocacy and Law Center. And today I'm gonna talk about a very important topic. And before jumping to the topic, I want to thank Catherine for inviting me to participate in today's class. So briefly, NDLC is a nonprofit that assists, it is a state mandated that assists people with disability in different issues. And the most important, all the services are free. I would like to remember that the presentation, it is for educational purposes only. And the information that I'm going to provide today is not intended to be taken as a legal advice. So today we're gonna talk about a very important skill, effective self-advocacy. Because what is important? Because it's going to always impact our quality of life. Some of you already are very expert in that skills, but some other might need help to improve it or to develop it. The purpose of the self-advocacy is to empower you to decide, to know exactly what is the problem, to develop a plan of action, and to implement that plan of actions. But before starting to do so, we need to know exactly what is the concept. So I broke down the concept in 6 keywords. What is self-advocacy? So it is the skill to say out loud what you need, hope, or want in your life. Also, it is to have the courage to express your feelings in a constructive way. It's having the humility of asking questions. I don't know if you have had experienced this, but in the past, I always was afraid of asking questions because I didn't want people think that was like, oh, really, you're asking that? So right now, I just took that, I started practicing. So now I ask questions because I'm pretty sure that you have been in situations, meeting, in activities where people start talking about a lot of acronyms like SSI, like IEP, like ABA, and we're all like, what is that? But we don't feel confident on asking that question. Also, it is having the humility of accepting, admitting that we make mistakes. At the end of the day, we also are humans. And having is the commitment of learning and improving through the process and standing up about not only yourself, but also for others in face of injustice. And finally, self-advocacy is a skill that opens doors. You might be found in places and talking to people that you don't know. And at the end of the conversation, you feel empowered, you feel motivated for all the information that you get from that person. Also, this skill help you to improve or to develop that self-confidence and enable your career opportunities because you don't know the person that is in front of you and that might be able to help you, to expand your employment opportunities. Self-advocacy is not rocket science. So I always try to keep it basic and very simple. We don't have to reinvent the wheel in this area. Can we change the next slide, please? Thank you. So I divided in 4 simple steps. So first one is to know who. Who do you think will be the best advocate for yourself? Of course, you're yourself. And sometimes you're going to be found in situations that you might need help. So we need to know, you need to know who that person is. If I'm not sure, you have questions on how to start the process, you always can call NDLC, and we're going to be more than welcome to help you through the process. Then the next steps will be what? We need to know what is the problem? What are our rights? Because how are we going to know what is wrong if we don't know which are our rights? And that is going to empower us to help to play an active role in the decisions that affect our quality of life. Then when do you think that you need to be an effective self-advocate? When your needs are not being met, when your services are being denied, suspended, reduced, or terminated. Also, when your rights are being violated, and when you are in situations that are or dealing with abuse or neglect, and it's just at the end is when you need help. Next slide, please. Thank you. So the last step, I divided it in 6 small steps. How are we going to do it? First, we need to define. We need to be clear about what is the problem, the complaint, or the need that we have. We need to know what are the laws, policies, rules regarding that need, that problem, that complaint. That leads to the priority, to prioritize. We need to write down. It's very simple. We need to write down what our problem, our complaint, and our need. And also the different desired options or solutions that we want from each of those issues. Sometimes, I don't know if you have had that experience in the past, that you might have more than one issue, complaint, or need. So you need to create a list and prioritize and work with the first 2 that are more important at that moment. This doesn't mean that you're not going to take care of the rest of the problem. It is just we need to take one step at a time. Then create a list of the possible solutions. Discuss for every solution the pros and cons, and at the end, just choose the solution that feels most comfortable for you. Then, after you have defined what is your problem, need, you need to start creating or developing different steps that are going to help you to implement or advocate on that issue. For example, you need to know what are you going to do? How are you going to do it? Like, for example, if you're going to make a phone call, or if you're going to request an in-person meeting, or if you're going to write a letter or send an email. And always be prepared before, whether you decide to make a phone call, have a meeting, or write a letter, always prepare yourself before with the question so you don't forget the main point. And also this process is going to help you to develop a plan of action. It's going to help you to not only know what do you need, how are you going to do it, also it is a timeline. Always there is a timeline. For example, if you get a letter from if you're applying to Social Security and you get a letter that you're being denied, you have 60 days to appeal that decision. Sometimes I get families or phone calls from individuals, asking for help because they were denied. And when I start asking, where do you get the denial letter? I don't remember, I cannot find it. Oh, that was last year. They are completely out of the time frame that they had to appeal, so they have to start the process all over again. Another important thing is to know who can help you when you need assistance. And it's important also to develop a backup plan. because sometimes, not always, you're going to get what exactly you want to, or the solution that you are thinking. And then the next step is the implementation of that plan of action. As I just mentioned, we have to have a backup plan. And in this process of implementation, we need to start gathering information and the support that we need for that solution. We need to, here it's very important to start logging, like, or writing down all what we are doing. For example, if we are making a phone call, writing down the question that we're gonna ask, and then to write down like the date, the time, what we talk, and also what information, what we have been discussed about. The person that we talk is also, it's important to us, the name, the contact information, the title. Then it's also important to ask for help. We might ask for a friend, a family member that is in agreement with our need, and they can help us through the process. Then we need to learn to prepare to negotiate, because we need to talk to approach those people that make the decisions that are for or about us. And we might ask for help to that family member or to that friend, a way that you can approach that person. Timing. Never approach a situation when you are angry. Several times, sometimes I get phone calls of families or parents like, the school is not following the IEP. And I start asking, and they start going on and off, and they don't stick to the problem. They actually are not able, because they are too emotional at that moment, to really share clearly what is the problem. Also, this person can be, if we have someone helping us during that process, can help us to remain calm. Also, this person can act as a witness of what we have discussed through the conversation, phone call or meeting, and also always to stick to the issue. And if the person that we are talking is trying to change the subject, this person or you can redirect this person to the topic that we are discussing. Another important thing is always to remember, you have the right, if you're getting upset and you are not going anywhere in that phone call or meeting, you have the right to stop the conversation and, reconvene later. You have the right also to share politely how you are feeling, and also to reschedule that meeting. And try to never become argumentative and over emotional. As I said, better stop and come back to discuss about what is your issue than miss the point of what are you trying to accomplish. Document. I already mentioned about logging all what you're done, all your activities. You need to document all your efforts. Because if you later need assistance, having that documentation ready with you is going to help the person that is trying to help you to be clear and understand better what is your concern, what is your problem, what is your need, and who has been involved and what you have done through this process. For example, as I already said, like a phone call. Be ready, be prepared, do your homework, write it down, those questions, so you don't forget important, topic that you need to discuss through your advocacy process. Have paper handy, just so you can write it down, everything. And the last topic is evaluate. Not always you're going to get the a solution that you thought about it. So always it's important to have a backup plan with at least a different solution. Always also is important to know what are you willing to give in on, and also what is the minimum that you are willing to accept. And if at the end of your advocacy process, you didn't get what you were expecting, you need to review what do you do, and then that is going to help you to change or update your plan of action. And again, change the strategies and really reconsider the different solutions. Do you have any question about the effective advocacy here? I don't know if you guys already have these documents that I sent to Catherine. I don't know if you're able to see it. So this document briefly, give you an idea of this first step that I already mentioned, and also give you the chance of, give you examples so you can practice before doing, start, advocating for that issue, problem, or complaint.
I have not sent that out to you guys yet. I'll send them out with the rest of the materials. But Yasadara, your San Francisco background, we can't see it. However, it's okay. I'll send it out to everyone.
I don't even know. I don't know how that background came, to be honest. I'm not a computer savvy.
That's okay. Hey, you look great. We're jealous of your vacation right now, but that's okay. Dora can't see it anyway, so I'll send it out to everyone afterwards.
Okay. My apologies to it. When I connected the background check, the background that I had in, it was there, so I don't know how to change it.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay.
I'm so sorry. So, well, I sent to Catherine outline of these 4 simple steps, and also a description, a booklet that describes briefly, as I said, the different steps to give you an example of an idea and how you can better prepare before starting your advocacy process. Another tool that is important through the process is to have the information handy when you need it. So we developed a tool called Healthcare Notebook. So we developed 2. I sent also to Catherine 2 of this care notebook. One is for adults and the other one is for children. The only difference between these 2 documents is that for children includes the school information. So why is important to have a care notebook handy? It is, as I said, it is a tool that helps you to have handy the important information when you need it. How this healthcare notebook help you? Is going to help you to have all the important information in one place. Also, I have worked like in the past, I don't know, a few years ago, I have a mom that called me that needed assistance for her son applying to Medicaid. So I said, I'll bring all the information. I'm gonna help you to organize it, help you to prepare. So when she came to my office, she brought like 3 bags of trash full of documents. I have to give the credit to her that she had all the information of her son, but unfortunately didn't have the information that she needed at that moment. So I always recommend at least to have the information from the last year. With this workshop, with this care notebook, we provide a binder. So once you get to see the actual document, we also recommend to add some dividers to that binder so you keep all the records, all the information of all the providers that are providing services to your son or daughter or to you handy. So also this healthcare notebook is very important because it's going to help you for emergencies. The reason that I really believe in the importance of this document is that I have a niece, Lindsay, that was born with Prader-Willi syndrome. So, and also she not only had that disability, but also is a fragilely ill kid. And one day her mom and I were working. She was, I think, 3 or 4 years old. I don't remember. exactly. And the babysitter, while she was with the babysitter, she had a seizure. So she didn't know what to do. When she called 911, of course, they transported her to the children's hospital, but they were waiting to us to do something because they didn't know what was the condition. So from that experience, we learned that it always is important to have something handy for other people that not necessarily are the ones, the caregivers or taking care of that kid or, that individual. And also help not only be one person, handling, knowing, managing that information. It helps you to expand your circle of support and you don't feel burned out. Also, help you to keep track of any changes on your medical records, treatments, and medicines. Help you also to have handy all those contact information each provider when you need it. And I don't know if you have experienced this, but with Lindsay, she, see like 6 different providers. And unfortunately, they don't communicate with each other. So always we bring for that, doctor's appointment, this care notebook, and that is going to help to communicate between them. So they're going to know what each provider is working on that individual. And some tips of the importance of this document is, I don't know, unfortunately, I don't know how to take this background so I can show you the document, but it is like 10 pages long, this document, and the first page is about your personal information of the child's personal information and emergency contact, then diagnosis, or if there is more than one, who made that diagnosis, the day that the person was diagnosed, any allergies, any surgeries, procedure that you have had, also hospital admissions, because you already know that it is the same information that each provider is going to be asking you. And a lot of times I get, clients that call me and, oh, I went to the hospital. When do you go? I don't remember. Oh, my child had a surgery. When the child had the surgery? I think it was 2 years ago. So providing, you need to be prepared, and the more information, the more accurate information you provide to the person that is helping you is going to facilitate to find a better and faster solution. Another information that this booklet contains is the seizure log. Not only is going to help the school or the provider to know the frequency, how long, how much, the time that the seizure lasted, and it helps to make decision to change the medication. Also, you're gonna find information about insurance. And so you have that very handy, and the contact information of each provider that is working with your son or daughter. And for the kids that are going to school, you're gonna find information about the teacher, the principal, the resource teacher, the special education facilitator, and any individual that is part of the IEP team needs to be in that, documents. Then keep all the documents and letters that you receive handy. So when you are going to a doctor's visit or there is an emergency, you already have that current information that you need. And this is going to be all that I need, that I can share about effective advocacy and the care notebooks. Do you have any question? It's good. I don't know if you guys are familiar, or we already know that we have 3 offices, one in Reno, Elko, and Las Vegas. And I think in the next slide, you're gonna find our phone, the contact information. And we usually, all the publications that we developed are uploaded in our website. As I always said, if you have any question, even if you don't need assistance, just give us a call and we are, willing to help you.
Great, thank you, Yasadara. Before anybody else makes a comment, Carrie would like you guys all to know that there's actually a seizure tracking app available in your phones as well, just in case you need to take it digitally with you.
Yep, see, that's good. I didn't know that one. I might use it for Lindsay.
Yes, and I have epilepsy as well. So if you guys have an Apple Watch, there is a seizure alert watch or app. So please take a look at that, because if you have a any type of seizure that increases your heart rate, your breathing, or movement, it will alert your contacts, your emergency contacts. So it's actually a really cool device. I have grand mal seizures, so I don't always, I mean, I'm almost always shaking around on the ground and have movement and such. So I don't have a whole lot to offer you guys. However, the seizure tracking watch app is pretty cool.
See,
Dr. Dara, you're just so amazing. You have a plethora of information, and I'm sorry to take over anything there. Do you guys have questions for Yasadara at all? You can write them in the chat too.
Well, if you don't have a question right now, and then if you remember later, as I say, you can, at the end of the presentation, there is the contact information and my email address, and you're more than welcome to, call me or email me. I just wanted to thank for giving me the chance to see you and to share information about, effective self-advocacy. But thank you. And keep enjoying my background that I don't even know how that appeared.
No, there's my camera. I'm sorry, I'm talking and I didn't have my camera on and I'm muted and I'm all over the place today. So thank you for taking your Saturday to be with us. We know it's a lot to commit to on the weekends and stuff too. So thank you so much. Class, I will send out this slideshow, all the documents that Yasadora sent over to me, and then I will also include her email contact in case you have more questions.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Awesome. Okay, guys, so we do have Kate who's on next. However, we are a little early. I see you on there, Kate, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but are you ready to start or do you need a few minutes? I see that you're muted. There you go. Perfect.
Okay. So, excuse me. I am ready to go if you guys are ready to go.
Wonderful. I am exiting out of my screen share there. Do you need me to put any materials on for you?
No, I sent out I sent to you yesterday.
Yes.
In an email, the comparison chart, as long as you just get that out to everybody.
Perfect. I'm going to go ahead and just put that up on the side too, so there's something showing while you're speaking. But you're good to go whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you're having a good Saturday and learned lots of stuff from Yasadera. We're actually going to be building just a little bit on what she was teaching you about self-advocacy with service animals. When you have a service dog, there's a lot of responsibilities that go along with that. And so you have to learn how to advocate for yourself so that you can advocate for your service dog when you take him into places. So the comparison chart that Catherine put up on the screen is a chart that we developed to help individuals understand the differences between different animals. You have service animals, you have emotional support animals, you have therapy animals, companion animals, and you have just your everyday pet. So a service animal Okay, and that's the one that you'll hear people say is protected by the ADA. So a service animal is defined as a dog or a miniature horse, believe it or not, that are individually trained to work and perform tasks for a person with a disability. So examples of that are guiding people with visual impairments. I have visual impairments. I have a guide dog. Oh, I brought him so he would sit here, but my son is in the kitchen. I think he's gone to see if there's food available. So, but there are guide dogs. There are alert dogs for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. There are dogs that help people with physical disabilities. A lot of you know my executive director, Jack Mays, and his service dog, Forever. She's a good example of a service dog that helps somebody with physical disabilities. And then there are health alert dogs. Our financial person in our office, she has a diabetic alert dog. And then people could have a seizure alert dog. A lot of people with autism have a dog that helps them with sensory when they get sensory overload. People have a PTS dog. So there are a lot of different examples of the different types of service dogs that there are. Does anybody have questions about the different types of service animals and the other categories that there can be? Because it's real important that you understand what they are if you're going to have to get a dog, because not all dogs, as I was telling you, were protected by the ADA. So your rights aren't the same.
Kate, Dora, this is Ellen. Dora put in the chat that she has a guide dog and that he is amazing.
Yeah, yes, I love my guide dog. I don't go anywheres without him.
Kate, this is Dora. I have a question. So, you know, like all different service dogs. Oh, I had a monkey too. Anyways,
Oh, wow.
But like, not a service monkey, but just a pet. But like,
I was about ready to ask you, like, we need more information about this monkey and the services that it provides, but talk about time on that.
Yes, but you know, like all disability, different abilities. So like for my CNI dog, I don't, when he's on a harness, I'm really strict on people greeting him. But in Jack's case, it's different. So
Yes.
there's different, I guess, different, you know, what do you call, different ways. If you have a different abilities, your dog is, you know, specified for you, and they have different, they can greet others where a blind person service dog can't, because if they're distracted, then you might hit that pole that he was gonna avoid it, and somebody said, "Oh, cute," and they stick their hand out and boom, slam into a pole. Not that that ever happened to me, but
yeah, I walked into a pole once.
yeah.
It was rather embarrassing. But yeah, so when you're an individual and you see somebody with a service animal, what's really important is to speak to the individual, not to the animal. Don't greet the animal before you greet the person with the disability. There are a lot of different comfort levels for individuals that have guide dogs or any type of service animal. So Dora's right. Jack Mays, our executive director, Forever, his service dog, she is so lovable and sweet. And Jack really likes to promote service animals, so he talks a lot to people about service animals, and he lets people interact with Forever. There's no right or wrong answer to that when it's the handler that's letting the person interact with their service animal, but it is very wrong for an individual to just walk up to and start interacting with a service animal. I'm kind of middle road when it comes to Butters. That's my service dog. His name's Butterscotch. I call him Butters. So he if I'm in a meeting with people I know, well, back in the day when you could go to meetings, and it was people I know, and once I got sat down, if people wanted to come over and greet Butters, that was fine. They could come over because they had gotten to know Butters. But if I was out in the hallway prior to going into the meeting, then I would not let people interact with him because he really needed to be paying attention to what my needs were. Carolina is another service dog in our office. She's the diabetic alert dog. And you know, Jessica is pretty liberal with Carolina. She's just the friendliest little thing, and she loves to greet people, and she will let Carolina go and greet people who come in the office or other coworkers. But it's very important that you take the cues from the handler, the person with the disability. There are a lot of people I know who don't want their animal touched at all. You know, that is their service animal, and they don't want people petting it or greeting it, and that's their right. I mean, that animal, as Dora was saying, there can be a lot of problems if it's distracted when it's supposed to be trying to help us. So
I have a question, Kate, before you
yeah,
move
yes.
further. So are all service dog, including therapy dogs, can they get on the paratransit and not on a leash? Is that even allowed?
Okay, so a leash, your service animal should
Or a
always
harness?
be on a leash or a harness, yes. The only time that it can be off a leash or harness is if it were to, if the leash disrupts what the dog has to do for you. So an example of that is Pele. Pele was a service animal for a person that had a spinal cord injury, and she used to work at Center for Independent Living, and her dog's name was Pele. But she was in a electric wheelchair, and she had minimal use of her arms and her hands. So she couldn't control a leash, and there was always the danger that the leash could get entangled in the electric wheelchair. So Pele was trained off leash. So if your dog is specifically trained and the leash interferes with what it needs to do, your dog can be off the leash. Otherwise, your dog needs to remain on the leash or a harness, as Dora said. And when we're out in public, they need to be leashed or harnessed. The other thing that people sometimes don't realize is that your state health codes and all those regulations through the health district and are what are called the Nevada, well, no, I'm not going to tell you what it is. It's the NAC. I'll think of it in a minute. It's a set of laws with Nevada. Any of the health codes, the ADA doesn't circumvent them. So in other words, in Nevada, you have to have rabies vaccinations. Just because your dog is a service animal doesn't mean you don't have to go and have it vaccinated for rabies. That is a Nevada law that says all animals residing in Nevada have to have rabies vaccinations, and you have to have them up to date. Down here in Clark County, we have to have a city dog license. So Butters has to have his city dog license as well. I'm unfamiliar with what the regulations for dog licenses are up in your area, up in Washoe and those counties, but I would imagine it's the same. And you should always look them up because you must abide by them. They also apply in a restaurant. So if you go into, say, a buffet, you cannot, you have a smaller dog and it's a service dog, you can't hold that smaller dog and walk through the buffet line because animals can't be up around the food, and that's a health code violation. The same with, they can't eat off of a plate in a restaurant, they can't be up on the chairs, they can't be up in the booth. Those are all health codes in Nevada. And so having a service animal does not circumvent those codes that we have to abide by. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does, Kate. I actually have a quick question for you.
Sure.
Topic that passed, but I didn't want to stop you. So let's just say, for example, I won't name names. An individual is out with their child at an open food setting like a farmer's market. Somebody comes in with their service animal, they're standing close to your child, and your child reaches for the dog, not knowing, because they are a child, the dog snaps at your dog or your daughter and tries to bite her.
Okay, well, that's alarming because a service animal of any kind shouldn't be snapping at anybody. So, when you have a service animal, you have some responsibilities. And one of those very first, very important responsibilities is your dog must be under control at all times. So, whether a child, or even if it had been an adult that reached down, you know, my father, he has Parkinson's and it's rather advanced, and I have my guide dog, and we grew up with dogs, so my dad is used to just touching dogs, and now that he's 87 and his mind isn't as clear, I know a lot of people with service animals, and well, my dad will just reach out to a service animal, and he doesn't really understand anymore. He's just used to being able to touch mine. So regardless, your dog has to be trained in such a way and be comfortable enough that it can handle people reaching out and touching it, because as you said, a child, I can't tell you how many times I would be in Walmarts and I'd turn around, look at my dog, and there's some little 3-year-old with its little arms wrapped around him, hugging him. I mean, it's like, okay, whose kid are you? So they have to be trained. If they snap or bark, or maybe they're jumping on people, they get a little too excited, or they have a bathroom accident, the individual, the handler, the person with the disability, is their responsibility to remove their dog from the situation. If it's a small infraction, maybe the dog got a little overexcited and barked, and you remove them from, say, like the store or the farmer's market, you take them over to a quieter area and they quiet down and you get them back under control, then it would be safe to take them back in. In a situation where the dog has snapped at someone, the individual and any security or the operators of the farmer's market are well within their legal rights to ask the individual to remove the dog for the day. You know, they just need to take the dog away, because obviously when a dog starts to snap, that's an indication that the dog is stressed. So maybe it was too hot, maybe there's just too much noise, you know, maybe somebody stepped on the dog's foot or something, so it was already feeling a little uncomfortable. There can be a lot of reasons why a dog would snap, but once they're in that situation, and they do, then they need to remove their animal. They can come back without the animal, and they have that right to do that, but they should remove themselves from the situation. Now, the person who has the child, the child's parent, they shouldn't be the one telling the individual to remove their dog. I never recommend that. That's always going to lead to an argument. And then 9 times out of 10, the police are called. So what I would recommend is going to either security, if there's security that's there, or going to the operators of the farmer's market and just saying, you know, hey, I'm sorry, but that person's service animal has snapped at my child. You know, could you please ask them to take the service animal out? And the individual should voluntarily have done that, but that is more than likely a service animal that is privately trained, and that's perfectly legal. But we do need to be, as owners and operators of service animals, we really need to be aware of what our dogs are doing so that we make sure that our dogs are protected too. I tell individuals all the time that as Butters is responsible for me and he takes good care of me, I am equally responsible for him and taking good care of him. Because, you know, at the end of the day, you know, he might be school trained and be a really smart dog, but at the end of the day, he's still a dog with a lot of teeth. and in a bad situation where he's feeling scared or unsure, that's a lot of teeth. So did I answer your question?
You did. Thank you, Kate.
Okay. So yes.
This is Ellen. There's a question in the chat from Allison Greathouse. She would like to know, what about helper monkeys?
Okay, so Nevada state law changed a few years back. I believe it was 4 years now, but it's been a couple of years. Nevada state statutes were very liberal. So although the federal government said a service animal was a dog or a miniature horse, Nevada state law said that you could have other animals, and they actually didn't restrict the animal at all. So you could have a service monkey in the state of Nevada. However, like I said, about 4 years ago, Nevada changed that, and they have come into a line with the federal government. So in Nevada, you can have a service dog or a service miniature horse. If you were to have a monkey, that you have a lot of difficulties with that, because some of the counties here in Nevada consider a monkey to be an exotic animal, and we have a lot of laws about exotic animals in Nevada. And so you would want to check with your code enforcement for your county to make sure that you're not breaking any of those laws. Because like I said, just because your animal has been trained to be a service doesn't mean that that overrides other laws, like health code laws. There are actually a lot of health code laws about exotic animals. So technically, a monkey trained to help somebody is not considered a service animal anymore. Not saying you couldn't do it, you would just need to be very careful, look into your county regulations and health codes, but also realize it will not be protected by the ADA. So in other words, the rights that, say, Dora's service or guide dog has, your service monkey is not going to have. So it's unlikely that you would be able to take it into a place of business. You would have to get a accommodation request in. If you lived like in an apartment complex, you could ask for an accommodation to have the monkey live with you because it assists you. And that would be up to the apartment complex manager whether or not they wanted to give you that accommodation. Does that make sense?
Kate, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
It's me, Dora, again.
Okay.
So we go to stores, and my kids who are sighted says, "Oh, gross, Mom, there's a dog inside the cart." Now that violates the health code, right?
Yes.
But who enforces that? I don't want to go up to them and tell them, you know, you can't do that. They're going to run me over in the parking lot or something.
Yeah, I recommend never doing that.
No, I know.
Yeah, even in my job, I don't tell people. If it's something that's a big infraction, I would say maybe go to the store manager and just say, you know, I shop here all the time, and this is disturbing me, and it's making me consider whether or not I want to continue shopping here because it's a health code violation, and put it back on the store manager, you know, to take care of their own store. But I agree that I see dogs all the time in stores. Well, I don't see them, but my kids do, that are just, it's like, oh, please don't. You know, my son has seen dogs lick potatoes, you know, in the fresh produce section, and how they're on those racks, and the dog was licking the potato, and it's like, well, okay, I'll probably never buy potatoes here again. But yeah, so, but I would recommend taking it up with a store manager. It seems like right now, especially, individuals are very quick to temper, and nobody likes to be told that they're doing something wrong. So I never recommend that you approach an individual yourself. I would just let the store manager do it. and take care of it. I mean, I've actually been approached when I first had Butters a couple of times at a grocery store where I shopped at all the time. And I was approached by employees who questioned me. I mean, I have a white cane. I'm obviously blind. He's in a full harness, the guide dog harness, and they would come up and say, "Is that a service animal?" And, you know, I personally would want to go, "No, it's one of my kids," but I didn't. So, but just be cautious if you talk to somebody about their service animal. That can get out of control very quickly. The other thing I wanted to make sure that people understand, because people use the terms interchangeably and they're not. Service animal is not an umbrella. So it's not like it's a service animal and underneath it is therapy dog, emotional support dog. Service animal is its very own category. And service animal, which is a dog or a miniature horse, is the only one that have the rights under the ADA. So that gives you the most protections. An emotional support animal is not a service animal. And I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm a clinical social worker. I believe in emotional support animals. I believe in therapy animals. But for whatever reason, the federal government does not give them the same protections as they give a service animal. So if somebody identifies their dog as an emotional support animal, then a store, a business, any of those types of places can ask that individual to remove that animal because they are not protected under the ADA. They do not have the same rights that a service animal does. So I just wanted to make sure that everybody understood that service animal is actually a category and all the other categories are not underneath it. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Okay, good. I still haven't quite gotten used to this way of presentations. Now, if you had say an emotional support animal, then you have some rights under the housing authority, and you can ask say an apartment complex manager to give you an accommodation. It's not a right, so it's not like they can say no and you can file a complaint with the Department of Justice. You know, they don't have to say yes, but if you have an emotional support animal and you live in an apartment complex, then you can ask them to give you an accommodation. And the housing authority has a lot of regulations, a lot of federal regulations around that. So just because you have an emotional support animal doesn't mean that you're necessarily always going to be told no. It's just keeping in mind that an emotional support animal is not going to be able to go into stores or restaurants or things like that. So that's a very important distinction to remember. Now, just because we do have an animal that falls into the service animal category doesn't mean that sometimes we don't have to ask permission. So an example of that would be when I started taking Butters to work. So I couldn't just show up at work with a dog, even though he's a guide dog. I had to make a request of Jack Mays, actually, to be able to bring my service animal, my guide dog, into work and have Butters be with me. So I made a request for an accommodation. Jack said I need additional information, and which, obviously Jack knew me for many years and he knew. So, but by law, he had to say, I need additional information, and he gave me a form to fill out. And I get lots of calls all the time from people who want to take their service animal to work that get all upset that this is against their rights for their employer to ask for a form. And actually it's not. It's because in an employment situation, the employer has responsibilities to not just you, but everybody else that works there. So they want to make sure that your dog is needed to address a disability that you have, but they also need to know that your dog has been trained properly and that your dog has been vaccinated properly, because they cannot have an unvaccinated, so they can't have a dog that's never had a rabies vaccine be in a place of employment, because here in Nevada, we do have instances of rabies. We're having that problem down here in Las Vegas right now with bats. So you have to keep your dogs and all your animals vaccinated, but they have a responsibility to everybody else that works there that my dog is in good health and is well trained in order to be able to come to work. He needs to make sure that the dog is not going to snap at somebody or to bark at somebody or to rush up to a door if somebody came in. Those would all be very bad instances. So he has a responsibility to everybody else. So even though Butters is a guide dog, a service animal, he has the right to ask me for additional information. Now that's a little bit different than if I have Butters, say, at Smith's grocery store. At Smith's grocery store, I'm shopping along and maybe the store manager walks up to me and they want to ask me some questions. They can ask me 2 questions. They can say, is that a service animal? If I say yes, they can ask me 1 additional question. They can say, what service does your dog provide you? And I would obviously say guiding. He's a guide dog. Can they ask me to perform the tasks that I've just said? Can they ask me for Butters to give a demonstration of how he guides me? No. They are not circus dogs. They don't perform. So they can only ask what service and you don't have to list every service your dog does. If you have, like Jack, if he listed everything Forever does for him, he'd be there 10 minutes. Forever is a very talented dog. She does a lot of things for Jack. But you just give them an example of 1 or 2 things, and then they'll be on their merry way. So a place of a public accommodation, and a public accommodation is a store, a mall, a movie theater, places like that. Any place where the public goes for services or entertainment. So other buildings like the post office, I get a lot of phone calls about the post office. I have a service dog or I have a guide dog, and the employee at the post office said that I couldn't bring my dog in. That actually, that's a federal building. Federal buildings don't go by the ADA. That's something most people don't know. When the ADA was drafted, and before it became law, the federal government decided to exempt themselves. So any federal building does not have to allow your service dog in. I take Butters to the post office, so I've never had an issue. And the post office by my house, my son said it even has a sticker on the window that says service dogs are welcome, which they're allowed to do. They can allow them in. So I'm going to say that the person that called me that was having a hard time with the post office, I'm going to hypothesize that there was probably some kind of disruption with his dog. So they decided not to allow the dog in, and they have that right. They're a federal building. I can also tell you that if for whatever reason you have to go into, say, like a federal court building, you need to call ahead of time. I used to do Social Security disability hearings before it came to Nevada Disability Advocacy and Law Center. I worked for another company, and I would go to the federal building to do Social Security disability hearings for people. Even though they knew me and security knew me because I was there so frequently, I could not just walk in with Butters. You have to go through a special clearance in order to have your service animal come into buildings like that. And that's just heightened security. That's because in their eyes, they're a federal building with criminal court goes on there. A lot of different types of courts go on in those buildings. And theoretically, the dog could be trained to hurt people. So you have to go through a lot of extra hoops to take your service animal. And I had to do it every time I went. It wasn't just, okay, once Sputters is cleared, he's cleared forever. No, every time I had to go. So I actually stopped taking him there because that was a lot of paperwork. So it's your responsibility as the handler to know what the regulations are. So we've given you this little comparison chart. Nevada Disability Advocacy and Law Center has also developed a booklet. And in the booklet, we give all different types of settings. So we're going to talk about public accommodations. That's grocery stores, movie theaters, things like that. We're going to talk about housing. If you rent, if you're rent a home, or if you rent a Airbnb, those types of situations. We're going to talk about transportation. So we're going to talk about going on an airplane. We're going to talk about going in a cab. So we talk about all the different places because they're all covered by different laws about what your service animal is entitled to and what you're entitled to and whether or not you have to do anything in advance. So that, like on an airplane, if you're going to fly in an airplane and you take your service animal, you need to tell them ahead of time. Those laws are actually in the middle of being changed. The laws regarding air travel is covered under the Airlines Carriers Act, and they are actually being revised right now. Things all kind of slowed down with the, in February when things, so they haven't been finished yet. But they are going to require a little bit more of individuals who travel with service animals. As everybody sees the story in the papers where the dog bit somebody or the dog urinated. And so airlines have been having a lot of trouble. So they kind of tightened up those regulations, but they have not had the final approval, nor have they been released. So right now, Nevada Disability Advocacy and Law Center, even though you can go online, what we recommend when you're purchasing tickets is, one, make sure you click the box on all of the airlines when you're purchasing the ticket. There's a little thing to click if you have a disability, because when you go in, that brings down a drop-down menu, and you can choose a little box that says traveling with a service animal. You want to make sure you're letting them know in advance. Some of the airlines are requiring that you submit documentation that your dog is a service dog. And so you would want to call the airlines ahead of time. If you can't find that when you're purchasing your ticket online, you want to call their customer service place and you want to let them know that you couldn't find it and you're going to be traveling with a service animal, because you don't want any surprises when you get there. The other thing that I recommend is that all airports, TSA and all airports have what's called the TSA Cares Person. And they've had those for years now. And even if you don't have a service animal, but you're flying and you need to get through the airport and you have a disability, if you call up TSA and you ask them to have a TSA Cares person greet you, they will get you through the airport. It's very cool. My parents don't travel anymore, but when they did last year, when they came from New Mexico, the TSA Cares person helped get them to the gate get them all through the security check, all the shoes, the medications, all that, got them through security, got them to the gate. And then I would meet them at the gate here, but the TSA Cares person would also meet us here. And so then she would help us get back through the airport. And they're real helpful. When I fly with Butters, they will tell the because I get the TSA people at the security thing, everybody thinks it's a different rule. Some people want Butters harness off, some people don't. Some people want Butters to go through that X-ray thing. And so, and the TSA person, the CARES person, they're the ones that interact with the TSA security agents. They tell them, nope, you're not supposed to do that. The harness stays on. No, a dog never goes through the X-ray machine. And you let them do that and it goes much smoother than if you try to tell a security person what their job is. That usually never works out very well. So our booklet is just been revised. I revised it just a couple of weeks ago because some of the laws have changed, and it's doing our internal process of being approved. So it hasn't been approved for today. It'll probably get approved at the end of this month, and then I will send it by email to Catherine, and anybody who's interested can go ahead and have her email it. You can also find all of our publications, this one, any of the ones I've talked to you about over the last couple of days, and the ones that Yazadera spoke to you about this morning. You can find all of those on our website as well. I'm not really sure where we're at with time. I don't know if there's questions that we want to make sure we get covered.
I really appreciate this, Kate. Thank you so much. This is Dora. I just want to share, last year when I went to the self-advocacy with NCD Council, when we were traveling, we went to check in, Southwest, and a lady also went to check in front of me, and she had a little dog in her purse, and he was growling at Sarge, that's my service dog. And so the guy goes, "Oh, I see you guys are on the same flight." He goes, "Nope, that's not happening." So she put the lady in a later flight and put me with my group, with Catherine and everybody. And it's like, they claim it's a service dog, but I see your dog is behaving very nicely. And she said that it's an emotional support animal and they're not covered. So she's going to have to pay another $300 for the dog. The dog's ticket was more than her ticket.
Oh my gosh.
And he put her on a later flight. The lady wasn't happy, but it all depends on how the dogs behave. They speak for themselves.
Oh, I know.
So.
I was shopping in Kohl's one time and a little Yorkie just came charging at Butters. It was at Christmas time. It's actually quite alarming. And I mean, it's this little tiny dog that was smaller than our cat, and Butters just didn't know what to do. I mean, he's looking at me, he's looking at the dog. And then the person that worked at Kohl's, they yelled at me. It's like, it was the little tiny dog that was the problem, not mine. So I think everybody who has a service animal probably has a story about an encounter with a self-identified service animal.
Awesome. Great questions, guys. Kate, this is Catherine here. You're at about 10:06, but we don't have our next presenter.
Oops, sorry.
No. This is great information that the class needs to know. Any other questions, you guys? You can also send them in the chat.
Yeah, and everybody's welcome to email us or give us a call if you run into problems. There's a lot of different regulations and laws, and sometimes it does get a little confusing. So it's always best to ask if you're not really sure. But otherwise, guys, I hope you have a great Saturday.
Wonderful.
Kate,
yeah.
this is Ellen, and I do have a question because my daughter does have a service dog, and sometimes when we go places, not locally, but where we're out and people don't know us, they ask, "Do you have a certificate for that dog?" And I know Jack has told us that you don't. I mean, under the ADA, you don't have to have a certificate. Should we be getting one, or?
No, those are all scams. And so you're wasting money. There is no legal value to them. And truthfully, it perpetuates the problem. So if it's a store manager or, someplace, the owner of a business or whatever that's telling you that, you know, I get a lot of phone calls from store managers, from restaurants, you know, oh gee, I had somebody in here and they said, could I call Kate at NDALC? And they call me and I explain but the certificates, the little cards, some people have identifying things on their dog. None of those have any legal value, though. Those are all scams. There is nothing about having that card that says your animal is any better trained than the pit bull that lives next door to me. It's all just a scam, unfortunately.
Okay, and you know, and that's what Jack has said in the past too. And it's like, you know, because Girl has, that's the name of Alyssa's dog. Girl
Aw.
has, she has her harness, she has do not pet, and
Oh
you
yeah, I
know,
have that on Butters.
yeah, and you know, and it never fails. Everybody's just like, oh, look at the dog. You know, she's a German Shepherd. She's on the smaller side of German Shepherds. She's a very pretty dog, and of course they're like, oh, look at her. She's so cute. She's so this. Well, it takes her off her task because her task is to monitor safety on my daughter, which is if you take her off her task, now she's not doing her job and she's going to allow anybody to come near my daughter. You know,
Right.
and
Yep.
and so it's like, and then sometimes, like I said, we have people who ask for her certificate and it's like there is no such thing. I mean, how do you answer that? You know, because I tell them, no, she doesn't have a certificate, we don't have to have one. You know, how would you answer that?
So what I do is, and it's probably the social worker in me coming out. So I carry in my purse, I carry I get it updated every couple of years. It's just written on the doctor's prescription pad. My doctor writes that, you know, Kate Oste requires the use of a service animal for acts of daily living. And then she signs it. I carry that in my purse. And I'm going to tell you why. Because when people come up to me, I had this happen in a casino. I was on my way to an event a couple of years ago for work, and I had to go through the casino to get to the ballrooms. And security approached me about Butters, because Butters is a big dog. He's big. If anybody's seen him, he's a dog to be reckoned with. So he alarms people sometimes. And they came up to me and, you know, they told me I couldn't have him in there and I had to have a ID for the dog. And so I told the security dog, I said, let me tell you who I am. My name's Kate. I'm a person with a disability. I said, I'm going to use this as a teachable moment. And I said, you can ask me two things. You can ask me if I have a disability, and yes, I do. You cannot ask me what that disability is. You can just ask me if I have a disability. You can ask me what my service dog does for me, and I will tell you. But you cannot ask me for an ID because nothing exists in the form of an ID, and you can't ask him to perform the task. And then I told him, I said, because I want to use this as a teachable moment, and I want people to understand service animals, and because I want you to feel secure that I am telling you the truth, I got out of my purse my little prescription thing for Butters, and I let him look at that. And I said, this is what my doctor has provided that shows that I require the use of a service dog. But I said, that is not something by law that you can ask me for. I'm just letting you see it now so that you understand that I know what I'm talking about. So those situations can be very hard. If a business, now if it's an individual, just another patron in a store, if they don't want to listen to you or they become argumentative, walk away and go find a manager and say you're being harassed. You're not going to change anybody's mind. Yeah, but if it's a business, if it's a manager or an employee of a store, if they won't accept what you're telling you, I am a firm believer of don't argue with people. I have seen way too many times where the police end up getting called. And this is going to fall back into one of those circumstances where it's your responsibility to protect your dog as much as it is the dog's responsibility to protect you. If the police are called and things go south, and it has, I've seen people that do this, and animal control gets called and the person gets arrested, then animal control gets the dog, and that's not fair to the dog. If you can't work it out with the store manager, if they still insist there's a certificate or whatever, leave wherever you're at. Just walk out of the store. And then you're going to give either me a call, or you're going to call the Reno office, or you can even do it on your own. But then you're going to start filing those complaints, because you are protected by law. The Department of Justice protects your rights, and Nevada Equal Rights Commission protects your rights. And that's what those places are there for. And we just write a good, solid complaint, and they will take care of it.
Great, thank you for that information, because, and my daughter is actually sitting here listening to this also, because you know, since it is her service dog and she is going to start going out on her own with her dog.
Oh, exciting.
I know, it's like, you know, well, once she can go places. Right now, you know, we're in lockdown, so.
Yeah, everybody is. Poor Butters is very bored.
Yes, and poor girl is the same way. She, you know, we go someplace and I'm like, yeah, no, you're not taking her. I don't want the dog to get sick.
Yep.
And so, but, you know, being able to have her hear what you just said is basically, you know what, if they're telling you no, you can't bring that dog in, because, I mean, unlike your situation or Dora's situation, you know, it's a little more obvious that there is some type of disability there. You know, girl is there to help Alyssa and make sure nothing happens to her while mom and dad can't keep an eye on her. This way, Alyssa can absolutely turn around and say, okay, fine. Can I, you know, I'm going to stay right here, and I'm going to call my mom and tell her to come get me.
Yep, that would be a perfect thing. And the one thing that I do have to say about Nevada Disability Advocacy and Law Center, I mean, and it's probably because Jack has forever, but, you know, Jack and my supervising attorney, Bill Hevlin, they are really great in letting me do education to businesses. So if you ever run into a problem, especially once Alyssa's going out on her own, where a business just is not accepting and give them a hard time, I can be a very stern person when I call a store manager.
And
I get in that mom voice. And
yes, and I'm sure Jack can too.
Yes, he does. So we are very passionate about our service animals, but it, you know, the Department of Justice and Nevada Equal Rights Commission, they're really there to help us. And so it, you know, I don't even argue with people. If people don't want me in there with my service dog, you know what, I'm just going to leave, because it's unlikely I'm going to change their mind. But when the Department of Justice knocks on their door, they'll change their mind.
Very good. Thank you, Kate.
All right.
Well, thank you so much, Kate, for all of this wonderful information. Again, everyone, I'll send out this information by email and Kate's contact in case you'll have more questions.
All right, guys. You have a great Saturday. Be safe.
Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
And I see we have our next presenters who have joined us. I'm going to give them a couple minutes to get started and set up, and we can get started.
Catherine, I know that you had a break from the last, from Kate. So did you want to see if anybody needed a break?
Actually, because we're so full today, everyone's taking their own breaks as needed.
Okie dokie. Then you let me know whenever you want me us to start.
Whenever you are ready to start, we are ready for you. Do you want to put up a presentation, or would you prefer no presentation and just to talk?
I have it written on my OneNote, but I didn't get to really format it because obviously this week's been a little crazy with Karina, and she barely was able to fall asleep this morning.
No. So, I'm glad that you're focusing on the child as well. So everyone, there will not be a presentation. Just give Kimberly and her son JP your attention. Thank you.
So I will make sure that I go back, make sure there's no spelling errors and everything's kind of formatted properly. This way, Dora, you guys can get a copy of it, and like we did last time. So I know right now you guys have us starting with accessibility, creating an inclusive environment, and universal design. And when I did the last one, like we'll be chit-chatting or whatever. I'll have Jonathan chime in, and then I like to figure out what your guys' ideals are. So it'll probably be more interactive than it would be necessarily like a report style, if that's okay with everyone. So accessibility, I know most of us would know what that is. We've obviously lived some form of needing it with ourselves or our children. So I'm not too sure if, Jonathan, you know what accessibility means? Or what do you need for you to be able to get around and do things?
Service dog?
You gotta speak up because they might not be able to hear you.
A service dog.
You need a service dog, but we have to wait because we're working on you getting one. Because you're just about to be 15 on Monday, right? But what other accessibility stuff do you need? What's in your hand?
My phone.
Your phone?
And my my video fire.
Your magnifier?
Yeah.
Okay. You also have a cane too, right? And that allows you to get where?
Places.
Places without bumping into people, and you can get around safely?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm not too sure. I heard Dora on there. I'm not sure who else until I move the screen around to see who else is on. But Dora, what's accessibility to you? And then if anybody else would like to chime in on what that means to them.
Accessibility to me, good morning, Kim.
Good morning.
Accessibility to me is to drive a car, but since virtual, but no, I'm just kidding. Wow, to be able to read stuff on the internet independently at my own time.
All right, that's you too, Jonathan. All right. Okay. Is there anybody else that would like to chime in what accessibility means to them?
Yeah, this is Stacy.
Hi, Stacy.
Hi. Accessibility means to me, like for me, I'm going to say from my perspective, having a mobility issue, it means having the buildings accessible to me and others with mobility issues, and then making sidewalks and everything accessible for people that can eat. So people with wheelchairs or walkers can easily be able to go into buildings without any trouble.
Was there anyone else? So as I was writing this up, and if somebody else wants to chime in, go right ahead, and I'll give you the floor. I think each one of us have a different version of what accessibility is, and I think oftentimes when people are creating policies or coming up with stuff, I think they sometimes don't realize accessibility is something different from someone else. And so I think oftentimes I don't think people have a true understanding of what accessibility truly means. And I think it's honestly more personally driven than it is, I think, sometimes universally. Because even if somebody mentions vision or somebody mentions mobility, there's so many different extremes that we can't really always necessarily make something on a platform to everyone. So we have to learn how to tweak some of those things individually to allow us to have that accessibility that we need personally. And that's something I think I've really learned between Karina and Jonathan, where Karina needed more of the mobility and the cognitive accessibilities, where Jonathan needed more of the visual. So having two different extreme worlds, at first you think, just making sure that they can get to and from or reading, and then really like kind of digging in and realizing how much more bigger accessibility really is as an issue. For example, I know in Jody, who's also another past partner and sits on the council, she was working really hard in Mesquite to get the accessible button push to open up the doors. And a lot of people were giving pushback on that because there wasn't really a need in their eyes as a community to have that for certain locations. And Jody made it very clear that if your hands are full and you use your elbow and bump that button, the door opens, that's called accessibility. It's allowing your life to be a little bit easier on whatever platform that might be. And I think that really kind of changed my way in the very beginning when I had both kiddos years ago, and making it easier for someone else to get that, to understand that. because it is very difficult to try to open up a door a handful of groceries, or carrying a baby with a diaper bag. And I think we misplace sometimes that you don't have to have a different ability to need accessibility or multitasking. So with that, JP, how hard has it been for you before you had your phone to do things? Can you speak up there?
Before I had my phone?
Before you had your phone, how hard was it?
Hard.
You know what? Depend on people?
Yes.
Always ask people questions.
I asked my school aide to help me a lot.
And then, or you would have to ask your brothers or your siblings, and then then everybody gets kind of annoyed because they have to keep helping you.
Yeah.
But now you have your phone, you can do a lot of things more
by
yourself independently, huh?
Yes.
Like you have about, I don't know how many different social media accounts now, right? You make videos and content, right?
Do something.
Do you email people yourself or text people yourself?
My teachers.
Teachers. So I think, especially with Jonathan, he's always wanted to be very independent. I don't know where he got that from, but with him having his phone, he was able to call me when he was in trouble at school, which really eased up, because then he wasn't feeling so much pressure until he got in trouble and the school had to call me. So, or he'll send me a text that, you know, he can't find his sister, or when he wanted to stay after school and be a manager for the track team, I knew where to pick him up. Or if things changed, because he would be traveling with the team, Mom, we're going to be late. So before I would have to depend on somebody else helping him to notify me, but now on his own he can, which has really, I think, been a huge growth piece for him and for me. If I go to the store, you know, he's able to stay home. Mom, can I make this? So we're allowed to communicate a lot more, which honestly, it has nothing to do with his vision. It just makes it easier overall. And I think even with the vision piece, if he can't see something, he'll take a screenshot of it, he'll zoom in on it, or he'll ask, you know, Siri to read it to him. And, you know, it's taken a weight off of him having to bug somebody. So I really am, or he really two-door wants to drive. He wants a Tesla. So he's been asking me for that. He's got two siblings that are, you know, 17 and 18, and they're driving. So he's like, when are you going to show me? So I got to find an empty parking lot and give him a chance. I'm not too sure how many individuals know who Raquel is, but she'll be speaking after us. And, you know, she was able to, at one point, somebody put her in a car in an open area and allowed her just to feel it. So I will be doing the same for him as well too. But getting back to like the accessibility, I know a lot of people are not sure what that really means. And I know for us, a lot of it's the web content, you know, like Dora said, being able to read independently, you know, being able to have access to answer or fill out digital forms, to even read them, have them read to you. There's so many different platforms, unfortunately. I know we're making a lead in trying to make sure that happens, but sometimes we miss because of the lack of accessibility and hearing the voices that we really need at the table. And then I know that accessibility also for multimedia, whether that's making content, as a couple of my friends, like Support, whatever she's doing, blogs and podcasts, and, you know, making YouTube content, and needing that extra feature to making sure that we're able to, you know, give people the ability to, you know, share their ideas or thoughts and show their talents. And then I know some other the accessibility features that really have changed a lot of people's life is, you know, for example, we went to the movies and having, you know, the auto descriptive, you know, pieces put into play, or having, you know, the voiceover where you can have it being read to you. Is there any other platforms, Dora, that you use, or Stacy, that you use for accessibility that typically others wouldn't think of?
In school, when I was in school, I used to use since I'm a slow learner too, and it takes me time to read passages. I would through the Disability Resource Center, they would have stuff where it can read to you. It can
Right.
read to you. So yeah, that's one thing I was doing when I was in school.
This is Dora. I found a lot of help from other apps, like Seeing AI, So if my kids are not available, because sometimes I walk the streets with my service dog, and it can be really tricky when FaceTime, my kids are not available because they got their lives, I suppose. I use Seeing AI, and it's an app on iPhone. I don't know about Android, but it calls a volunteer somewhere in the world, and they would look and see if it's safe to cross the street, but that's all they can tell you because of liability issues. And after that, I have to really depend on my mobility skills. I have to really focus and listen and go with the parallel traffic, and just kind of keep an eye on the perpendicular, because some folks, they just make a right turn and that's could be dangerous. So yeah, a lot of apps are helpful to me. Thank you.
Do you use any other apps? Because I know in my phone, Jonathan has a ton of them. And do you find it difficult trying to figure out which ones are the best ones? Because I know there's a couple different descriptive ones.
Yes, they are. I use the Mac Visionary.
Okay.
Because that's kind of specific for visually impaired folks.
Right.
I use the Mac Visionary and I read, and during the COVID, I have a lot of time in my hands, so I read through things, and I use a lot of EPUB to what's the word, to when I download some files on the internet, I transfer it to EPUB and Pages, that can be readable. And I also use my watch, my Generation 5. It does really well with maps. So when you log your routine walk, it can navigate, so your ears are free. You just feel the vibration when to turn left, when to turn right, and it will speak to you to keep going and how many steps away from your destination. So I use a lot of that too on my watch. So that way my ears are free to listen to whatever.
Right. And you know what? I'm glad that you just mentioned that, Dora, because honestly, I was going to get Jonathan to watch, but now you just made that mention. And I think that's the other problem too, is that even though we have some of those features with the earbuds in or whatever, you're right. Like your natural environment is now restricted because you're trying to navigate it in a different format. And I don't think with some of those other apps that need the earbuds that really was even thought of, and how, like you just said, the safety concern, that takes you're accessible, but you're not accessible in the natural form. So at one point, do you mind ever giving your insight on some of the apps that work for you and like your navigations on the, and I wrote that down on the next part, is the pros and cons of accessibility and those different things, because oftentimes we don't talk about that. People come up with something and then that's it. And we don't really digest how, for again, each individual that works or doesn't work, or the safety piece that's involved. That maybe we can pick your brain and get some of your insight on that and maybe help others, because I never even thought about that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, I'll share a link after I'm myself, because I'm not that smart. I'm not giving myself credit. I borrow ideas because I go and surf on the net, and it was a podcast. So I'll share it on the link here. That way we could know what's available to us too. So.
Okay. And Stacey, was there anything that you use on a daily that is an accessible feature that helps you navigate what you're doing right now?
For me, well, there's not really anything that I use that's on a daily right now, besides what everybody else is using, like watches and stuff like that.
Okay. So do you use any like readback technology for when you're reading like large material, or if you're doing presentations, or if I was to send this to Catherine and she gives it back to you, do you read it on your own, or do you have a program that allows you to read it so you can take notes or read and listen back, or do you use any of those features like you said in the past that you have?
If I don't want to read something, it's too much for me, I will usually have the computer read it for me on my cell phone. My cell phone reads it for me too, so I use that.
Okay. And then have you ever found any navigation pieces, like if you're looking up certain things or you're trying to access certain things that you really are still finding are not accessible. Like, for example, I know like with in regards to George, she lets us know when something's not being able to be transferred, like she said, to the EPUB or to the pages. It's better to use Word doc than maybe PowerPoint or those kind of things. Do you ever run into anything like that where a better platform is better for you?
Well, with the stuff I'm using right now, no, not really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Was there anything else, any of you guys else that was on the call that maybe hasn't said anything or mentioned anything that, because I know like before, usually it's hearing and, you know, impairments that usually use a certain range of accessibility, same thing with vision impairments, but has anybody ever worked around anybody that has a cognitive or an IDD? Is there any kind of formats that you guys use for accessibility, or what does that mean to you in that regard? Because obviously the hearing impaired and vision impaired is more of what people assume accessibility is aimed for, but there is a ton of other formats in regards to IDD in the cognitive area. Does anybody else use any other platforms?
Kimberly, this is Ellen.
Yeah.
There's also the 211, because like with Alyssa, since she doesn't know how to create words and text to be able to talk to people. And then when she does talk to people on the telephone, most of the times they give her a yes/no question because they don't take the time to listen to her and actually listen to what she's saying. So the 211 is, I believe that's what it is. 211 is the one that you use. They kind of have an interpreter for Alyssa. And so when they don't understand her on the other end of the phone, the interpreter will jump in and say, this is what she said.
Okay. Okay.
And so that really helps, you know. And of course, you know, with Alyssa having Down syndrome, I think she speaks very clearly. I can usually understand her, but I do understand people not being able to. Every now and then she'll say something and it's like, okay, I didn't catch that word at all. But amazingly enough, the 211 interpreter knows what she said. And I don't know how they do it, but they are amazing.
So Ellen, this is Catherine. Nevada 211 is actually the website that finds resources in the state. Is that
okay?
So we'll have to look it up and see if we can get.
Yeah, you know, and that's why I'm confused. I don't remember what it is, but we had connected to it.
Yeah.
And so, and it's really nice because, like I said, the interpreter, it's like, I don't know what she said, and the person on the other end of the phone doesn't know what she said, but the interpreter knew exactly what she said. And so they are really amazing for things like that, where, you know, they have, you know, speech difficulties, and they get it across so that she can, you know, at 17 she wants to talk to people. And so
Ellen, it is 711.
711, there you go.
I was gonna say that sounded familiar from our last council meeting when they did a presentation and they were talking about that, and I had 711 in my head, but I was like, no, they don't make. I'm not sure. But I'm glad that that's what it was. Okay.
And then Allison Greathouse has in her in the chat that she uses Dragon Naturally Speaking.
And thank you for letting us know that. I did write that down. And then Dora just sent a link with a hyperlink from the Twitter for the Apple. Is it Apple Viz?
Yes,
Dora,
it is.
that
It's
your
for to
podcast?
share your health.
Okay.
You know,
okay.
to share your health stuff with your.
Okay.
In case you call me.
Okay. I'm gonna screenshot that so I don't forget that. Okay. Thank you, ladies, for helping. And I think this is the greatest platform that we have, is that each one of us use something different, and being able to even just, if we had a spare minute, look into it, understand it, it might be beneficial for someone else. And then does anybody else use any type of other accessibility for daily living? Like we talked about the button for the door, or getting around the kitchen. Like, is there any instruments that anybody uses in the kitchen that helps them, you know, open up a can, know how much to pour? Is there any other formats, Dora or Stacy or anyone else on the phone, that you guys use to assist with any type of daily living?
For me, I use a ramp to make it easily accessible to get in and get out of the shower and stuff. So I have a ramp installed in the shower for me, so I can easily get into the shower and stuff, and to get into other places a ramp too. So that would assist me. Yeah.
I use an eye grill to check temperatures of meat. For measuring, I know that there's a blind market through the National Federation of the Blind, and I think Amazon has those measuring things. But I've been a mom for the last 20 years, so I just wing it, and usually it turns out fine.
Right.
And I have a hubby that is strong. He can open cans and stuff for me.
Right.
So
there's tricks, tip it over, tap it. And then so for Jonathan, I know that it is very expensive in the vision world to buy adaptive stuff. So I know they have that little instrument you put in, and it tells you where the level when you fill up a cup. So we taught Jonathan in person, instead of bringing something out and then he leaves it and we lose it, was when he holds the cup up, to put his finger in there, just where that first knuckle is. And then obviously when it touches it, he knows it's too full. He still has room to put a lid on. So we found some other adaptive ways too.
Yeah. That's what I do with my coffee too. And plus you can hear them too. You know what I mean? You could just go by hearing. So yeah, just got to be ingenuity, I guess.
Right. And then we were doing that too. We were looking for like a non-hot touch surface where, the pan only makes it hot. And even once it's removed, even if you touch that surface, trying to find other ways. Like he really likes making grilled cheese. So we have a skillet instead of using a stove. So this way he can flip it and then he can turn that knob and kind of feel where it needs to go. So we were trying to figure out other ways and manners to allow him to navigate, because obviously water is very hard to see. He's got no depth perception. Mm-hmm. So when he spills something, often he can't figure out where it is. So it's just more of those kind of things. Ellen, is there anything that you work along with Alyssa on how to navigate daily living at all, like washing or folding or
Sorry, I'm just talking away and I'm on mute. Alyssa really, other than being able to communicate clearly, Alyssa pretty much takes care of stuff on her own. She does, when she does schoolwork, when we all went to the e-learning, she had the speak to text. So she could talk to it, but we found that sometimes was a little difficult because speaking to text sometimes doesn't understand her either. And
oh my gosh, Jonathan is very mad at that, and he wants to throw the phone.
Yeah, it's like, that's not what I said. And amazingly enough, when she says that's not what I said, it prints that's not what I said.
Right, and you're like, you son of a gun.
Yeah, but and then also just the text reader, they do that. The biggest thing too with Alyssa is being able to bring things into terms that she understands. When you use those 50-cent words, she doesn't understand what they mean. So then we have to break down those words to kind of come up with the word that kind of works for her, that she understands. And so, it's really kind of bringing our highly educated verbiage back down to a very simplistic verbiage, and still get your message across. But and then the only other thing she had when she was little was she had what they called a rocket pencil.
Right.
That makes you hold the pencil in a certain way so that you can write, because that's really, being able to hold a pencil is a fine motor skill, and when they're little and they're trying to learn that, it's very difficult.
So have you ever seen, like, I can't remember the name of the rest of it. I'm going blank right now. It's Melissa and whatever, and it's usually sold at, or Melissa and Doug, and it's sold at Target, but they have the crayons that's a triangle. They have the color pencils that's a triangle. They have glue sticks that are in a triangle so they can't roll off, and I bought Jonathan those.
Yeah, she had those, but you know, basically to keep them from rolling away and things like that. But when she used them, she says she would tell me, "I not like these."
Right.
You know, and it's like, okay, so, but the rocket pencil was something that was, the school provided. We actually found them online. They're not that expensive. What I find is the lead that goes into the pencil is more expensive than the pencil itself. But mostly, you know, as long as we gave her things and we gave her practice to do things, and that's the other thing is practice, practice, practice. That's how we all learned.
Right.
She pretty much picked it up, you know. Other than that, mostly, you know, Alyssa's disability is mostly the cognitive and just trying to get her to understand. And the accommodations that they've done, you know, and the speech, once again, speech is a huge thing. You know, you can't, you know, you just got to put it in terms that she understands, and you can usually get answers back, you know. Just taking material and reading it to her, she can sit there with the glazed over look, okay, but if you don't explain to her what some of the words mean, she doesn't catch the concepts. So it's,
Right.
you know, just really trying to get that all into more of a simplistic version for her is has been a great accommodation to get her to understand and, you know, come back with answers.
And then another quick question is anybody, because I know you guys mentioned some of you guys were doing like other travels and at least at the last piece when Kate was finishing up, and I know most of us have done like other conferences and sit on boards and committees too, but have you guys found any of the benefits of accessibility on your travels in the community, like structures, buildings, airports, or what have been still to this date really significant struggles with accessibility within the community?
This is Dora. So like for traveling, and I think, you know, you could look at it as a good thing for this COVID. RTC here, they have made their when you're trying to see where your flex ride is, and that's like a shuttle bus that's not an ADA zone. It goes out to the ADA zone here. Now it is accessible, so you could see it like if you would see a Lyft or an Uber.
Right. Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, so because of COVID and you know, we've been talking with them with accessibility, they got that accessible going. But in terms of riding the regular bus ride, the RTC ride, we're still talking to them in regards to benches and their poles, because it's not consistent. Like in some shelters that they put on these bus stops, it's not the same throughout. So some shelters sticks out. So if a person has a cane, they would not detect the roof and they could hit it. My dog is pretty good. He would just stand by it so we don't hit it. And some of the benches stick out more than others. So that could be, you know, it has to be uniform so that way we know, you know. And
that's
so
part of that universal design. Yep.
Yeah. And also one of the things I use at home now is Alexa, and we got a smart plug, so we just, you know, use that. We're being lazy, but yeah, there you go.
Hi, this is.
Oh. Go ahead. No, I'm so go ahead, Carrie.
Oh, hi. No, this is Carrie Thomas. So my little one has, I hate to even, it is a vision impairment. He's blind in one eye. And so he has lots of problems with depth perception. And we took him to go see Elmo or Sesame Street Live or whatever it was called back in the fall. And the bleachers that they had, the tape to mark the steps were almost the same color as the bleacher. And that poor kid, because his vision and his depth perception's low, he couldn't, you could tell he could not figure out where the steps is. So he was like feeling with his feet to figure it out as he went down. And so I think I was thinking, and he has pretty good compensatory skills in general, But I was thinking like that is one way where they're trying to make it blend in, but it really, for people with vision issues, it needs to stand out.
Right, the high contrast needs to be there.
Mm-hmm. That's the word.
Is there anything that you've kind of on your daily, community that you found that was beneficial that you weren't expecting, or that's been like an attribute to, your guys' daily, I mean, outside of obviously COVID, but like, I mean, in the normal days, what we used to have, is there something that really was good for him when you guys were navigating through the community, or have you guys not gotten to that point just yet?
I mean, because he's young and because he's got other issues, and they believe that because his his congenital eye deformities, that maybe it improved his outcomes for his cerebral palsy. He has limited disability. I mean, he has great compensatory skills. So I'm always a little surprised when I see something that does throw him off. So
Okay.
no, he's really fortunate that way in general. But every once in a while I'm like, oh, this could use improvement. And we don't run into it all the time, but just occasionally you'll go, well, he clearly doesn't see this.
Right. So now you're becoming very aware of his outskirts. And that's something I think even with Jonathan, like when you get to talk to Raquel later, or if, next time you guys have something, or Raquel actually has a parent support group. So Carrie, I will give you that information. It's
sure. Yeah.
It's a Zoom in.
Nice.
And so it's a bunch of parents. So we could talk about our kids, but it's also about like what we're going through. So, and since Raquel does have a vision impairment herself, and she has a child with a vision impairment, she gets like, we get the best of both worlds with her.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
So we'll definitely make sure we get that.
Thank you. Yes, that's kind. And yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, please do.
Oh, I just interrupted you. I didn't really know that, but thank you. Yeah, I always feel a little because at one point I signed up for newsletters for the American Federation for the Blind, because his particular vision issues fall under their head because he's got like a rare eye condition, but they're just not, how do I say it? Like I hate drawing attention to it because it's so, for people who have bigger concerns about their vision or lack of vision. My son is pretty okay, so I just kind of feel silly sometimes being part of something that I'm like, oh, I don't know if it qualifies. So
do you know if at some point is his vision going to be stable, or is there any possible regression?
No, it's completely, the outcomes for his he likely has his retina detached really young. He had it repaired. Now he has a huge cataract in that eye. Mm-hmm. He doesn't likely see anything if at all. He's only 3.5. So if he at all, he might have some peripheral, like my daughter and I will play with him, and sometimes he can tell us the color if we cover up his non-infected eye. And sometimes he can tell us the color. A lot of times that just his eye turns in and he can't see. So the outcomes for his condition are everything from low vision to no vision to having to have the eye removed. So
all the above that you mentioned is everything we've ever lived with Jonathan. So feel free to reach out to me whenever you like.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you for the support. Yeah, that'd be great. And I'd love to sit in on the support group, because I'm just a parent. I'm not the person. But of course, my goal is to always increase anything I can to improve his outcome and his life. So yeah, great. Thank you.
And then I will definitely, Catherine, if you don't mind, just linking whatever my information to Carrie or vice versa, so that I can share that information. And then if she ever needs to reach out personally, we can chit chat about some of that other stuff going on. And then real quick, was there anybody else that had anything else about the community accessibility issues, whether positive or negative, that they wanted to share?
Kimberly, this is Ellen. I just wanted to kind of address some of what Carrie was saying about the depth perception, because Alyssa does have some depth perception problems. And just to make Carrie aware, you're up there in Reno where there's escalators, and the way that they come up and go down and work, it's pretty much they don't see the change in it. But I did notice, you know, like Alyssa, I can't tell you how many times she's almost dragged me down an escalator because she wouldn't get on it. When some of these stores actually put the yellow mark across the end of each escalator step, it makes it easier for that transition. So, you know, I can feel your pain there, Carrie, on the depth perception part.
Right. Well, yeah. Or he goes to grab something from your hand and just clean misses it, and you know.
Right.
And
No, yeah, and
Yeah.
you know, and when Alyssa was little, we actually had prisms put into her glasses so that she could get that depth perception. Because the last thing you want to do is when you're throwing a ball at your child, you want them to catch it, not get it smacked in their face.
Right. Well, and we do a lot, and he, with obviously with all of his therapy, all of it's incorporated. And he's supposed to wear glasses, but now he's 3.5 and decided he doesn't need them. So, I mean,
yeah.
you know, you pick your battles. You just pick your battles.
Absolutely.
But yeah,
but
no,
I
thank you for that. I don't like to ride escalators. I find them weird, and so we always take the stairs. So hopefully,
but
you know, but he should have the skill should he not have an option sometime.
So
yes,
Carrie,
but just be aware of that. It is a very scary thing, you know, us who automatically pick up how an escalator works.
Yeah.
You can't see it. I mean, all those fingers are together and then all of a sudden they separate. But when they separate, they're still together as one step and they think it's still straight across. So
that's brutal. That is a good, yeah, no, that's a good heads up. Thank you for
that. And, you know, and one of those things is like, you know what, trying to get a hold of, you know, Macy's, Sears, well, Sears, I don't know, Sears is around anymore, JCPenney's, all of those that take you up on an escalator. Hey, put a yellow mark at the end so that we know that's a step.
Right. Yeah, you do occasionally see that yellow mark, but you're right, it's not consistent.
Right. So that's all I had to say.
No, perfect. Thanks for the heads up.
Carrie, in his IEP, because you guys are transitioning, he was in pre-K, I'm assuming, correct?
Yeah, he's with Child Find right now.
So do they have any accommodations for the depth perception for O&M or any of those other concepts?
So he doesn't qualify because even with his CP, he's been able to, of course, when we started out, he was much more delayed. So he really only has OT. He has a vision specialist who checks on him only once a month. And I'm not even sure that he ever got a chance to meet her because he only turned 3 back in January. And by the time, you know, therapists get set up, then we were in lockdown. So I don't even know. He had a vision specialist through early intervention.
Okay.
And towards the end, I didn't really, we weren't getting a lot out of those meetings until she would relay like, oh, he does this, but he also has a specialist down in Stanford. He has a specialist here in town for the eye itself, for ophthalmology and vitreal retinal specialist. So.
Okay, so we could chat offline, and then when we do those parent support groups, when you get in there, we can definitely chat and navigate you through that. I'm just making sure that they don't miss the piece on that. And then
no, they're on it. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, good. Because honestly, you have the greatest avenue right now, him being young. Because unfortunately, a lot of times we get jumbled around with the vision. Vision's very difficult with IEPs or 504s, and But in regards to, I know the other piece that Catherine wanted me to talk about, inclusive design. So some of the pieces that Dora already mentioned about making sure that those benches are equal and the same, or what you girls were just talking right now about the escalators, making sure they had, you know, the strips at the bottom. And I know sometimes not only are they yellow, but they have that rigid kind of sandpaper feel to them, so you can't slip on them. So just understanding the different tactile, or when you guys are coming to the curbs, before you cross, sometimes you'll notice those yellow bumped or raised dots, or some of the accessibility features when you're going back and forth. I know not all of them, when you push the button to cross for the crosswalk, do they talk? I know that they're supposed to be trying to implement making sure all of them do have, you know, that voice where it says hold, please wait. I don't know if any of you guys have ever encountered any of those. With some of those universal design type things, I don't think so. Again, same thing with accessibility. Most people don't, I don't think, understand the full definition of what universal design, and that's really pretty much for all people. So making sure that, you know, like people will build a building, then they got to go redo the building because the building wasn't, you know, initially in its conception ever thought about maybe having to have wider doors, or making sure customers that have the as Stacy said, the walkers or the wheelchairs, or even making sure that things are in a same consistent space if you're using a cane. So those concepts are, I think, because of ADD or ADA, they're starting to make sure that that's supposed to be, but we still fall into, like if you go to Baltimore or you go to New York or New Jersey, those whole cities were never built when the ADD was in place. So I know new buildings from here on out should be, and some of those features, I'll give you guys another link, because I know there was a link that I sent on the chat, and it's from Berkeley, California, but they had like the web content, just making sure how that's supposed to be formatted. And if we do it initially, then we don't have to go keep revising it, and everybody's able to use it. As well as the same thing with community buildings and structures and living environments, because you'll now notice, and I don't know if anybody ever has, if they've been looking for a home that they are just having built, or an apartment complex, some of them will say their accessibility already, so the doors are already pre-widened. The kitchen's spaced out enough where if you did have a chair, you're able to navigate around. The way that the refrigerator's put, it's got an easier way of opening, because the certain doors go certain directions, doesn't make it accessible. I don't know if any of you guys have ever ran into any of that, or you've seen that, and I don't know if any of you guys are involved with like say the next community build, if there's an apartment complex, a community center. Because like right now in Vegas, they're trying to build the arena for the AHL team for the Golden Knights. The accessibility concepts they have to do for there. I'm not mistaken, Catherine, I don't know if you remember this, but I know at one of our last big DD meetings that Steve and Jack were talking about, I believe UNR had to redo their ramp, or their, not ramp, the bleachers.
Their facility.
Yeah, they weren't accessible.
Yeah.
So
Still
just
not.
those kind of things, right.
Had to make a lot of
But the one thing that are horrible is the button. I noticed when I went to the UNR in South Reno for this Partners in Policymaking class, their buttons to open the door is placed in a tricky area. So if a person is using a wheelchair, or like Stacy, she has to press the button and quickly get out of the way, because the door will swing out and where she's at. And that could be a troublesome. And then they put a pole in front of the door to hold the door so it doesn't swing back. And if I didn't have my dog, or if I had a cane and I misstep, because I walk really fast and sometimes I do misstep with my cane, I could have hit that thing, those half poles. And so
Yeah,
I get, and also the bathroom, sorry Stacey, I just want to get it out of my head. And then when I went to Florida, Orlando, and I'm trying to get this going, but doing the special session, I don't think it's going to go, so I'll try 2 years from now. Their code, their building code. So every hotel in Florida, the accessibility bathrooms, it's always, I think in the back, but it always has a sink and a changing for, a toddler or an infant. It always has that. Where over here, there's accessible bathroom, but then every toilet paper dispenser is located elsewhere, you guys. It's either above the rail or below the rail or somewhere,
Right.
So it's hard to find, and I get so grossed out looking for it. And then you come out and you try to find the sink and the paper towel or the blower. It's like they don't have consistency. So yeah.
And I think that's the biggest part that none of us really truly get or understand, unless you're traveling with somebody that really, like you just mentioned, how disgusting it is feeling around for the basic essentials of life. And in us watching, Santa, and I'm surprised Santa's not on this call today, but us having to navigate when we go on trips, just watching her struggle to get to the bathroom. And you're right, it's always the door's always the wrong way. And seeing how small and narrow, they're not all the same size. And because they think they can fit it in there, they're meeting requirements, but in all honesty, it is not accessible at all. And it is very frustrating. And that's something that we talked about, like even with the younger kids, how do you teach them their hygiene and to be careful with not getting diseases and, just being clean, and you don't know the next person and how they handled their business, and they're touching around, like you said, even just to flush the toilet. And it's not every toilet has the motion, and how do you know if it does or doesn't? I mean, oh wait, you walk to the door and it starts going on you, but if it didn't, you have to still turn around now and feel around. So I mean, it's just all these components, and I don't really think that people truly concept what universal design really means. At some point we all get old. At some point, you know, our vision, whether we get older and get diabetes or in an accident or fall, or I mean, a retina detachment is so easy to happen. Jonathan fell down the stairs and there where that went. And how often do we fall down the stairs? Watching our parents get older, all those pieces they end up running into, needing a walker, the push chair. I mean, just it really is kind of disheartening. And I think that's the part we don't really get a chance to talk about enough. Like what you just said, Dora, the bathroom. I mean, for Lord's sakes, the bathroom. That's the most intimate piece that that someone is in. And
Yeah,
how
and
do you
it's so different every airport.
right? Yes. Oh my gosh.
You know,
Yes.
it's like, hello, you know, it's family accessible bathroom, but then it's not uniformed. The sink is it's like, oh my gosh. But my good thing, my dog knows what toilet is and sink. So.
Is there anybody else that's kind of run into the same or something different as Dora?
What
do you have trouble?
I would say, what I find difficult when I am walking and there's no, I hate the fact that ramps and stairs are like the ramp, when you're trying to find an easily accessible ramp to get into buildings, the ramp will be far away from the stairs, so you wouldn't know where the ramp is. You won't
Or
know
so
where
far
the
away
ramp
from the
is.
door.
Yeah, so, and all there is stairs, so you would have to walk and find a ramp or tell someone where the ramp is so to find it.
Have you ever, Stacy, or even you, Dora, have you guys ever, you know, gone to a website first and then do they ever give direction, Dora, in your regards to where things are located? Or Stacy, if you ever look at a map, does it show you where those pieces are at? Because I think, again, too, even on people's web content, like where it gives directions, it shows like the blueprint of a facility. Are those something that you guys, either one of you, are able to easily find, or is it pointed out, or is that something that you guys find that needs to be addressed as well?
Yeah, it's not accessible. They have a map diagram, but it's not, you know, I can't see it.
I use, sometimes I would go on the website to see where the ramps are or use a map. It's not, I can't, maps are not easily, I don't know how to read a map per se. So yeah, it's not.
And that's not a feature that's in the Google Maps or even in any of the vision stuff either. Like it doesn't, like, you know, like when you go somewhere and it says, oh, bathroom to the right or whatever, like those components, even in some of those accessibility platforms, aren't even something that they've even put into place either. And I think, you know, I'm going to write that down. And I think if that would be a smart adaptation and adding that into there too, because those are things that we really need to, I mean, especially if you went to a theme park, like where is the nearest bathroom?
Sometimes I do call, you know, just to talk to a person, to do my own homework. But then sometimes, you know, you don't get anyone because of COVID. But, you know, even before you're online, you're waiting for like ever on hold. But yeah, sometimes I go to Yelp and see what they say about accessibility.
Okay.
Oh, sometimes I would call with some places that do like restaurants and stuff. I would call in time to let them know that I do require is there like a closed bathroom, or is there a ramp? Is there a ramp? Because I'm in a walk, because I use a walker. So sometimes I would let them know in time if I'm going there. And sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. So,
is there anyone else on the call that has, you know, now that we've kind of mentioned a couple things about universal design that they've seen that they for themselves would like a better representation of making sure that that's addressed? Or have you guys ever thought about what universal design is, or was that even something that you were aware of?
Hi, this is Carrie Thomas again. Yeah, my mother had she's had her mobility issues ever since then, and the universal design really stresses her out because, of course, what works for one, it's not for her. She doesn't consider it universal,
Right.
and so I know that it's a hard subject to meet head on and help everybody, because she'll say like, well, what works for them, but I can't lift my leg that high, or I can't for steps, or which side they put handrails on stairs matters.
Right. No, totally. It's things that we just overlook and just grab and go.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, it's a complicated person. It doesn't line up for them.
So on a side note, so there's that 2-for-1 type thing, when you're doing something professionally and that aspect, and then what you feel personally. I'm wondering if any of you guys have the same feeling that I would when somebody uses the word inclusion or inclusive environment. As much as we aim for it, does anybody else feel that it is very much more of a personal, like you just mentioned, Carol, as your mom stating, it's very much more of a personal aspect of what accessibility, inclusive, and the overall, you create the environment that best suits you by the path that you go along the way, and then by you educating others about what accessibility is in that aspect. So even though my son has a vision impairment and he's got some other health impairments, and then my daughter has completely the opposite format, or just even some of the stuff that I need for myself, whether whatever that may be, just how different and personalized it really is. And I think also the pushback of, in some format, we try to push groups or other individuals to accept us or see us as equal, where quite frankly, I'll just put it like this, I really don't like the word inclusion. I don't really think that it's an honest interpretation of reality. I can't force someone to accept me or to include me in their environment. All I can do is include those and bring and educate others for what my environment includes, if that makes any sense to anyone else. And does anybody else feel that same way if we're speaking, like, quite frankly?
Kimberly, I agree with you. It is, just because they use the word inclusion doesn't necessarily mean they've taken each individual into consideration. And hearing from you and Stacy and Dora, it's like, wow, that is really different from what I go through with my daughter. And, it is absolutely individualized. And there's got to be a way, and hopefully with Dora's assistance, with, Dora and Stacy, assistance with the council, maybe we can figure something out to make this inclusive for lack of a better term, for everyone, not just saying, okay, you have a disability or you're in a wheelchair, so we're going to give you a ramp. I think these are conversations that need to be outside of just our class, because there are so many more things that need to bridge the gap for everybody's individualized needs.
Here, I seen you were trying to talk, so please go ahead and have the floor.
Oh, no, I certainly don't need the floor, but I was going to say, just as a mom, well, it's so much easier for me as the mom in terms of, I have a thick skin, so I feel like it's easy for me to ignore any perception of little kids looking at my son with his big, thick Coke bottle glasses when he does wear them, or, you know, his little abnormalities. As it's not me personally, so I don't, and I'm just that kind of individual. So yeah, I think the inclusion part feels, I feel like you end up building your own community, is I guess what I'm getting at, is that you don't,
Right.
it just maybe isn't, you just kind of build a little, I almost feel like we build a little wall around to just keep our little protected, everyone safe. I don't know if
So
that
would you?
matches anyone else's.
No, it totally doesn't. And that's where I kind of wrote like initially like inclusive environment is a sense of ensuring that all have access to what is needed for each individual without singling out others based on a need. And I think overall that sounds like an amazing idea, and we really do all try to do that. But I think a lot of times why we feel defeated in programs or organizations or individuals will try really hard, but we can't get that concept to really initially stick. And that's what I'm saying. I really wanted to know on a parent note, not like a presentation or a professional, but does anybody else feel that way, where it's more of like you're creating your personal inclusive environment and what you want to choose to educate people in, and how you choose to live your life? That's how you're navigating that community, which in hopes, you know, we're all going to aim for, you know, a more inclusive community. But I think that's why we're always constantly hitting. We can't ask others that don't understand our life, or even like you said, as a parent, I don't understand what a lack of vision is on any format. I can see him struggling. I can feel his pain. I specifically do not understand like how frustrated he gets, even if I'm saying, Jonathan, just try to say it again, even if Sari didn't read it right. But for him, that's a whole different concept. And so being able to talk to Dora or Raquel and see them getting through a daily life and being functional and educating people and not having a bitter heart towards us sometimes ignorant people that don't get it. I mean, it does make you understand that it is very personalized. And even though we can, you know, put a platform down of a community driven ideal, oftentimes we really find it's very much at a personal level than it is so much more of a community. And I also think, you know, and anybody can chime in and correct me if I'm wrong or add to it, is that oftentimes we don't get those opportunities to, when they're building a new park or community center or casino or apartment complex, we don't often know that they even have those meetings, or when they're at, or is it accessible to even get to, or is public allowed, where those voices of individuals are not even being able to be brought to the table for them to even hear it. So hence on why we have to keep going back and spending excess amounts of money to fix what somebody finds out that was not done in the beginning with that universal design or that inclusive sense of, you know, environment. So I don't know if anybody feels that way too, or if some of you, I know Dora, you are making sure that they, you know, RTC and transportation and some of the other intern sessions that you're involved in, that you're voicing your opinion. But have you, before you were able to do all this, find it very hard to locate, find, see where those meetings are, or any of that, so that you could share your voice?
Yeah, hi, this is Dora. It was very difficult. I didn't know who to go or where to turn to, but you know, luckily I had a lot of good mentors and people just like, well, start here, you know. So I did and do have a lot of help, you know, to make my voice heard. Like, for instance, the LCB, Legislative Council Bureau website, it is not accessible fully. It's not 100%. I know Catherine said if we need help to locate who is our representative, we can call them. But on the Nellis website, on the bottom, it says locate your legislatures, and it is a map. So you put in your address and it will tell you who your reps are. Now for me, and I did demonstrate this to Leslie Cohen, she understood that it is not accessible, and we're trying to work with that, but during the special session, I don't know, it's probably going to be in the back burner. But you know, you just got to connect. You just got to tell stories. You never know who's listening. But for example, UNR is building another garage, University of Nevada, Reno, another new garage. You know, here we are with budget cuts, but they got money to pay things to do. And I was letting Heidi Gansert, who is my rep and who does work at UNR, I told her, I said, you know, sometimes these ADA parking spots are available for for people who actually need them. But the UNR is issuing ADA parking spot for students that just pays for it. They don't even, it's not even, they don't even have transparency and accountability. You know, like they don't ask for, okay, where's your DMV plaque? No, none of that. As long as they give them $400 a semester, they're good. So a person would go and park at that parking lot where, let's say, Stacy has her own vehicle. She can't park there because it's already been taken by an able-bodied. And so I did mention that to her, and I was informed last week that everybody at the University of Nevada, Reno got an email saying, you know, be mindful if, you know, don't occupy a spot that you're not going to use. So to answer your question, it is really, you just gotta learn you just gotta just put it out there, because you never know who's listening. And I've learned to do that. I was a very shy person, still am, but I need to make my voice heard so I could, you know, help others like me and more
right
out there. So,
but do you, Dora, while I have you on here, do you feel the comment that I made about it being more of a personal approach aspect of inclusion versus, is that something that you feel the same, or is that something that you feel differently about? I just, since again, I'm a parent, I mean, we all have our own, you know, things that we bring to the table, but is that a misconception that, you know, or is that something that you feel, or how do you feel about the word inclusion and the concept of it being all is one, and how do you feel that that's actually worked out for you in your life?
well, I mean, I guess it's different levels. So like ramps, it doesn't only works for people who are can't walk, or it only works for mothers who pushes a cart or a stroller. You know what I mean? So I guess I'm a little bit of universal design side, but I do understand about the railing on either side, especially when they shut it out and it's not cane detectable. It hits your stomach, or, you know, because it's not cane detectable. So it I guess it varies, and it's situational, I guess.
Mm-hmm. And do you think that's what makes it a little bit more difficult to actually like create that true sense of what we want inclusion to be, because there is so many missing pieces that it is very difficult to actually have a concrete like standard or process, because every state's different. Like you said, just a different, I mean, there's a ramp or there is a rail, but it's not at the same level. Or if you have an incline with the ramp and a rail, this is where that bar should always be, no matter what state you're in. I mean, do you feel that that's where we're running into a
predicament?
Right,
yes.
right. Because you
and
okay.
I think that's it. And those group that makes a change are the ones out there. The squeaky wheel gets the drink,
Right,
or the grease.
right.
Sorry.
No, you're right.
So I mean, Florida was be able to be heard with a building code of the sink being in, you know, in the disabled accessible bathroom. Because why? Because the mothers and people with disability were there, you know, writing to them and being and protesting or testifying. So I guess we really got to be active if we want to see change. We don't, with this special session, I know that, you know, people will say, I hear some blind folks that I interact, oh, it doesn't affect me. Well, yes, it does, because guess what? Your eye doctor visit is going to get cut. If you need an eye prescription, it's been taken away. If you need an orthopedic, whatever it is, it's gone. You're not out there and you're like, oh, it doesn't affect me. Well, it does. It affects everybody.
And it can. And even if it's not right now,
it can. It will be. And I'm not on Medicaid or Medicare, but you know, it's important to me, because I want to know. I want to know what's going on. I'm not trusting these people that we voted in there for. You know, we got to do our job to tell them what needs to be done, the right thing. So there. Okay, that's my piece. You hit my softbox there, Kimberly.
It's okay, and see that's my point, and I thank Catherine for giving me the opportunity to do that, because I'm being quite honest. We don't get enough chances to meet up as families or have these conversations, and quite honestly, I've never really had the opportunity to, outside of working with like Sephora or Raquel, to actually interact on a different level with another person with a vision impairment in regards to my son. So it's always been very one-sided. So even if I ever did these presentations in the past, it was me talking on what I knew about him, and he's only going to be 15. There's a whole other world that I can't represent. So this time having so many different components of different levels of vision, and then different levels of different abilities, and the fact that, you know, some of us are edging our way and we have younger kids and older ones. And so I really like the fact that we're having like complete diversity, and I think that's what ultimately ends up helping. So whatever I know, I can help Carrie. Whatever you know, you can help me. And I think we really miss that with, we don't get enough time to actually have these conversations or even do it off record, or there's not a lot of support groups that actually address issues. It's more of a, I want to say a pity party. I don't mean it in that way, but it's more of a complaint party than it is like, how do we fix it? And then actually finding people that are doing that, and then realizing that we have to be just as accountable as what we're asking with the representation that makes the laws and the regulations for ourselves. So I'm glad that you have a soapbox as well as I do, and that I can, you know, ask those questions, and every one of you are chiming in, and without each one of us, we really cannot ever get to that point. And I think that's right now why I have that kind of perception about the word inclusion. I find it very hard to digest when I hear it. It's used very loosely, and people don't really grasp the concept of what that really truly means. And so I sometimes take offense to it, and it's just an easy word that gets thrown around to save or cover a very sensitive subject, to show that somebody's being compliant or trying or making attempts to avoid actually giving that true change. But I like you said, if we don't really be a part of those concerns and they're not being heard when it matters the most, it's already too late once that's already done. Like you said, you might not have the need for that access for insurance, but somebody else does. And it can be easily taken away, and groups of people, just like right now with the COVID, how many people don't have, you know, housing is a big issue for everyone. It isn't just accessibility for an individual with needs. Now everybody needs housing. Like now we have everybody's attention on health. We have everybody's attention on employment. Like this COVID, you know, has taken everything and turned it. We can change it now into a positive to address actual true needs, and then break it up into those departments, because now we got everybody's attention. We're all in the same boat almost in some aspects, if that makes any sense. But Dora, just talking to you from the last couple of times, and you chime in all the time now. So I am extremely proud of you for coming out of your bubble, and I love hearing everything that you have to say. It makes my job a lot easier being a parent, because I have someone to look up to, and the information that you just even shared for a few moments, I wrote that down, or even with Stacy, or even with Carrie writing, or you know, anybody sharing those different avenues for the speech, like Allison, you know, telling us about that. Somebody else I know might need that. And so I really appreciate you guys chiming in on whatever level that is. But I mean, if anybody else that they want to add to some of the stuff that we were talking about, please write it in the chat or chime in. And if we don't have anything else, I'll move on, Catherine, if you want me to that next piece that you were asking Jonathan and I to talk about, was assistive technology and accessibility knowledge. And this is more of his platform than it is mine. But I think he stepped away to get a drink of water. But I'll open up the floor if anybody else has anything else they would like to add.
So this is Dora. So during the COVID, or still, when the kids went on distance learning, it was really hard for a blind mom such as myself to keep track on my kids' grade, because the Washoe County School District website is not accessible. And I also looked at the Clark County, and it's the same. They use the same platform. So what I did, because my kids are going to be doing distance learning this coming school year, and I reached out to Brittany Miller, you know, because I know, you know, they're covered under the IDEA and 504, 508, all the federal law, but the local schools sort of dropped the ball on that, because I hear a lot of parents have IEP children, and they were not getting met. You know, that's under the IDEA, that's in compliance. So Brittany Miller suggests that she's gonna, and I'm going to throw this out there, if anybody wants to have an input on the letter, that she's going to be writing, drafting, and sending it out to the school district, all 17 of them, the superintendent and the districts, you know, just reminding them what their duties are, and, you know, especially during COVID. So that's where I'm at in regards to, you know, being proactive. And I'm so grateful for this class, because I was kind of, you know, dancing in the dark. That's the way my life goes. But having this class and Carrie and Catherine and Ellen's awesome assistants and their teaching and just their website, it is really accessible. I've just armed myself with a lot of knowledge and just go and I go with that. So you know, I encourage everyone to reach out to me if you guys want to have an input on that letter, and maybe after special session, whenever it ends, we can have a Zoom with Miller and go through with the letter and see what happens. So thank you.
Dora, do you want people to personally email you, or do you want them to contact Catherine and then them let you know?
Yeah, maybe through Catherine, if that's okay. Okay, thank you.
And I appreciate it. That's another whole piece too about accessibility. Like my 20-year-old, she was still doing, you know, obviously up until she's 22, some education, and the school was locked down. The teachers weren't able to access any of the folders, so she was not able, and so she's out of compliance for her IEP due to the fact that they couldn't get to the folder. So in some aspects, you're trying to be understanding because none of us knew this was coming. None of us know what we were necessarily doing, but at the same time, you know, we do still have lives that are being impacted and regressing because we don't have, you know, proper placement and implementation for them to be able to still be successful. So I appreciate you letting us know that, and then I'll touch bases with you personally and see how I can assist, and then add some other information to us, some other key people. Dora, I know one of our grantees is the Kenny Gwynn Center, and there's a lot of data-driven information on that. She just actually had a focus group Zoom meeting yesterday. I wasn't entirely sure what it was totally about, but I do know what it is now. So I will link you that information, or anybody else that wants some of that that are really involved with the education component with that. And they were working with some of the CCSD and CSN components with some of that. So I'll share that information. If anybody else wants that, just let Catherine know, and I'll get that out to you guys, or I'll shoot it out and she can distribute it. And if you need it, you're more than welcome to have some of it. Was anybody else wanting to add or chime in on anything?
Kimberly, this is Catherine. I just wanted to say thank you. This is such great information. I think our students are getting a lot out of it, and whatever you want to send over to me via email, I'll forward on to them as well.
No, I appreciate the platform. I know a lot of times people have PowerPoints and I find them useful. I just I'm more of a an interactive person, so I'll set up like a question, or I'll come up with like a statement, and then I kind of like figuring out what other people are. I think that's the only way we truly learn, and then it helps people break that ice and learn how to be advocates. And if I just talk to you, you're just hearing me, and I don't think we actually learn how to listen to someone else. So I appreciate you willing to work with me and allowing me to present the way that I do. I feel that is my best attribute. So thank you for that. And then I will definitely get that to you, as well as my Word document, so that we can get it out to Dora and them. And so that I can stay on time, which we are crazy right on the point here with the safety technology and the accessibility of knowledge. So I'm going to chime out a few things, and then if anybody wants to go ahead and tell me some of the stuff that they're using. So most people don't understand what assistive technology is, and it took me a good hot minute to understand all the different formats of it. You're just thinking that it's a certain device, and it really is broadened out to being something that it has a lot of pieces to it, whether it's a touch screen to, you know, used for communication, you know, your own cell phone, any of those. So I have a couple of questions. I'm in my garage at the moment, so there's a refrigerator in there. So if you hear any slamming or knocking, I believe Karina has now awoken, and Jonathan, and then we're going through the refrigerator, and I think something might have fallen out of the freezer. So if you have any, if you hear any background noise, everyone is okay. They were just looking for something to eat. But how do you guys use assistive technology? And if anybody wants to chime in on any level, please feel free. So Dora, how do you use it, or what do you use?
I'm sorry, Kimberly, what was the question? I couldn't hear. I'm going in and out.
Okay,
Bad
sorry.
reception here.
Maybe it was all the bumping in the background. No, I was asking, a lot of people don't necessarily understand like all the formats of assistive technology or what that even means. So I had asked, what is assistive technology to you, and what is it that you use for assistive technology?
Oh, gotcha. So I use my AirPods and I use an iPhone 11 Pro with a lot of apps, and I use my Apple Watch generation, the 5th generation. I don't even know how many apps I got on my phone. I use the Bard that, sometimes when I need to step away from everything, I put on a book. It's an app from the Library of Congress that I can download books for free and just listen to books. I also got a lot of podcast app on my phone, so I can go through and listen to some podcasts. A lot of them I do is Hadley School. It's hadley.edu. It's a free corresponding school for people who are visually impaired, and I listen to a lot of their podcasts, and I also do the Headspace, for meditating, and stuff like that. So those are my accessibility tools and some apps that I use for, on them. Thank you.
Stacy, do you use anything? Allison or Carrie, do you guys use any assistive technology, whether it's for your family members or yourself, that helps you navigate your daily life?
Currently the only assistive technology, assistive device that I use is a walker considered would be my walker that I use daily.
Do you use your voiceover on your cell phone, or do you ever watch movies with audio descriptiveness? Do you have like Dora uses her watch? Do you use your cell phone more? Do you have any type of like software or apps that you really like using that kind of help you along, like the navigation for a bus route or an Uber or Lyft?
I have on my cell phone, I have I have all those apps installed, like Lyft and yeah. So I use my cell phone, of course, yeah. And then I have apps for Lyft and stuff installed on my cell phone, so, and software devices to easily if I don't want to text, I can use my voice to write a chat or something. Yeah, so I use that.
Does anyone else have anything that they use on a daily? I know some people I've done it a couple times just to play around with it, but like if you're trying to write a report or something and you don't want to type it, you just go ahead and read it all out and it types it for you, and then you go back and make your adjustments or whatever. Has anybody ever done that, or do you use that when you're making presentations or reports? Stacy, do you ever use that either?
Yeah, I use a lot of dictation on my phone, and then I just go over it and type, because of my accent, I think it mishear me. So I had to go through and make sure the commas and period. So if you guys get an email from me that is, that's like that, it's probably from dictation. And also what I do use when I go for a walk with my dog is, it's an app called Song Sleuth. And it detects it. You take a picture of a plant and it will tell you what it is. So that's what I use for fun.
Dora, do you ever use the labeler? Or like
Say
it'll
what?
tell you what object. Do you ever use, I have to go back to my phone right now, and where like you can point your camera at it, tells you what the object is?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do that. Yes, I do. I know what app you're talking about. I gotta go back now.
I'm gonna put me, and then whoever was talking, or Stacey, if you had something else to say, and then I'm gonna look and see what apps I have on my phone, since you use them and I don't, you just nonchalantly forget what they are. You just use them and never really remember. So you guys go ahead and finish talking. I'm gonna see what I have on my phone for Jonathan.
I was gonna say yes, I do use the dictation app. Yeah, to dictate my voice. Yeah, to write down what I want to write down or say. So I do use that.
The app I use is called Seeing AI. So that's the one I have to tell me what object is in front, and also it tells currency. So
Okay, so I know I just took a couple pictures really quick, so I don't have to keep going back and forth. We have the iNote, so it helps you read money. We have obviously the Ride RTC. I have the Transit. We have the Tap to See. I have the Abacus thing. It's a little game you can play with the Abacus, because I was teaching Jonathan how to use that. We have the Microsoft Scapes, I believe that's what it's called, the Seeing AI. I have Anchor. We have the Google Translator. We have a talking calculator, but it also has the high contrast. So it's got the black and the yellow. My kids know ASL, like they know their first, they know their alphabet and stuff like that. So I have one of those apps inside Jonathan's thing. And then there's it's a Nat in Motion, so it also reads money. Then we have Move It. What else we have? We have the visual Brailler I have in his thing. We have Waze, so I have different formats of navigation for him. Obviously he's got the weather app, so he can see it and it'll tell him what's going on. He's obviously got the speak to talk, and then he uses his voice memos a lot, and the compass. Those are some of the ones that he has on his or on my phone, I should say.
It looks like Kimberly's speaking, but I can't hear anything.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this whole time, did anybody hear what I said? I'm so. Did anybody hear any of the apps that I had mentioned?
yes.
Okay,
but
good.
after that, then we didn't hear anything.
So somewhere along the lines, I went blank. Okay, so my finger must have touched something when I went to go read what Kate had to say. Did anybody hear what that was? No? Okay, Kate said that she uses, yep, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I read it, but
Okay, so just in case somebody didn't read it, Kate said that she uses sensory AT devices for her daughter, like noise canceling headphones, a wiggle chair, and a weighted blanket. She's a little one, so enjoy before you have to have the apps, because then they become like Jonathan. He's got tons, and then he's got games, and you got to keep track, and we got to put them in folders. I'm just kidding. But no, but thank you. And the weighted blanket is something that I've been tempted on wanting to purchase for my oldest one, Karina. She's 20. We have the IDD, the cognitive, the autism, and a few other things. So very, in certain situations, she just had some major surgery. So the anxiety of the hospital, a weighted blanket might have been beneficial at that point. So I appreciate you mentioning that, because that's something that has been on my back burner that I really thought about but not moved forward with. As well as the headphones. I know both kids like their music loud, but does not like music around them loud, or people nearby that are loud either. Is there anybody else that uses a certain set of apps or other forms of assistive technology?
I use Instacart to order groceries to get it delivered. It's pretty accessible.
Was that Instacart you said?
Yeah.
Dora, you're giving me a lot of homework, so I mean, I appreciate it. I got in my spare time being awake with my daughter since she won't go to sleep. I think I'm gonna have to navigate some of these. Anyone else? Catherine, is there anything that you use to make your life easier in any form of assistive technology or accessibility features?
Kimberly, this is Dora. While we're waiting for Catherine, you know, on your phone, there's a tips app that comes with the hardware, and it has a lot of
What?
good tips on that if your son wants to browse through. And also
Okay.
there's a shortcut app, also build it into the phone, that the favorite app that he likes, he can customize it so it's easy for him to navigate through instead of going through folders or page. You know, because right now my phone has 5 pages of apps, but
Right.
shortcut really does make a difference.
Okay.
Just to throw it out there.
I think he was using the shortcuts his brother did, and he put that on my phone. I was like, I didn't even know. Jonathan actually sits there and navigates every piece of his phone, and he knows how to do things that none of us knew. Like when you're sending a text and you can make the fireworks go, you can, you know, make the words pop out and bubble, and, you know, you can feel balloons popping. And I had no idea that was even an option in sending
Oh
text
yeah,
messages.
and Cookie Monster. I love Cookie Monster, so I do that.
And I was like, how did you see that? And he's like, what are you talking about? Or even if he's using the TV or his iPad, and he's on YouTube and he wants to skip an ad, he figured out how to do that. And I said, oh my gosh. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
like, he
It
spends a lot of
opens a
time.
whole new world, doesn't
Right.
it? And plus you
Yes.
can pay, you can go to Starbucks and do Apple Pay all through your AirPods,
Right.
and people are like, whoa, you didn't even go to the kiosk. And plus we have a watch. You know, I do that through my watch because, you know, I want to be not, I want to hear everything around. So, you know, so, and
Right.
my watch talks pretty fast so nobody can understand what the heck it's saying.
You have your own universal language. I get that a lot. A lot of people tell me I talk too fast, but I'm guessing in your aspect it's beneficial. Does anybody else
Yes.
use an Apple Watch or use the Apple Wallet, or has anybody ever used those shortcuts or tips options that are on the iPhone, or does Android have something that's similar?
Okay, Kimberly, this is Ellen, and Catherine had to step away for a moment, but I do have a couple of things in the chat. Kate says that they use a sensory AT device for her daughter, noise canceling headphones, a wiggle chair, weighted blanket, but she also wanted you to know that the child's only 3, and she feels that the weighted blankets are wonderful. It helps her with her sleep patterns.
Thank you, ladies. Ellen, is there anything that you've run across or that your daughter uses that is some of the apps or some of the features that we were talking about?
Alyssa really doesn't use those apps. Her favorite app is, of course, YouTube, because then she can watch her videos. I think, you know, as much as people use the YouTube and look at stuff, I think in a way, it is an assistive technology for Alyssa, for the mere fact that she mimics songs, what people are doing. So it really works towards her verbal skills. You know, it's not just something fun that you can go on, even though it's fun for her. She does do that. The other thing that she uses kind of to help her, you know, even though she's 17, we downloaded ABC Mouse. So it just kind of reinforces some of the stuff that she really needs to learn and keep her brain moving with. And then the other thing that she does is we also do sign language, which, you know, when she can't come up with words, she'll come up with the sign, because with sign language, it is the gross motor skill, where speech is the fine motor skill. And it really does help bridge some of those areas where I'm like, I have no idea what you're trying to tell me right now. So, you know, the whole here, show me, you know, that's all part of, you know, an assistive technology.
Did you know they have, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I apologize.
Oh,
Didn't
no,
mean to
please.
talk over anybody. I was going to say, Ellen, I think you made a fantastic point, because my little one watches YouTube videos, and when, you know, there's a lot of awesome little videos on emotions too. and I think it helps children. It normalizes emotions and normalizes behaviors, and there's a lot of great learning tools on YouTube as well to just help kids put words to their feelings, or signs to their feelings. That was all I had to say.
Has anybody seen the ABC Mouse has the Adventure Academy? So it's or not the Adventure Academy. Oh, I'll have to go back. I'll have to go back and figure out what it was. They have one where so it was more of like just a couple years older than what ABC Mouse is, into I think the beginning stages of maybe the 6th grade level. Oh, I'll look for it right now. Or no, it is the Adventure Academy. So it's just that one level up from, so it's from ages 8 to 13 is the Adventure Academy, Ellen, just so it's, as you move along with ABC Mouse, if that's another feature, maybe there's some components in there that might be beneficial, and they have a 30-day free trial. I know that.
Yeah, well, we purchased the 1 year, so I'll have her go look through that. I know what she does is she goes, it's something path, and she just follows this little path, and it does little things. Right. And, you know, and the big thing is she's being independent, and she's following it on her own. And if she has any questions, then she'll say, Mom, I don't understand. And she'll bring me, you know, her iPad. And then I'm like, okay, well, this is what you need to do. And I explain. But what I really liked about it was, one, it keeps her engaged, you know, because it's fun. And two, she's being independent.
Has she ever done Starfall? I know for Jonathan we did that, and in Starfall you can actually print out, which I think you might be able to do with ABC Mouse, but I know for sure Starfall, you can print out actual like math worksheets and things like that too. So you have that ability to do that. So we did it with Jonathan, and then at the dollar store they have those plastic covers, or even if you had those clear little sheets that you put in your binder, and then we just use Expo marker. So we were still working on those fine motor skills with, you know, the pencil and all that other stuff, and the gross motor stuff. But those are some other adaptations that we did, other platforms of education. But I know for sure Starfall you can print, or even if I believe there's free subscription to teacher, and you can also print out material from that as well. So I mean, there's a whole bunch of other smaller, like busy handwork stuff that I know I've done for the kids that I've made. I've made them or done adaptations, because it's the same thing with Karina. She's 20, but cognitively she's about 9 to 10 years old. So there's a lot of that reinforcement, basic concept skills, like living skills. We also bought like the Melissa and Doug. It's got the money set, so it's like a little register. It's got the change in there, which now unfortunately everybody's going cashless, so that's almost invalid. But I also have a debit machine thing where we can practice the debit cards. So we were working on some of those, you know, concepts that I have at the house, because I do a lot of adaptation stuff for Jonathan, because obviously vision's expensive and I need him to touch everyday life things that, you know, necessarily they don't offer. And, you know, some of those places where you buy vision stuff.
Yeah, I know that's what we do with Alyssa also, because you know, that ATM card is a limitless card. You can't see what's on it. You don't know what's on it. You just know you run it through a machine and it purchases whatever you want. So we're trying to work on that concept of, no, there has to be money in the bank. You need to know there's money in the bank, even though you can't touch the money, and understand that, you know, you can't use it if you don't have anything there. And, you know, and I think even my older daughter, you know, even though she knows how to use it, kind of forgets that a credit card, you got to pay it back some way or another.
Pinterest has a ton of ideas. I use Pinterest a lot for home OT ideas too, and they have, and vision stuff. I mean, some of it's just like mom blogs and some of it's from OT blogs, and then Facebook has an OT, oh, I forget what the group is called. It's like an OT group for kids, Peds OT, but there's probably other versions of it that like ideas.
Oh, okay. Well, then if anybody's okay with wanting to be Pinterest friends as well, I will jump on that one. I have quite a few boards when it first like homeschooling or adaptive, completely obsessed in that department. So if anybody wouldn't mind wanting to be Pinterest friends, I will go look for you. Because I think that's another huge
maybe I
aspect.
should get on Facebook. I'm not. I mean, I have an account, just not active, and Pinterest. I'm so not into the social media stuff, too, but I think I need to get with the times.
You know, I'm not really either. I felt like it was easier to share my life and repeat it not 14 times and just once.
Yeah, I see a lot of stuff. I mean, I hear people saying they post what they eat and what they're doing. It's like, okay, I got more things to do than, but I heard that Molly Burke, she's a blind young lady in LA, and I guess she's pretty famous in the blind world. So, you know, if you all want to check her out, I haven't yet. I just heard at the convention for the National Federation of the Blind, so.
Any other comments, guys?
Catherine, do you use any assistive technology or any apps or things in your life that make your life easier?
So I was just trying to unmute, but I guess it wasn't working. So there are a few things that I use, and honestly, I think it's a different type of assistive technology. Right now, we're in such a weird time frame that everybody has to wear masks when they go outside. And I found this app, and of course it's not coming up, but it's actually an app that allows you to translate as you speak. So it's supposed to transcribe you, a live transcription as you speak, so that people can see what you're saying easier. If somebody is deaf or hard of hearing and typically uses lip reading as a way to get through things, I myself am deaf in my left ear and am classified as hard of hearing by not being able to hear much out of my right. I use lip reading a lot. If I can't understand what you're saying, I use it to kind of fill in the blanks and get the message across. So communicating with people right now, having the masks on, has been quite difficult. So I do use a transcription app, and I'll send you guys the name of the app out as soon as I can get it to pull up. That is my biggest form of assistive technology. I also have hearing aids. However, when I first got them, I couldn't hear, I could hear a little bit out of my left ear. I eventually lost all of my hearing in my left ear, and the hearing aids are meant to work together, to talk to each other, to work. Most people who aren't deaf or hard of hearing don't understand that a hearing aid is not just an amplification of sound. It doesn't just help you hear someone better, it amplifies everything in the room. So you're also then hearing the coughing, the sneezing, the papers moving, all of that. So I do have several forms of assistive technology. However, I don't use my hearing aids because they don't work the way they're supposed to.
So Ellen, in the regards to the 711 that you were talking about with the landline, is that something that she uses off her cell phone, or is that like your guys' home phone? Because I know they do have it for the cell phone. I'm just wondering if anybody still uses landlines.
We do use it on the landline. I haven't really discussed with them how do I get it on her cell phone, because it was really easy to get hooked up on the landline. It's really nice, because like I said, the interpreter is amazing, because, Alyssa gets to talking kind of like you, Kimberly, and just gets moving, and you're like, okay, I missed that whole thing, but the interpreter understands it. I don't know how they do it, but they're amazing.
I will take that hint and slow down.
No, when we get passionate, we absolutely talk faster than what we think we are.
Yes.
And please, anybody at any time, tell me to slow it down. I will not take offense to it by any means.
So on that topic of being able to work with a landline cell phone, when I first got my hearing aids, I actually have this device that I don't use anymore, but it plugs into my phone. I worked at a call center, so I used to have to take 150, 200 phone calls a day. When you're deaf, that's not very easy. So the device plugs into the phone itself, and then I can hear as well as speak with my hearing aids. So there's a little microphone that'll loop around my neck. The rest of it plugs into my phone, and I can hear the phone call through my hearing aids. I believe now, because this was probably 6-7 years ago that I got them, I believe now they probably have the same technology that is compatible through cell phones as well.
Yeah, I think they have an hearing aid, hearing accessibility on the settings of an iPhone that are compatible with some hearing aids. Not all.
And I'll have to check that out. I mean, I have my hearing aids here. I just don't have the box to be able to do that. So I'll have to check that out and see if we can get it to work. Because assistive technology is so big. You think, a lot of people think, you know, assistive technology is just for those who are visually impaired. And that's probably the biggest thing that I hear about is that, well, I'm not blind, I'm not visually impaired, whatever it may be. Technology goes far beyond that. So thank you, Kimberly. This is such a great presentation.
I appreciate that. I know Allison, hang on, I want to make sure I say this right. Allison just wrote that most hearing aids are Bluetooth enabled. Information that we all needed to know. I appreciate that. And then I know that in regards to magnification, I know Jonathan uses the magnification a lot. I know a couple others do that have, you know, what's left of their vision, the money reader aspect. And then I know, has anybody ever accessed the Braille feature in their iPhone? Dora, have you ever?
No, I have not, but I hear it is compatible to some manufactured Braille display, not all.
Okay, that's good to know because I've played around with it, but you know, again, and then I downloaded the, Francesca just told me to download this and it's the Visual Brailler. And so you can actually practice off your phone as if you were using a Braille machine, and you can actually start practicing on how to properly Braille. And so we were working on that with Jonathan. He still knows his, you know, his first grade Braille and whatnot. But obviously we got to work on the second component, and obviously I struggle with the school district on that, and then we moved. So we don't have a VI team out here in Nye County and Pahrump at this point, but I mean, I'm gonna have to keep working on that one. But does anybody ever, or has they ever used, let me see where you're, the different formats for documentation? Dora, do you use, like, when you're writing a presentation on your phone, do you choose to use a computer or a tablet? And then what were those formats that make it easier for a person with vision impairment versus maybe Stacy or Carrier or Allison? And did you guys use something, or did you even know that you can write something in one document and share it off another one to make it accessible? I just wanted to know what people know about that.
I use dictation features on the keyboard on my phone, but sometimes I do want to type, so I hook on my Bluetooth keyboard on my phone and I type away on Pages. But not everybody can open Pages. It's an iOS app, so I have to make it an RTF or a Docs so Microsoft can open it. You know, export it as those, so it can open it. And I also do Excel worksheet when I had a job to do data and submit it. I did it in Numbers for iOS and exported it as an Excel for Microsoft. So I do use those, and I use NVDA still in a very beginning stage. So.
Catherine, if nobody else has anything else, how has it been for the council to revamp the website, as well as working with Dora and others on making sure that the different platforms are accessible, and you guys learning the different ways to, or others can use write their material and to switch it out? Has it been a hard learning curve? Is it, now that you guys are in the process of doing it, something easy now? And how have you seen what the world needs to come to know about making sure that whatever content they put out needs to be accessible?
Actually, thanks. It's actually a perfect lead in to what I was going to bring up. The council has been working on accessibility very hard the last, I would say, 2.5, 3 years. Accessibility and universal design and all of that is something that not a lot of people think about until it comes across their laps. And instead of having to make it a separate thing, that is why we push universal design. And a lot of what we've been doing is reaching out to different agencies to provide that education. I'm going to share my screen really quick with you guys. So on our website, we actually have an accessibility and universal design page. And I'm trying to find the quick link to get you guys there. So on the right-hand side, on the home page, on the right-hand side, there is key topics. Under key topics, you'll find accessibility and universal access. So again, Dora, this should be accessible, but please, we want the education. So if you find any difficulties, please let us know. This provides a lot of information about what accessibility is, why it should matter, basic digital accessibility tips, and additional resources. So a couple years ago, when we realized that there was a lot of non-compliant websites, there was a lot of non-compliant documents, emails, everything was going out. And us being a state agency, and a lot of the state agencies we work with or other organizations we work with are federally funded, so they must remain 508 compliant. And a lot of organizations are not. When Governor Sisolak came into office and they changed around his website, it was completely non-compliant. And so that was disheartening for us to realize we're putting out so much effort into the community and so much education into the community, and we still see people taking steps backwards. So we do see that a lot of our effort is forward moving. We will continue to provide education on accessibility and universal access. And if you go up here, into my YouTube channel here, our DD Council YouTube channel, I sent this out to you guys on in an email. But we have 6 videos for digital accessibility and creating digital accessibility and educating those on what it really means to create accessible content, what it really means when we need to make things universally accessible, and how creating such a thing is actually not any more work than creating the document you had originally decided to prepare. And you're reducing your work in the long run, because then everybody can access it. Everybody you want to reach that information with has the ability to access that. So on our YouTube channel, we have a lot of videos now. I think we're at like 30 something. And a majority of them are on accessibility. I believe I showed you guys some of these videos, like the accessibility is for everyone. Accessibility and universal design is important to everyone. These actually have videos of different state agencies and why accessibility is important. So Kimberly, are you done, or do you have 15 minutes or so to spare that I could play this video just so everyone can?
Oh my God, no. Oh yeah. Yeah, because basically our content's, you know, and that's what I'm saying. For you guys, a lot of you guys are already involved in this, or we're just, you know, triggering the button or turning the light switch on, or we're just getting input. Because I think that's the best way we learn, is by sharing each other's stories. But I mean, I'll send you and revamp whatever else. And I found a couple websites, like the one that I sent about Berkeley, how it was talking about web content. And then I have another one where it was talking about like universal design. It's like 1 through 7, like making sure that these areas were reached. So next time you guys get the opportunity to speak up or be a part of some format of having your voice heard, you at least knew here's some areas that, you know, you need to make sure that these individuals are making sure that it's inclusive enough for everybody to at least be able to partake of it. So, but no, you're more than welcome to go ahead and share that video. And I appreciate everyone, and thank you guys again. And look forward to either chatting on you on different platforms, and I'll stay on to where Raquel's going to be on, so I want to hear what she has to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Kim.
Thanks, Kimberly.
Always a pleasure.
And in addition to that, the council is continuing to provide education on accessibility and trainings. However, COVID kind of stopped that this year. So as soon as we're able to get back in person again and start interacting again in these settings, we will be able to put on those trainings again. However, we converted the same information to several YouTube videos, so you guys have the ability to take those and watch them on your own. However, if you look at these right here, or if you play them later, you'll see they range in between 10 minutes, or it looks like 7 minutes is the last one, and 51 minutes. So if you guys have the time to play one in the background, play one in as you get the time, please do so. You can also send it on to other people. So this accessibility is for everyone video and I need to ask you guys, I can't remember far back, have you guys seen this video? All right.
I was going to say, Catherine, I usually need to see more before.
Okay, so I'm going to play this for you guys.
Yeah, I heard it too.
I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys. It's about 15 minutes long, but it's important to discuss why accessibility is for everyone. And this says, what is your role?
As the Quality Assurance Manager with Aging and Disability Services, I oversee all quality assurance activities throughout the division. So I have been designated the point person within the division, and I really kind of oversee all of the activities to make sure that our website is in compliance. So I am spearheading all of our activities, coordinating with the other divisions at the department level. Working with our IT department and our developers to make sure that we continually, if we're putting something up on our website, is it compliant? Checking the documents that we already have on our website, coordinating with the other agencies so that we have uniformity across our department. That's kind of my role.
Today I am the website content administrator, so keep our website up to date, along with being the gatekeeper for everything that needs to be ADA compliant, which is accessible. I've trained my my staff to create accessible documents, and I manage all those documents before they go onto the website to make sure that they are compliant.
This says, where do you start?
I think the first step is getting the word out there. Having all of the department heads, all of the directors from different agencies maybe get together and talk about an education plan, reaching out to the Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities because they are a wealth of information and resources, reaching out to Aging and Disability Services, myself in particular. I'm more than happy to do trainings on what universal design is, what the website design is, and just really educating folks, getting the word out there, because I don't think it's for a lack of not wanting to get on the bandwagon. I think it's simply a lack of understanding and knowledge of the subject. And unless it directly impacts you, you don't really understand all that it could be.
We got a complaint from the Office of Civil Rights that our site was not ADA compliant. Each pointed me in the right direction. They had some training on how to make things accessible because they were starting to look into it because they felt that it was coming down the line from the feds. I wouldn't have known where to start if it wasn't for their group just at least pointing me in the direction of where to get information, lynda.com. You can Google it, the WCAG. There's so much information out there, but if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't have known where to even start, because it's a pretty, it's just huge. It's great. You don't know where to even start. I was very stressed out because there's no black and white. It's a gray area. They give you best practices. They just don't tell you do this, do this, do this, and that will make it compliant. It's pretty much based on everyone's own discretion. It's almost like an interpretation. So 2016, about this time, I just went out and Eats State Web helped give me the information that I needed to at least go out and learn enough to train some of my staff so we can take baby steps, because I can't do this by myself. I felt it was better to have more people understand how to do it than to have one person doing it all. And we just started training the staff on how to create at least accessible documents. In the meantime, State Web was working on the back end of our website, trying to get it at least that part compliant. And they do have one of my sites, the Bully Free Zone, compliant 100%. We're still working on the NDE official website. But training the staff to understand and learn how important it is, it was a scary, I didn't know what I was doing. I was basically teaching myself how to do it. But over the last couple of years, I've learned a lot more. It's getting easier, and it's not as scary as it was in the beginning. But it was a heavy lift just to kind of understand why. Since we started in 2016, I had over 5,000 non-compliant PDFs. We're down to under 200 as of now. So my goal is by the end of the year to have no out of compliant PDFs. And then our website should be compliant by 2019. State Web has been awesome in helping, just kind of guiding the way together, so I'm not completely by myself. And as I go, I'm learning more people, like with the public information officers with different agencies. They're understanding, they're learning, and so I've been attending some of the meetings and learning some things from them as well.
Sorry, this says, what does it take?
I don't really think it takes a whole lot of your time. It's something to be mindful of and thoughtful of, even when you're designing a meeting or you're designing some sort of public event. Keep it in mind. It really doesn't take any longer than setting up a regular meeting. You know, the design of the room. How are you going to have your room set up? If you have folks come in wheelchairs, are they going to be able to maneuver? Are they going to be stuck on the outskirts of the meeting? I don't really think that things like that take too much more time. We've got all this new technology. You look at our computers right now. If you've got Word, you've got an accessibility checker. So when you're publishing a document and you're typing it up, all you have to do is hit review and check accessibility. I think it takes about 20 seconds. One of the things that I've done too is I do my accessibility checker, and then you can also have the feature to read back aloud. So if somebody is using a screen reader to read that document, you will hear exactly what that screen reader is going to read.
If we have important information that all people need to see, we need to make it usable for all, whatever it takes. It may take a little bit of money. It may take some time. It may take some training. But if we aren't, we're being discriminatory. And that's not where we are at today. We want everybody to have some kind of equality. If you learn the basics of building a document and you teach that to your staff, you can create ADA accessible documents as you go, and it's not as scary as you think it would, and it's beneficial. If you think about it, aren't we being discriminatory if a person with disabilities can't see the same thing that the people without disabilities can? And it took me, I knew it going in how important it was, and I had some pushback, and some people just didn't get it. They felt that it was too much of their time and on their workload. But we're the Department of Education. Aren't we here for people? Aren't we here for kids? Aren't we here to give everybody the same equal opportunity? And we're in the digital world. This is where we live, and it's not going away. And for us to say it's too hard to not do it is really not acceptable. And that's been my thing this whole time. I don't care if it's too hard on you. We have to do it, not only because we are legally bound to do it and we're going to be in trouble if we don't. It's the right thing to do.
I think we have the best platform. You know, it's in our name, Aging and Disability Services. You know, I mean, if we're not at the forefront, then there's something wrong.
It's Tucker's story.
studying English. I'm also the assistant accessibility specialist at the Disability Resource Center here at Turkey Middle. It's about everyone. It's making society itself, it's entertainment, it's facilities, it's everything needs to be accommodating to every person as an individual, so that as citizens, as members of society, we can all access the same material, the same education, the same facilities, the same events, anything, all equally, and we can all live without having any disadvantages. When I had to go to the national convention for the National Federation of the Blind, the seminars there, whether they were by-sighted people or not, really were accommodating to me personally, the blind, because whether it was accommodations of the room itself or the way I could access the material, it was electronic, I had proper tagging, the way I could assess the material was more accommodating than, let's just say, going to many restaurants or even a seminar here in the city where it's not thought of to be accommodating to the blind at all, but really just for the sight. I don't label, for example, like my clothes or where certain objects are in my house or anything like that. Since I can see color, I guess I should mention this, is we have different colored cups. This is actually for me specifically, so I knew the different measurements, because again, just when it comes to labeling, I don't like using labels of any kind, really. It's just, I don't know, I just don't really like that. So I try and find alternatives that work for me. I mean, for me, I just put things in a certain place, so I know where they are. But when it comes to technology, I do have to have enough to be able to access everything, that my brother, who I live with, so I can access the same things that he can. So, with my phone, of course, I can access the internet, I can call, I can text, I have an iPad, it's just for other projects that I work on, it's bigger, bigger screen, kind of easier to work with. As well as, my computer being accessible so that I can not only complete schoolwork, but also my own personal writing. I have my TV through Spectrum, and I do have their accessibility features on, so I can, view the guide accessibly, so if you read it. I like actually when I talk with people and they go, I wonder what that little bumps on this floor. Why is it always on 5? Why is it for blind people? This is for someone to find it.
It's really important to me that things are accessible so that I can live my life as normally as anyone else, so that I can have equal access to information and necessities as anyone else. So now I am mostly impaired to where I see shapes, shadows, and light. Currently, I am a student at TNCC seeking a degree in web development with a specialty in accessibility. Accessibility and universal design are important to maintain equality on all playing fields, no matter what your lifestyle or situation is. Having equal access means that you can live a normal life and you can have dignity and respect in that life instead of being treated as if you're invalid. My phone is my life. It tells me everything. I can scan my mail, read my mail with my phone, so I don't have to have someone else read it for me. Pretty much anything. I have GPS, wayfinding apps, so I can get around and go anywhere that I want without the need of a guide. There's a program that I participated in called Nevada Partners in Leadership and Policymaking. That was a really great experience. It was right from the beginning, wanting to make things accessible and offering that accessibility instead of me having to go to her and say, could you please make this accessible for me? When you walk into an office and you're asking for help and you're explaining that you're visually impaired and that their material is not accessible, that you need someone to help you fill it out, the last thing you want is to sit down at the desk and have the lady look at, or gentleman, whomever, look over the desk at you and go, don't you have somebody at home that can fill this paperwork out for you? Because my first response was, don't you have somebody at home that can come and do a better job than you? We shouldn't even have to do that. That's why accessibility is important. It's not private. Your privacy is compromised. Everyone around you can hear everything you say. No matter how private it is, it's no longer private. It's everyone else behind you's business who could use it in any manner of ways. We have enough identity theft out there. Why make the most vulnerable part of your community that much more vulnerable? It costs them a lot less in the long run to make things accessible for their department than it would to have litigation from it. And that people deserve accessibility. It's not a privilege, it's a right.
Okay, so this is just the titling, and I can't figure out how to pause it. Okay. So this is why accessibility is such a huge thing for us. We created this video back in the end of 2018 and have been sharing this why accessibility is for everyone with a lot of the state agencies or different community agencies that we work with. A lot of people don't really understand that not only is it legally required, not only do you have to check a box, but why is it so important? Why do we need to make things accessible? Why can't we just have, one version for everything and that the people with disabilities, they need to have their devices to make it work for them? Well, because that's not life, and that's not reasonable. And you're really creating a lot more work for everyone by not just creating the accessible version to begin with. You may see on a lot of websites, I'm trying to get to the state of Nevada website, a lot of the state agencies' websites, in the very bottom of it or somewhere on their main page is a, or should be, this here. What's that for you? There should be this little state of Nevada symbol. And on the state of Nevada symbol, it says that this has met Section 508 ADA compliance. Now, I don't know who you guys politically voted for. I don't know if you're Republican or Democrat, and I don't really want to know that. However, I hope that you guys can all take this website into consideration when you make your choices about how a business is run, how an office is run, and how they should be educated in the future. This is a non-compliant website. It says down below that it has met all 508 ADA compliance. That is not completely 100% true, because if you are visually impaired, these rotating images in the background, all of the way that this font is laying on top of these pictures, they're not compliant and is not considered completely accessible. So educating the other state agencies is a huge push for us, because we want everybody to, number one, obviously be legally compliant, but number two, to be as accessible to the people that they serve as possible. And if it is a state agency, they're serving you. And so we want to make sure that they get the education that they need. While we have tried to provide education to several state agency offices, again, it's their choice whether or not they want to make these changes. So we will continue to educate the public. We will continue to educate other state agencies and other offices throughout the time and the life of the council. Continuing to create accessible materials, continuing to create accessible content, any sort of accessible trainings and those kind of things is our main priority. We want to make sure that anything we're putting out there is accessible. I don't see that our other presenter has joined us yet, so I'm going to go ahead and let you guys take just a few-minute break, and we'll join back up here at 12:31. I'll give you about 5 minutes.
I'm a licensed clinical social worker, and I live here in Las Vegas. I am a proud wife, mother, and leader here in the community. I have the opportunity and privilege to be the president of Blind Connect, which is a nonprofit organization which primarily serves any adult who is experiencing vision loss. And by experiencing vision loss, I mean they could have some sight, they could be progressively losing eyesight, or they could be a loved one of somebody who is losing eyesight. So any kind of experience related to losing eyesight is our mission. And so we do have programs for family members. So even if you are a parent of a child who has a visual impairment, or if you are a friend of somebody with a visual impairment, you are welcome to join our programs as well. And we have many, many programs. We have all on Zoom right now, just like we are here. We have some Zoom programs Mondays for Spanish speakers, and everything is led in Spanish. On Tuesdays, we have beginner Braille and creative writing. And then later on Tuesday evenings, we do a family support group, specifically designed for families to talk about what they're going through with their loved ones who's losing eyesight. Then on Thursdays, we have a technology group to talk about how to turn on and off accessibility features on phones, any kind of phones, Windows devices, Apple devices, and how to utilize them on popular apps and programs. And that is on Thursdays. And then Fridays, we have a blindness support group, a support group for people actually losing their eyesight who want to connect with others, get resources from others, practical advice from others, and just share in that common bond of the vision loss journey together. And then Friday nights, we just started a support group for Tagalog speakers, and that is led by one of our graduates who is an RN. She lost her eyesight and she has graduated from our programs. And so she's in Reno area, and she has given of her time and her expertise with the language to lead anybody who speaks Tagalog for a family support night for those folks. So we have a lot of programs, we have a lot of services, but the main thing I wanted to share with you guys today is if you or a loved one is experiencing any form of, challenge, disability, impairment, I don't know what you call it. I personally call it a different ability because I was born with cataracts in both eyes. And as I grew up, the doctors kind of misinformed my mom. They told her that cataracts were caused by her having too much fun while I was in utero, by her, just amazing things, because she was just looking for answers. And I'm sure as parents, you guys, or family members, you guys may have heard some crazy things in the medical field. And so they told her that her lack of care, which was in the great state of Hawaii. And after I was born, they conducted eye surgeries on my eyes to remove the cataracts. And they told my mom that they had to come out, but they had only adult tools to cut my eyes, and they would have to do that. Otherwise, they were risking complete blindness. And so my mom just went with it and just kind of, this was totally new to her. She didn't know what to do or where to go, who to ask. Back then, the internet wasn't as great as it is now. So she just believed and trusted the doctors. And as I grew older and started developing eyesight issues, she started asking questions, and they said, well, it's just, results from the surgeries. It's okay. She's fine. come to find out, I had full-blown glaucoma, and the pressure was really through the roof, and totally sabotaging my eyesight. By the time I was 6, I lost my right eye due to an infection and really high eye pressure. They tried to do surgeries on it, but it didn't work. And then my left eye, I slowly and progressively lost eyesight until I was 15. And so through this journey, of course, my mom continued the battle with the school district. We moved from Hawaii to Nye County. I was the first blind child in the schools in Pahrump, which was quite a journey for us. They asked my mom to send me during an IEP to a school in a neighboring town, which was actually in Arizona. An Arizona school for the blind, and they made it sound like it was right next door. And my mom just said, no, this is my daughter, this is my child. This feels wrong. I don't know if it is, but you're not going to take my daughter away from me. You're not going to put her somewhere that you think is for her best interest, is for the blind. Her best interest is to be at home. And so she stood up to them during the IEP and went with her gut feelings and just said, figure it out. So they hired an aide who had no background in vision, except for she just knew a girl in high school who lost her eyesight. So that woman, her name is Rosemary Cadwell, wonderful lady. She used a whole lot of common sense and was totally underpaid for her job, but she purchased Braille books. She got the Lions Club to give us a Perkins Braille writer. She taught me how to read and write Braille at a very young age because she knew I was going to lose my eyesight, and worked with me every step of the way. And because of her hard work, her dedication, her believing in me, and my mom's gut feeling, her following her intuition and her gut feeling, not what doctors said, not what teachers, lawyers, or anybody, the internet, Google, nobody else but her just heart and her gut feeling for my future changed probably the trajectory of my life. And because of them, I was able to graduate with honors from Pahrump Valley High School. I came to Las Vegas, went right into the university, got my bachelor's degree in social work in 3 years, graduated with that in 2003, and got my master's degree in 2006. And have been working ever since, have been, a successful blind individual. Went to get jobs all over town as a social worker, and later had my opportunity to get a clinical license in a trauma clinic. And even then, every step of the way, people ask, I don't know how you're going to do this. I don't know what you're going to do. You're blind and you want to work with children who are severely mentally, emotionally disturbed. They came from trauma. They came from past abuse and neglect. And are you able to handle it? They're going to throw shoes at you. They're going to throw toys at you and throw themselves on the floor. Can you catch them? Can you help them? All these questions come up every step of the way of my career, of my job journey or employment journey. And all I could say is, get to know me, talk to me, talk to me, and let me connect with these kids. Let me show you my skills, my abilities, my different abilities. Because even though I can't see you, I can feel your energy. I can feel and hear the tone of your voice and how you're reacting or responding to me. And so that has really been my success, but it wasn't because of, people doing what they thought, professionals doing what they thought were in my best interest. It was because my family supported me. My family gave me their best interest and followed their gut and their heart for my future. And so I just want to leave you guys with that message today. No matter what it is that you're facing with your loved one, no matter what books or doctors or anybody else says, I hope that you follow your gut and your instincts for what's best for you and your loved one, because it's always going to lead you true, and it's always going to lead you to the right place. So know that you're enough and your loved one is enough. They're perfect for who they are, even though it might not be the journey you thought it would be. It's still going to turn out to be a beautiful story. And that's what I wanted to share with you today.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Raquel. Can you tell us about the Blind House? Like, how does one contact you guys and get signed up to get services through the Blind House?
So what you're referring to is our facility at Blind Connect is called Angela's House. And Angela's House was brought about because a woman in her 30s who is a board of director on Blind Connect, she lost her eyesight later in life in her 30s and requested to get services. Angela Hoffman was her name. And her family reached out to lots of places for assistance here in Nevada and didn't find what she wanted. She wanted an experience where she was immersed with others who lost their eyesight, who can be successful at life. She wanted to be able to be at home with her young children and rehabilitate herself, learn how to cook eggs and do homework and do everything that every other adult is responsible for. That wasn't a big, that wasn't a big ask, we don't think. As everybody knows, once you have a major surgery, you have a rehabilitation center to go to. Well, for the blind, there isn't a rehab place. There is no place to go, a hospital to go that's a rehab place to rehabilitate you. You have Services to the Blind, which, sure, it's great. They can provide you with some funds and some training, but it's within a timeline, a federal timeline, and it takes a lot of months to go through their process. Meanwhile, you're still at home trying to figure out how to dial your phone, how to feed your children, how to do those things. And so what she was asking for was to get trained. She wanted to go to her family again. Her family found a place for her to go to, and she wasn't able to go to that place to get the training that she wanted. She felt very trapped, very depressed, very alone, and she committed suicide. So Angela, we lost Angela, unfortunately, but because of her, we have a legacy, and that's Angela's House. And Angela's House is a beautiful 1,240 square foot house within the Mobility Training Center. So it's in a larger building provided by the Regional Transportation Commission. We are off of the corner of Sunset and Decatur. Of course, right now everything's shut down, so there's no way to get in there right now. But when we are open, what we like to do is take 4 to 6 newly blind individuals or family members who want to learn about vision loss and bring them through a program. It's a 4-week program. We call it Immersion to Blindness, where you wear learning shades and we teach you everything from the ground up. We teach you how to walk on your own, use a white cane, dial your phone, make yourself coffee, how to explore and learn your surroundings without judgment or without fear, and in a very safe and practical way. And so that's our main program called Angela's House. So it's not a place to live or sleep or anything like that. Down the road, we would love to buy some apartment complex, an apartment complex, or get a land and build some apartments so that we can offer this training to many, many more people who need the services in the area. We've had requests from Southern Utah, from Arizona. People from Arizona say, hey, I live in Kingman and the nearest Services to the Blind is 5-hour drive away. Same thing for Utah. And it's like they could be here in an hour. So we would love to be able to provide that and get, within the next probably 5 years. Hopefully it's a big goal, but we want to get an apartment complex and be able to have people for a period of time stay there and learn there with us. So hopefully that will be soon to come. Oh, the program's free. We are solely funded by grants, donors, and hopefully we have a contract with the state now, and we're hoping to really partner and strengthen our relationship with Services to the Blind, which we're looking very much forward to. And so we have our services are funded, And it's basically all we ask anybody who wants to participate is to become a member of Blind Connect. It's a $10 fee per year. To become a member, you get a newsletter, you get to be invited to all of our Zoom meetings, all of our in-person meetings when they happen again, to be a part of our class, our community. And so that's really all we charge for it. It's $10.
Awesome. Thank you, Raquel. Do you guys have any questions for Raquel? Please use the chat or unmute yourself.
Raquel, this is Kimberly. I'm so glad that I
Hey.
waited to hear you.
Aw, thanks.
So I told Carrie, I was trying to start to tell Carrie about the parent support group and how beneficial it's been. So we're going to make sure we get her on your next one.
Awesome. I'll be there. Thank you.
This is Stacy. My name's Stacy.
Hi.
Hi, nice to meet you. I just wanted to make a comment. I mean, I have a mobility issues, and I also graduated with my social work degree.
Hey, fellow social worker. Nice.
Yeah, I have my LSW, not my clinical license, but I just wanted to make the point that you made before, because it really resonated with me when you were getting those comments about can you do this, can you do that. That's what I do, what I face in applying to the jobs that I want. Can I do this with kids because I have a mobility issue? Can I have this? Yeah, I get all those comments and all those judgments and stuff, and I just want to, so they can see me as me and not worry about all those different stuff that I can't handle.
That's right. You've shown, because you are capable and you bring many other talents to the table that are going to affect and change lives. So best of luck to you. I know you're going to do a great job.
Okay, thank you.
Awesome. Any other questions or comments for Raquel? Well, thank you so much, Raquel. I will go ahead and send out your email to everyone as well, if you're comfortable with that.
Yes, please. And if you could add our phone number, I'll leave that with you too. It's 702-631-9009. That's 702-631-9009. And we do have a phone now. We used to have people leave voicemails, and a board member would check the voicemails for many years. And I've brought us into the 21st century, guys. We actually have a phone now. We answer our phone Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. So we would love to hear from you guys and love to be of support in any way that we can.
Thank you so much, Raquel. I'll send out all that information in an email to you guys right now. And then please connect with Raquel if you have questions or comments on her organization. Blind Connect does so many different things that they're really a great resource. Raquel, just so that I know and I'm clear, Northern Nevada, you guys only cover Southern, correct?
No, we covered all of Nevada right now.
All of Nevada.
All of Nevada. We've successfully trained 2 Reno participants so far. And so when they want to come, they go through Services to the Blind, and we have a condo here that we rent from a medical professional who's like a traveling specialist. And beautiful condo in Summerlin that's gated. It's very perfect for the purpose, and everybody gets, transported via paratransit to and from classes. So yes, folks from Northern Nevada are most welcome.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I'll send out all of the resource information to our students, and thank you for taking the time. I know you're having a busy week, so thank you for taking the time out of everything.
Absolutely. Thanks for inviting me, guys. Take care.
Thank you. Have a good weekend. Okay, guys, so I'm going to send out an email with all that information. We're going to take just about a 9-minute break. Please be back here by 1 o'clock so we can have our last presenter go ahead and start. You are good to start whenever you're ready.
Okay, super. So I see that Jackie Folgers actually joined us also. And I'm hoping that she can show her video so that you can see who she is too. Have I met any of our members, any of the participants, do you know?
And Tracy, this is Jackie. I'm having a little problem with my computer today, but I'm going to try to work on this while we're doing this to see if I can get this video working.
Okay, great, super, okay. So I guess I'm going to say thanks for having us. My name is Tracy Brown May, and I am the Director of Advocacy Board and Government Relations with Opportunity Village. Opportunity Village is a nonprofit organization located in Southern Nevada that specializes in serving people who have intellectual or developmental disabilities. Primarily, our focus group is adults. So as kids start to age out of the school district, between the ages of 18 and 22, we start with school to work transition services in a program called Job Discovery. And Job Discovery helps kids to explore employment opportunities before they graduate, and then hopefully can get a job after graduation. The village has been around since 1954, so we are a very old organization that has had the opportunity to help in transitioning disability support services from before education was even allowed or a thing, and then help to shepherd some of those policies through the years so that we are now all receiving a free and appropriate education. Now, while we can argue how good the school district is at actually delivering those services, at least it's currently a law, and we have the opportunity to advocate for better education at this point. So as national law progressed and changes were made that said all people with disabilities are an important part of our communities and our society, the focus of the organization then changed. So originally it was Opportunity Village was created to serve the children of 7 families. They had kids with disabilities and there were no services available. So when they were seeking services, they had to take care of their own kids at home. So they created an organization to help them do that. And then as those kids aged, so did their needs changed. And the organization had to turn into a vocational training or employment opportunity for adults, which is, as I said, primarily what we are doing today as an organization. So vocational training, rehabilitation, and employment are a key focus for Opportunity Village in the South. We have about 750 employees, and we currently serve about 1,100 people who have intellectual and developmental disabilities. We also serve folks who have other types of disabilities, but primarily that would be in employment or rehabilitation. So people who have sustained traumatic brain injury or have been in a traumatic accident that would not be part of our typical population served. But in somebody in need of services, we certainly don't want to turn away. So we look at lots of opportunities to serve people wherever we can. Now, in this time of COVID-19 and the pandemic, people have been relegated home. So we have changed our services and supports to be able to go into people's homes where necessary, so that anyone who is feeling isolated and doesn't have access to support services does through Opportunity Village. And so we have a nursing staff that we work with where we can go in and provide support services. And we also are working now on our version of virtual services. So we're doing that through mediums like this, like our Zoom platform. We're doing it through iPhones or telephones where people are able to Skype call, and any way that we can plug families in socially or to services. We want to make sure that people are connected during this pandemic. I think the future of Opportunity Village will be how do we change what used to be primarily a congregate service, right, where people are located in an address location and then launching from there to employment, into smaller, more tailored opportunities for employment or vocational training. And I'm personally excited about that as we continue to evolve services. We spend a great deal of time within my organization looking at best practices so that we have the opportunity to better serve a diverse population. And we spend a great deal of time talking to our families to see what it is that they're looking for and how can we support them in their lifespan so that they feel like they're best engaged. Now, Opportunity Village is funded in part by a fee-for-service revenue that comes through a government entity, Medicaid, Home and Community-Based Services waiver, which comes out of, CMS. And it is part of our state budget system. That's one part of our revenue. Another part would be fundraising activities. So Opportunity Village is a 501c3 organization. So as a nonprofit, we're out actively fundraising in order to support what we do, because government funding just isn't going to cover it. And then the third way we fund or pay our bills is through contract revenue. So Opportunity Village is proud to operate contracts all over the Las Vegas Valley. We are an Ability One employer, which means we provide federal contract opportunities, and we have about 50 people that work for Opportunity Village at Nellis Air Force Base. Sean is one of my favorite people in the world, and he currently operates our mail facility out at Nellis. They drive the mail trucks around Nellis Air Force Base, and they deliver high security mail, which is basically classified. Our folks have a Department of Defense high security clearances, and it's really a lot of fun for them to go out and be a part of our military when they would never have been able to make it most of the time through a basic training course. So that's one great way that we operate our organization. So it takes all three parts to make sure that we have enough money to do what we do. During this pandemic, I will tell you, it's very difficult for provider organizations to maintain their revenue streams to be able to keep their doors open. There is not enough state funding available to pay for the services that many of our families receive. And Opportunity Village does not charge for services. So the people who are referred to my organization come through the Division of Aging and Disability Services, which is the Desert Regional Center here in Southern Nevada. It would be Rural Regional Center in the Rurals, or Sierra Regional Center in Northern Nevada. And we work with lots of other organizations around Nevada to make sure that all of our folks with developmental disabilities, as they become adults, are engaged. Now, I could probably talk about Opportunity Village and some of the really cool stories that we have for lots and lots of hours. I'm curious to know if any of you have specific questions that you would like me to address.
Tracy, this is Catherine. Just one quick question. Can you clarify, are you guys a 501c3 or a 501c4?
Opportunity Village is a 501c3 organization.
Great, thank you.
Certainly.
Just for the
Tracy, this is
clarification and information, the difference between a 501c3 and a 501c4 is the ability to lobby. But a 501c3 is not able to lobby, whereas a 501c4 is. Sorry.
No, that's great. You're absolutely right. Well, and I'm sure that Jackie and I'll get to that too as we move into the AC, which is completely separate. Ellen, you had a question?
My question was pretty much the same as Catherine's, as you know, what's the difference between a 501c3 and a 501c4? I get all these acronyms, numbers, everything. I'm like, okay, I'm confused.
You are not alone, right? Typically, nonprofit organizations that are 501c3, there's many more restrictions on lobbying activities, and you're not able to direct lobby, right? So what we do and what I do as an advocate at Opportunity Village is to educate lawmakers. So we don't ever tell or ask a legislator to take a position on a bill. What we do is we provide information regarding an outcome should they decide to vote a certain way or either way. So what we do is, let's take the CARES Act, right? So I have been in contact with all of our federal delegate members, Senate and House, repeatedly since the COVID-19 pandemic. And we are desperately, the nonprofits across the state are desperately in need of additional funding to be able to support our organizations while we're not serving the people we would typically serve. Right now, Opportunity Village is serving about 25% of its typical population, which means there's no income. So how do we make sure that we stay viable and can serve people when the pandemic starts to ease? Well, we do that by communicating the state of the organization to the members of our federal delegation. So we share with them the number of employees that we have so that they understand that Opportunity Village is not considered a small business. We're considered a mid-sized business, which means when they go into start marking up a bill, when the bill says that it has to be for small businesses only, they now understand perhaps they want to change that language a little bit to include some flexibility for some mid-sized organizations. Or we would share with them that we have multiple locations. So when they have an opportunity to include sort of franchises or organizations that serve in multiple locations, that could be another way that they can help us with funding. So what we're trying to do is educate legislators on the issues that are affecting our population, right? I read an article earlier today from a state, and I think it's Oregon, that is having difficulty with medical admissions for people who are nonverbal. And some of the medical staff are refusing to admit folks that are exhibiting symptoms because they have what medical teams would consider profound or debilitating disabilities. While we know people who are nonverbal or require G-tube feedings have a great quality of life and are very important members of our community, that's not shared across the entire human race. And there is a number of people who discriminate against people with disabilities. So we want to educate our lawmakers that this is happening and cite cases so that they can consider crafting legislation to save people, to serve people, or to protect the civil rights of people. The flip side to that would be when you are a 501c4 organization, you can go to a legislator and say, I would like you to vote no on this bill because it's gonna whatever. And you can wear buttons and you can fund activities that really encourage legislation specifically, but less about education. And that's the two differences. So now let's jump into the A team. And it's important that you understand, I'm the director of advocacy with Opportunity Village. That's my day job, and one that I love and have been doing for almost 20 years. So it's been very exciting to build relationships with federal legislators long before they got into office in Washington, D.C. Advocacy is really about building relationships and having people know who you are so then you can help to educate them on the issues that are important to you. That's how we make change. Not having the ability to lobby and creating a way for folks with disabilities to lobby on their own behalf. The A-Team Nevada was born in 2015. Jackie Folger, who's on this call with me, is currently the lead organizer with the A-Team. So I'm just a volunteer serving as their treasurer because I love people with disabilities and I believe they're important and deserve a voice. But Jackie is the leader of this organization. She is also the aunt of a young man, well, an adult, who she has taken care of her entire life, Ryan. I'm sure many of you have met Ryan in and about the community. Jackie, do you want to jump in and introduce yourself here?
Sure, thank you very much, Tracy. You so far are doing a great job of explaining a lot of things. As she said, my name is Jackie Folger. My nephew Ryan has been with me for 27 years now because he just had his 29th birthday this last Wednesday. And we're finding that, especially in these times, that it's very important that we are championing for people who are struggling during these times with people with disabilities. Ryan's one of the people that went to Opportunity Village for the last 4 years. He absolutely loved his day program. He felt connected to the people there. He gained a lot of friendships and has his first relationship, a girlfriend named Leah that he sat next to every day and talked to and went to lunch with. And so this pandemic has really changed his life and my life. We've been in quarantine since the middle of March. Very little socialization. It's been very difficult for both of us, but we're making the best out of it. I found out at the very beginning that the important thing was to keep Ryan on a schedule. So we developed a schedule very early on, within a few weeks of being, realizing this was going to go for quite a long time, within a few weeks of being in quarantine. And my goal being on the A team is to try to make sure that people like Ryan do have a voice. Oftentimes, just because they're not verbal, like Tracy was saying, they are discounted, or somehow people don't think that they have a quality of life that's worth fighting for. But I can tell you, as the aunt of a person who brings a lot to my life and to others around me, that they are very important to us. They make our world a better place. Ryan is a very loving and kind young man. He also is very talented, he has a keyboard that he plays every day, very social, and without that kind of goodness into the world, what kind of world would we be living in? So my goal as lead organizer is to try to find ways to make people aware of how people with disabilities function in our communities, and what things would make their lives better. What little things we can do to help them to understand where they are in our community, how they function, and more importantly than anything else, to make people aware that they have worth that they're bringing to this world. Where our organization is a very grassroots advocacy group. We're mostly parents, and also a lot of people from Opportunity Village and other surrounding community programs join our Zoom meetings. We have a lady named Regina Daniels who does these wonderful Zoom meetings right now. She was doing them in person, of course, but we're not capable of doing that right now. We are finding that there are some struggles with that, especially trying to get special needs people to be able to attend Zoom meetings. It's very difficult for some of their caregivers to be able to get them on the Zoom meetings, or they just don't have the ability or a computer to be able to do such a thing, which I find is, I guess as a person who has used, I'm not great at computers, but I've used them for many years. It amazes me that we live in a society right now that after all these years of having these wonderful instruments, that there's so many people that are without them, and it's not just disabled, but a lot of our children right now who are struggling trying to keep up with their schoolwork. So I just wanted to let you know that the A team is working nationwide. Our group is just Nevada, but we are part of a bigger organization, and we hope to continue to bring awareness to others around us regarding what our loved ones are going to need moving forward with this new society we're going to be living in.
Thanks, Jackie, very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So let's talk a little bit about then what is exactly the A team and what does it stand for. As I said, the A Team Nevada was created as a 501c4 organization so that it could actively and directly lobby. That was designed because our attorneys advised us when we were forming this as a volunteer group that people with developmental disabilities should probably, they weren't sure, the attorneys, let's just go there, okay? The attorneys weren't sure that people with developmental disabilities, who are the key demographic for this, this advocacy group, would know the difference between advocacy and lobbying. So in order to protect people, they decided that perhaps we should become a C4 so that we could directly lobby. Unfortunately, that was not the right choice, I will tell you, as we have discovered over the years. And so the A Team Nevada is in the middle of transitioning itself to a 501c3 organization so that it can actively fundraise. The members regularly receive training and engagement so that they know how to tell their own stories. And see, that's the beauty of the A Team. There's no direct lobbying activity because really what they're doing is sharing their own personal story with their elected official. And when you're talking to your elected official on your own behalf, it's not called lobbying, right? It's lobbying when you go to another elected official that is not yours and ask them to take a position on a bill. So, having had a few years under our belt, we have determined that truly the A Team is not a lobbying organization. It is an advocacy organization, and that's what its members do best. So the organization was founded and actually started out of a movement that began in Wisconsin in 2011. And the goal of the A-Team, or the tagline I should say, is my job, my choice, my home, my choice, my life, my choice. So that you as a person with a disability should have a complete control over all of the things in your life that affect you, like every other human being. No matter what that is, or whether anyone agrees or disagrees with you, you should have the opportunity to choose people in your life who you trust to help advise you to make those decisions. But you, as an adult, when you become an adult, if you're not one already, should and are entitled to making those decisions yourself. So it's a grassroots organization that consists of individuals who have disabilities. They are learning how to engage their communities to talk about what's most important to them. That's the goal. It's done on a grassroots level, which means a very fundamental level. Grassroots meaning from the people. So the members across the state are the ones that are determining what the messaging of the organization really is. Nevada is a unique state in that it has a lot of miles and a lot of rural territory. And when you start to talk about membership and connecting people with disabilities across such a wide state, it becomes very difficult because miles are hard to cross. So the A-Team Nevada tried to be wherever our members were. We have a chapter currently in Elko, Nevada, that is led by Colleen Larks and Janine Stradling, and they are both board members of the organization. We have a chapter in the Reno-Sparks area that is led by the United Cerebral Palsy organization up there, and Monica Ellsbrock is their executive director. And then we have a number of chapters here in the South. So there's one in Henderson, there's one in North Las Vegas, there's one in Las Vegas. And the goal, and now actually the latest chapter development, now that we're in COVID, is to connect people through Zoom meetings. So once a month on a Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock, we have a Zoom call, and anyone who is interested in joining us is welcome. We don't have passwords that you have to jump through. I mean, just need to know what the meeting room is in order to get in. We've had great attendance and great activity, and it really has turned out to be more of a social engagement for folks who've really been disconnected through the pandemic. But that one of the reasons that I think this organization has been successful in maintaining its membership, we're currently at about 600 members, is because our goal is to remove the barriers for participation, no matter what that is. So most of the time, adults with disabilities have a barrier of transportation, right? So they can't get to a meeting after hours because they're depending upon their group home staff and they have 3 other people to worry about. Not everybody wants to go. Or you have parents that are working really late and have other activities. That makes it very difficult for people to participate in group meetings after hours. Or you don't have a caregiver that can perhaps toilet or feed or care for, your G-tube, whatever that is. So there's a lot of reasons people don't seem to go to meetings after hours. So the A-Team goes to workplaces when people are in their regular shift and holds a meeting during a break time, which really helped our members to become engaged and learn more about self-advocacy. It was really good because then they learned as they showed up that their perspective was important, and then they were more than just one person. And isn't that kind of how we all feel sometimes, right? When you're not connected to people, you just feel like, well, it's just my story and nobody really cares. Until you get around somebody who kind of shares a little bit of your story and may understand the plight that you're facing. Then all of a sudden it becomes a team thing and there's strength in numbers. So the more times you get to share a story with somebody who knows a little bit about what you're going through, the stronger your message is. So you go from being just one person to being important and people should care about you. And now you're not alone. So now you have to take your message into government, right? Because you want to make changes and you want to improve systems or supports or policy, whatever that might be. So it's important to identify what is not working so then you can present solutions. Now, in my experience, advocates who not only come with problems, but who have ideas for solutions or ways to make it better are better received in the legislature and in the federal government, right? We all can identify problems, but the mark of a real advocate and a powerful advocate where legislators will go to you to seek your advice is also presenting solutions and being willing to compromise until you get what you want. Eventually, you should be able to get what you want. So the A-Team has worked with its members to really talk about what is self-advocacy and how do you become a more empowered self-advocate through self-determination, identifying the problems and the issues that are affecting you, and then identifying possible solutions or things that you would like to see happen. I'll give you an example that I experienced just last week. While we are under this COVID-19 pandemic, there's a lot less traffic on the road. I don't know if you would agree with that, but here in Southern Nevada, there's a lot of cars on the road, and I like to ride a bicycle. But riding a bicycle in city traffic during rush hour is not always the smartest thing to do, just because it's dangerous. Well, during the pandemic, there's a lot less traffic, and I have a road that is a secondary street, so the speed limit's 35 miles an hour on this street, and it runs from my house to my office, which is pretty cool. It's only about 5 miles away for me to commute by bicycle, so it's very doable. But my bike lane was so old, you couldn't see it on the street. Now, it was there at one point, it was painted, and there's like a black stick figure of a person on a bike, right, which would tell you there's a marked bike lane. So I could complain about it to my husband, I could complain about it to my kids, I could complain about it to my boss. But until I started to ask questions with my county commissioner, and that's what happened. I called my county commissioner's office and I said, hey, I would love to be able to commute by bike to work. There's a bike lane here on this street, but it hasn't been painted in a really long time. How can I help to make sure it gets painted? And that was what I said. How can I help to get that bike lane painted? Because it would be much safer for all of us on bicycles if we could get this done. What's the barrier, or what do we need to do in order to fix this? What do we need to do? And he emailed me back immediately and said that he had sent my request on to find out when this road was scheduled to be painted, and next week it'll be painted. So it's about presenting solutions or engaging people when you identify a problem to be a part of that solution. We're finding that that's the best in advocacy. So we took the A-Team there. And back in, I'm going to say it was 2015. Yep, 2015. There was a budget hearing in the Nevada State Legislative Building. And they were talking about a budget line item that affected the Aging and Disability Services Division's budget for jobs and day training services, which affect people with developmental disabilities, adults with developmental disabilities. 50 people with developmental disabilities showed up at that budget hearing at the Nevada State Legislature. And they showed up here down here at the Grant Sawyer building. So they never was, it signified to the legislators that this was a unified group of people who had a shared message. And it was awesome. And you know what? For the first time ever, that group of people were, first of all, engaged and active in their legislature. Many of them had never spoken to a legislator before or gone to a public meeting like that. And legislators knew they existed. And so they were able to preserve the budget line item that would have affected them directly. It was a huge success. And then A-Team members decided that maybe that people were listening to them and they would continue. So that's really what the A-Team is about. It's about advocacy from a grassroots level, building awareness about the issues that affect people with developmental disabilities and the members themselves, and then advisement. So it's offering the advice and direction to create solutions. And that's why it's called the A-Team, advocacy, awareness, and advisement. Now, that's the mission of the organization, is to make sure that our members are advocating on their own behalf and on the behalf of others just like them. And then engaging each other so that we can not focus on one solution, but focus on solutions that meet everybody's needs. It has to be possible, right? The more choices we build into a system, the more solid the system is, that we are all individuals exercising our civil rights for choice. So that includes people with disabilities, no matter what type of disability you might have. And we would prefer to call them different abilities, right? Because there's nothing dis about it. It's about how we are all different. I don't know that many of you have or don't have a faith, right? But as a Christian woman, I will tell you that we were all fearfully and wonderfully made, right? Which means we are all uniquely different and we are all important. But there's not any one of us that's any less than anyone else. Advocacy really means sharing those stories, that people with disabilities or different abilities should be seen as equal to anyone else in society. So that's pretty much the A-Team in a nutshell. There is a website that's available, theateamnv.com. And as Jackie said, A-Team is a national organization, but it's not a national organization in that there's a central place to go. It is a group of states or group of advocacy organizations like the A-Team Nevada that have just decided to go to the same place to share their stories. So we started thanks to the example set by Wisconsin. And then Missouri started, and Alabama started, and Arkansas started. And so there are chapters all across the country. And you could find out more about the A-Team USA, and that's what it's called, ateamusa.org is the website. And there you'll see all of the states that are affiliated. And if you scroll down to the states, you can link on any one of those organizations. The A-Team Nevada has its own website, so ateamnv.com, and that'll get you to our latest. We also have a Twitter feed and Facebook page. And more importantly, though, if you decide that you want to be a part or learn about what's going on with the A-Team, if you go to the website and then sign up, you'll receive the constant contact communications that I know Catherine is receiving and the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities is receiving. So then you can be connected to what the messaging is for A-Team members. Okay, questions?
Thank you, Tracy. This is actually Catherine. Thank you so much. And I did, as you were speaking, just get your reminder, we're back in business starting now email. So I'm going to actually forward that out to you guys so that you can get more information on how to sign up for the A-Team emails and such as well, because they do send out quite a bit of information about events that's happening in their area as well. Thank you, Tracy. I super appreciate you taking the time to be here on Saturday, and you as well, Jackie. It's not easy to carve out time in the middle of a Saturday, so thank you. If anyone has questions, please use the chat or unmute now.
Hi, this is Dora. Thank you for an awesome presentation, Tracy and Jackie. Just a quick question. What are you guys doing for the ADA celebration? Anything on Zoom? Any events you guys got going on?
Thanks.
It's the 26th.
Yeah, that's a really great question. We had not grabbed a hold of the ADA celebration as just one singular event. We're actually in the middle of crafting some messaging to go out to our members to encourage them to celebrate. And then I'm sure what we'll do is reach out to our federal representatives as well as our state legislators. But we hadn't finalized our exact plans because we're trying to just be very fluid and boots on the ground. Mm-hmm. Really good question.
One more question. Are you guys getting affected by all these budget cuts since you said you guys sort of rely on Medicaid, I think you said? Partial funding?
That's correct, yes. So I will say that our legislators have fought very hard through the special legislative session to preserve the funding that would affect the population that we serve, that Opportunity Village serves, or the A-Team members. The residential support providers are the ones that are at risk currently. The recommendation was that their rate increase would not go through. But that said, Dora, I will say that the funding that supports people with developmental disabilities in the state of Nevada is very small and in need of addressing. So we always are focused on advocacy efforts to improve the reimbursement rates for provider organizations so that we can maintain as many choices in the state as possible. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, because the state has not addressed those reimbursement rates, we are seeing a decline in providers across the state, or a decline in the services that they're able to provide. For example,
how can we help with that?
Yeah,
How can we
that's-
help by, I know you guys do a lot of system advocacy, but how can we, as people with disability, I'm blind, but still it's a disability, different abilities, it still relates. So how can we help?
Talking to our legislators about how important it is that we shore up the system. Sharing your story, Dora, is the best way to go about solving those issues, right? It's true for people who are blind or visually impaired. How do we support the Centers for Independent Living? Excuse me. I will tell you, I just had a call with Jack Mays, and I'm sure many of you know who Jack is, a couple of days ago, to talk about what are some of the deficiencies we're seeing here in Nevada. Dora, one of the things that we'd love to be able to move on is the need for benefits specialists. And I don't know if you have experienced this, but we have folks at Opportunity Village that we serve that are afraid to move into a higher paying employment because they don't want to lose their benefits, right? Social Security, disability insurance, or Medicaid or Medicare. If you have a seizure medication that costs a lot of money and, you're afraid you're going to lose financing for that, you don't then try to become more employed or get more money, earn more money that way, because we don't have anybody to help advise you in the state. The recent report I have is we have one benefits planner here in Southern Nevada that works with the Nevada Disability and Advocacy Law Center. And that person cannot serve a person with a disability in true benefits planning until they have a bona fide job offer. So how do we help people understand the options that they have available? Benefits planning, I think, is one place where we can go to help encourage people to consider new employment. And then we can identify the holes in the system to create new policy. Funding for Medicaid's huge. So Medicaid buy-in program, I started researching that a couple of weeks ago to encourage people to not lose their benefits while still seeking higher paying employment opportunities, so then you can be independent, truly independent. And then we will decrease our reliance on state-funded services with a Medicaid match dollar. And that's really the goal, right? Is how do we help people become independent?
So one of my questions, and I've been meaning to do research on Opportunity Village, I just haven't yet, but so is that like a place where people go to get employed or trained to be employed?
That's a really good question, Dora. So I'm going to say yes. Part of what we do is yes. So we have assessment programs to help people identify what their skills are so that we can help them become employed. We have job development services so that we can help to develop a job where you would fit. So yes, there's employment outcomes there. And we have contracts where we actually hire people to do jobs.
Who are developmentally disabled?
Yes.
Okay. And so, I'm sorry, I'm getting delayed reception. I have a poor reception here. I don't mean to cut you off, Tracy.
No.
So are they getting paid minimum wage?
In those employment jobs, absolutely.
And during this pandemic, I know that I helped a parent to help their child try to get unemployment benefits. And because they were deemed as voc rehab client, they were not able to get unemployment. Is that happening at the village?
Wow.
Or do you know anything about that?
Okay, so
I'm going to be mute now so I don't get feedback. Thank you.
Wow. That's a great question. I did not know that, Dora. So let me explain the detail in Opportunity Village, and hopefully that'll clarify. So Opportunity Village, we do two different things, and I'm going to divide them so that they're very black and white and answer your minimum wage question on top of that, okay? We serve about 1,100 people who have developmental disabilities. About 300 of those 1,100 people, so about 300 people still come to a jobs and day training program where they're working under a 14C wage certificate, okay? they're not considered employees. They're not earning minimum wage. They're not at risk of termination. So they really are receiving a service from Opportunity Village, which is training. And that's a very detailed conversation about a 14C wage certificate. And it's a civil rights conversation right now. So I will tell you that Opportunity Village will continue to utilize a 14C wage certificate as long as it's legal to do that, because our family members have asked us to not eliminate that service as an option, okay? So that's the first. Then there's a whole group of people that we employ in our contracts. Our Ability One contracts are federal employment. So they're earning minimum $12 an hour and up, and they have a $4 an hour retirement benefit. So that's mandatory because it's federal. So you're looking at about $16 an hour for that job or higher. Then there's the document destruction division, which starts at $10 an hour and then goes up from there. So those folks are employees of Opportunity Village. We have custodial contracts. Those are also considered employees, and then that's $12 an hour usually and up. So there's a whole group of people that are employed. Now, through this pandemic, Opportunity Village has retained every employee. That's every person with a disability that was considered an employee, not the people that we serve. If you were coming to programs and functioning under a 14C wage certificate, it's not considered employment. So those folks are not currently getting paid unless they're still producing. And we do have some folks that have come back. If you were an employee, you are still getting paid. So if you are a client employee, and there's hundreds of people who have disabilities that work for Opportunity Village in lots of different ways. Those folks are all getting paid. And we made sure as an organization that we did everything possible to keep people on the payroll so that we weren't contributing to unemployment. Now, voc rehab is very detailed, and they could be still doing job development and job placement. In my last meeting with them, they had decided that they were not ready to do that, and they were following the governor's stay-at-home order. Unless somebody had a job and required additional supports, then they were going to come out and support. We don't know if that is or is not happening currently. But voc rehab would be a referring agency. So Dora, if you were looking for a job, let's say, as a person with a disability, and you wanted to consider an Ability One contract, although voc rehab won't refer you to that because they don't think it's competitive integrated employment. We do, they don't. So there's a little bit of a division there. But if you decided that's what you wanted, then they would refer you to an organization like us or refer you to us. And then we would interview you and hire you like anyone else, basically. Yeah, does that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you. So the 14C, what is that a person's choice to be hired under that, or is that you guys just kind of like, okay, you belong in that category? How does that work?
Thank you for asking that question. We don't tell anybody that they belong in any category. So that's a really good point.
I'd like to speak on that too when you get done.
Thank you. I just thought I threw it out there. You know, I got to get used to being comfortable and being uncomfortable. So thank you. I'm glad you're answering my questions.
Oh, I love having the opportunity to answer questions, Dora. That's what advocacy is all about, right? Let's come together and have really good conversations. So,
Tracy, this is Catherine. I just have a quick question. You said you had about 25% still on location. So are they, you have them, they're actually coming in and working on site and wearing masks and doing all of that and enjoying it? I mean, I've heard a lot of complaints about working with masks and stuff in general. So I'm wondering how it's going for you guys.
Okay, so let's do that one first, and then I'm going to get to the 14C piece. How's that?
Perfect.
So yeah, Catherine, we are serving about 25% of the population that we were serving under our roofs right now. Those are the family members and people who have asked us to come back, right? So they are people who require socialization or family members who need assistance to provide support for their people. So not everybody is in a center-based training program or doing productive activities, okay? So it's not always under the 14C certificate. We do a lot of other activity programs. We have art, theater, dance, music, We also have day habilitation programs where it's activities based. So people who have really significant barriers, like required G-tube feedings and medication therapy. So we have nurses on staff that help us. So yes, we do have a lot of people coming into our campuses, and they are rather successful at wearing masks. So that's the key. People who do come back to us have to be able to comply with the expectations that they are not exhibiting signs or symptoms, that they will pass through the required checks at the door, and then that they will wear masks for the duration that they're there and comply with hand washing, right? If people are not able to do that, then they're not ready to come back. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you so much.
Here. Okay, Dora, let's talk about 14C. So as I said, a couple of different ways. Opportunity Village offers a lot of different types of programming. We have day activities that are non-wage based at all. We have day training activities, which is based upon your productivity, and that's done under 14C wage. Now, all of those contracts are bid on a minimum of $9.78 an hour, which is prevailing wage rate. So and that's determined by the Department of Labor. So if you're a person with a disability and you want to try productivity and you're not ready to be employed full-time yet, you can choose to work in that center-based training opportunity where you are productive. And then based on each piece that you produce, you are paid for that. So if you're performing at an industrial rate, you could make $9.78 an hour. As a matter of fact, we had a couple of people who did not ever want to leave that center because they made a lot more than $9.78 an hour when they produced over the industrial rate. So it's really based upon what do you want to do as a person. Now what that does in our programs is it gives you the ability to determine when you're ready to move forward. Now, most people who are currently working or showing up and participating under a 14C wage certificate, as I've said, is not employment. They are producing at about 30% of an industrial average. That's really what their ability level is at this point. So we have taken this very concerted effort to focus people who want to be employed and want to function at that level and work on employment strategies. So then they get to move out into whatever job they want. We just got 2 folks hired with the Raiders last week, which is very, very cool. So two new guys working at the Raiders. Not everybody wants that opportunity, and I'm sure that's where Jackie's gonna jump in. Not everybody feels like they could be satisfied that way. So what we try to do in my organization is offer as many choices as possible. We would never make anybody go under a 14C wage certificate. And as a matter of fact, my organization and many other providers across the country encourage people to do things other than function under a 14C wage certificate. But not everybody wants to do that. So we want to make sure that we give everybody as many choices as possible. Some people really choose the 14C cert, right? It's not employment. And as I said, you're not at risk of being terminated, but you do still have the opportunity to be productive and bring home some kind of money. Now I'm going to be quiet and let Jackie jump in on this because I know she has a lot to say.
Oh, before you go, Jackie, sorry, this is Dora. And plus, and I think before all of you came on, we were talking with Kimberly, and this, I guess, falls under inclusion or inclusivity. It's not all shoes, fit. It's what people like, and I like that you have them have choices. And when Jackie's done, can you talk about that A1 something that we'll have the compliance with? I'd like to know more about that if we have time. Thank you.
Dora, I just wanted to jump in because I wanted to explain my nephew, Ryan, and he's kind of an interesting example of how 14Cs do work for specific people. Ryan is blind like you are. Ryan is mentally disabled, and he also has a seizure disorder. And Ryan went to a very good school for many years after fighting very hard to get him into Perkins School for the Blind in Massachusetts, and he went there till he aged out. Throughout that program, one of the things that they were trying to do is to integrate disabled people and blind people into normal society, for lack of a better term. And in those trainings, they introduced them to different jobs. They introduced them to riding the bus. They introduced them to almost any, going to a library even, technology. One of the things that they did try to train Ryan and many other people there to do is to know the difference between a stranger and somebody you could trust. They called it a stranger danger course. And Ryan went through that course multiple times. And throughout that course, they would have like an ending or a finish day where they would walk around the campus, because they had a beautiful campus at Perkins School for the Blind. And different people would come up to them and interact with them. And it was to see whether they understood that concept of who was safe and who was not safe. One of the things, somebody would walk up and say, hey, do you want to come for a ride with me? And hopefully that disabled person, if they weren't aware of who that person was or where they were going, would say absolutely not, or they would yell for help if they felt that they were being threatened. That was what they were taught to do. Or if somebody came up to them and said, listen, I need some money, can you give me some money? You know, that disabled person would either ignore them and keep walking or call for help if that person insisted. Ryan never was able to grasp that concept. So for Ryan to be in a general public job, to be out there, say, bagging groceries or any kind of position where he's not in a sheltered workshop, which is what people like to call this, because it really is. It gives him the safety of knowing he's going someplace every day where the people he's interacting with aren't going to try to take advantage of him. It gives me the confidence of knowing as his caregiver and the person that cares and loves him very much, that he's going to be safe to be bringing there, and I can still work while he's there, knowing that he's being well taken care of. But it gives Ryan such a sense of community, and it also gives him, he's not money oriented. It means nothing to him. He doesn't understand the concept, even though we've tried to. There's just, his disability makes it unable for him to understand those concepts. We keep working toward that goal because Ryan does seem to still be learning, so we are still working on some of those things. But at this point at Ryan's life, at 29 years old, for him to be in a public position job where he would be alone per se, or under the supervision of somebody who does not have specific trainings to deal with Ryan, I would be very concerned about that. So for me, a 14C means the security of Ryan being able to go to a safe place and still having that ability to be a part of a community that makes him feel needed and wanted. So I just wanted to explain that there are, you know, it's not a one size fits all. And I think that's what I love about Opportunity Village, is it does give you that ability to you don't have to fit in. You can find your own little niche there. It's not necessarily, you know, although they're great about encouraging Ryan to do different things, but it's not necessarily a place where, you know, he'll be out in the community. I don't see that happening anytime soon. Things change all the time, so who knows? But for me, 14C gives me that ability to know that I can still maintain a job. If, hopefully when we go back to normal sometime, be able to bring Ryan to Opportunity Village, leave him there for a few hours, be able to work a job and come back and pick him up and know that he's going to be safe and well taken care of. So I just want to put my, how that affects us in there.
Thanks, Jackie. Thank you. That's a great perspective, right, to share. And really it's about offering all of the families choices, all of the people that we serve choices, so they can decide what best fits for them. And Opportunity Village will continue to work that way. Dora, I just want to answer your question really quickly. I think you asked me about Ability One employment. And so Ability One is, it's a new name for an old law. It was the JWAD Act. Senator Javits, Wagner, and O'Day, the three senators, came together to create federal legislation that made a set-aside list of job opportunities with the federal government for nonprofit organizations that were serving people with disabilities. So there are two quasi-governmental organizations, National Industries for the Blind, right? And there's another one, National Federation for the Blind. So you have two of those. And then National Industries for the Severely Handicapped. So those three quasi-governmental organizations help to craft a set-aside list of contract opportunities with the federal government. So for a person who is blind or visually disabled, you have the opportunity to bid on food service contracts and operate a food vendor station in a federal building. That was created through the JWAD Act. And so there are other types of contracts that are set aside for people with severe disabilities. And the law states that any organization that acquires a federal contract under Ability One must provide 75% of the labor hours on that contract must be performed by people with disabilities that meet the requirements. So it's a great way to encourage organizations to employ people with disabilities across our country. There's a picture of President Obama fist bumping a custodian as he walked down the hallway, and that custodian is an Ability One employee. He was a person with a disability employed by a nonprofit organization on Capitol Hill. And so there are a lot of really great federal job opportunities around the country as part of Ability One. And Opportunity Village is a provider, so we do have a couple of federal contracts that we administrate currently, primarily out at Nellis Air Force Base is where we are. So I hope that answers your question. And I think we're just about at our time. I'm surprised I'm on time.
Tracy, this is Ellen.
Thank you so much, Tracy. Anybody else want to unmute and ask any questions? We got about 5 minutes left.
Tracy, this is Ellen. And I have a question. You know, do you, because there's different things going back and forth and back and forth. It used to be that parents would take guardianship of their children, but now it's going towards the other direction, allowing the children to maintain all of their rights and go under the self-determination. Do you give the information in both directions for that on, you know, this is what guardianship is, this is if they maintain their rights? Do you educate parents on that?
That's a great question, Ellen. Thank you. Yes, we certainly do. We would never purport to be in the position to be able to make a recommendation for any one family. What we do is we provide information regarding both sides of that issue, and we have a number of folks that have presented great information. I try never to share my personal opinion because I have a lot of opinions, and I found out in my 53 years they really only matter to me. So it really has to be about what's right for that family and that person. Now, also know that the A-Team and Opportunity Village, especially in our advocacy department and family engagement, we really want to be a good example about how to engage each person with a disability. So when Jackie and Ryan are with me in the office and together, I don't ever address Ryan through Jackie. I only address Ryan by talking to Ryan, as I would talk to you or any person. And so we try to really be good examples and good stewards of entrusting people with disabilities to make their own choices and to help coach their parents that they are possible. But that's how I was raised. So I believe that every person has great value, even if they can't respond to you necessarily. But we would never advise a family one way or the other. We will only offer as much information as we have access to.
Very good, thank you. And then my other question was, because I was a little confused. So Opportunity Village is a not-for-profit or a non-profit?
Opportunity Village is a not-for-profit organization. So all of the profits that we make when we make them, right? Because that's not always when we make a profit, it goes back into the organization to support the expansion of programs and services.
Very good, thank you.
Certainly.
Awesome. Tracy, this is Catherine, and on a side note, I'm just curious, are you guys ever considering expanding to Northern Nevada? I know you have a lot of locations in Southern, so I was just curious.
We always look at that, actually. And as a matter of fact, I'm in conversations right now. We started preliminary conversations with a Northern partner about doing some autism support services up in Northern Nevada. So that's all still in the development stages currently, but yes, we would very much like to have the opportunity to be able to serve Northern Nevada also. I don't know if that'll happen anytime soon, but we have always talked about that.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the information. Any other quick questions for Tracy or Jackie? Okay, I'm gonna also send out your email address to the students for contact. Jackie, are you comfortable with them emailing you, or would you prefer it to go through Tracy? I don't know if you want your contact sent out.
Yes, I have no problem. Anybody can contact me. I'm more than welcome to listen to their information or ask any questions. I also wanted to let them know that Opportunity Village also has what they call a family and friends organization. And this year we also got a wonderful woman, Ashley Cooper, who is also our family advocate. And between those two organizations, we try to bring in people that help to answer questions such as guardianship issues and things like that. So we try to make sure that we're a resource for people and parents trying to make those kind of decisions. So anything that we can do, we're more than welcome to, or any kind of connections we can help you make, we're more than willing to do that.
Wonderful, thank you. I will send out your email as well in the follow-up email out to the class. I think you also offer that unique side of things that you are an aunt to somebody with a disability, not necessarily a parent or a person yourself. So I know we have some of those individuals in our class too. So thank you both for taking the time out on your Saturday, especially in the middle of your Saturday, to be with us. I appreciate it, and I'm sure our class appreciates it as well.
Yeah, we like having the opportunity. Thanks for inviting us very much.
Side note, I love that you keep throwing in opportunity there, that we love the opportunity to move up north. And it was
yes. Yeah, we do. That would be good. We would like that.
Thank you, Tracy. We appreciate you. Have a great day.
Thanks, you too. Thanks. Bye.
All right, students. So that was our last presenter for today. I have sent out several emails as we've been going today, so please read up on those. I'll send out a couple more beginning of next week. And if you need anything, please call me or text me. I'm going to send out my email or my cell phone again, just so you guys have that.
Thank you, Catherine.
Absolutely, Dora. All right. Bye, guys. Have a good weekend. I will talk to you shortly.